after all, he muttered to Tori as the young Medicis carted him off. He chuckled, then fell into another coughing fit. Tori was still for a moment, finally catching her own breath, overwhelmed by the energy she had used up. She stirred at Misha's hand upon her shoulder. "You should rest too," Misha said, kneeling beside her. "You're trembling." It was then Tori realized that the entire Shadow Watch was still staring at her, their mouths gaping. "What are they gawking at?" Tori asked as Misha took her by the arm and helped her up. "The gallows girl," Misha said, smiling. Tori had been so overcome by relief about Ren that it hadn't sunk in exactly what she had done, or how she'd done it. She had worked her magic at her own will for the first time since she had arrived at the watchtower. She had saved Ren, and all the Watchers had seen her do it. There could be no denying Tori's abilities now, not by Tori or anyone else. Tori smiled with relief. Even Vashti's mouth hung wide as the gallows girl left the courtyard. Part 8. The Slave's Blade. The great Sultane was chosen by the sun goddess Arayava. The chieftain who was chosen became like a god in the eyes of the people of the steppe, with unquestionable influence and power. The chieftains of the 12 tribes vied ruthlessly to become the chosen of Arayava. Anyone who stood in their way gambled with death. Chapter 21. "Get up, Skyblood." A jarring kick to his ribs startled Kale from sleep. His senses were on high alert. In his dream, his brother had nearly died, and he had been overwhelmed by the darkness surrounding Ren's mind. Kale shot up, hands reaching for the attacker, but the Ilya woman was too quick. She snatched his wrist and twisted ruthlessly. All right, said Kale. "Serenyi!" Ashi let go of his arm with a shove. Kale cradled his wrist. She had nearly broken it. Kale was not the strongest watcher, but he could usually hold his own in a man-to-man fight. This Ilya woman was something else altogether. "Get dressed. My prince has need of you." Kale stretched out his strained wrist, then rose to his feet. At last, he thought. It had been over a month of waiting for the Yan Avi to complete their arduous mourning rituals for the great Sultane. Over a month of living beneath the city in the secret den of the Ilya under Ashi's vigilant watch. She was the lone woman in a man's world, and it did not make her pleasant. She always seemed to be out to prove her worth. The host of assassins in the den changed each day, coming and going from the gloomy tunnels at all hours of the day. But each day, the Ilya woman remained. Kale had not seen Sala since the prince had revealed his plans to use Kale's and Kira's gifts to ensure his place as the next great Sultane. Though Sala, by inheritance, took his father's place as Sultane of the Burodai tribe, the leader of all the tribesmen was chosen by lots, and the honor had never before passed to the son of the previous great Sultane. Sala would need more than the help of fate, or Arayava, to gain the throne. He needed Watcher magic. Sala had remained in the world above, performing his princely duty in the palace, and in the short time they'd spent together, Kale had been unable to discern Sala's true schemes. Sala was practiced in the art of protecting his mind, and Kale had been too preoccupied with thoughts of Kira. Though Kira was part of Sala's plan, Kale had not seen her. He had not sensed her since the day he'd arrived in the Red City. This fact drove him nearly mad. But as long as Kira was in Sala's hands, Kale was forced to comply with Ashi's brusque nature. "Dress quickly," said Ashi, holding out a set of clothes. "We must be to the palace before evening prayer." Kale took the bundle of clothes, but Ashi remained where she stood, arms crossed over her chest. "No privacy," he muttered. "I will not take my eyes off you today. My prince trusts you, Skyblood, but I do not." "No to the privacy, then?" Ashi did not smile. The set of clothes was nothing but a pair of faded brown zajar pants, which were billowier than Kale preferred, and a pair of leather sandals. "You forgot my tunic." "I did not forget. You are a slave," said Ashi, smiling for the first time. "To the eyes of the palace court, you are an exile from Osha and one of Sala's personal attendants. So you will dress the part." "The exiled lord rises again," Kale thought darkly. He faced away as he stripped off his ocean garb. Ashi's stern, unwavering eyes made him feel vulnerable naked. Though truthfully, she made him feel vulnerable at all times. She was Sala's most trusted and loyal assassin, so far as Kale could sense, and she had made sure he knew it over the past month. He slipped into the zajar pants quickly. When he turned, Ashi picked up a jar and lathered its thick contents in her hands. "The bodies of palace slaves are oiled. The sultanes wish all their attendants to be strong, and as pleasing to the eyes as possible. You are strong, at least. The oil will help deceive their eyes with the rest." Kale smirked, but did not argue as the Ilya woman oiled his bare upper body. When it was finished, Ashi led him to the central hall of the den, where a dozen assassins dressed in black waited for them. Ashi handed him a black hood. "Or, if you would prefer the sleeping draft again, I would be happy to oblige." Kale draped the hood over his head. Ashi took hold of his wrist and led him forward. Somehow, the darkness of the hood managed to increase as they entered the tunnels. "The Ilya don't believe in torches?" said Kale. "These tunnels are a part of our very being. We are creatures accustomed to darkness. Ilya do not need light. And it allows them to easily appear and vanish within the Red City," Kale supposed. "Just a dark cloak in the shadows. You, Ilya, in many ways, act like the Watchers of old, you know. Do not compare us to your sorcerers. My people value honor, unlike Osha." "I am not like most Oshans," said Kale. "And this makes you honorable?" There was a bitter edge to Ashi's voice. "I know what your kind did to the old world, Skyblood. Not all have forgotten so readily. The Yan Avi remember why our people roamed the desert for so many years. You caused the war between the worlds. Somehow, you endured the war and the Chancellor's purgings of old. Are you going to tell me your kind survived all these years because of your honor?" "No," Kale said. "I am like you, Ashi, willing to do anything necessary for the one I care for. Nothing more." Ashi said nothing after this. The Ilya marched on through the winding passageway. It was half an hour before Kale sensed the absence of the other assassins. A rush of light and heat seared through the thick fabric of his hood, and he felt suffocated by the onslaught of Yan Avi minds teeming around him. The hood came off. He and Ashi stood alone upon a narrow street in the heart of Vliani. Beyond, there was the bustle of crowds, chanting as they made their way to the shrines for evening prayer. Without a word, Ashi removed her dark cloak and tucked it into a nook in the sandstone brickwork. Beneath, she wore a scanty leather linty that left her shoulders and midriff exposed, along with a pair of zajar pants identical to Kale's. Her skin was a deep bronze and smooth with oil. Her beauty surprised him, a proper slave of the Red Palace. Ashi grabbed hold of his wrist again. "We must be quick." They entered the Red Palace through a slave's entrance, greeted by the captain of Sala's personal guard, an Ilya named Jera. Kale recognized him from the den. The captain ushered them in, with a smirk at Ashi's attire. "The slave has returned from the underworld," Jera said, his eyes hovering unabashedly over her cleavage. Ashi's mind became unguarded beneath the captain's gaze. Sala had seemingly trained his Ilya to resist the invasion of a cerebro, for Kale had been able to detect little from the assassins, least of all from Ashi. But now, Kale sensed a deep animosity toward Jera that sprang forth unconcealed. "I serve my prince in whatever way suits him," Ashi said. "Yes, well, hurry along. While you've been playing nursemaid, we men have been setting pieces into place. Our prince is in his chambers and has need of his sky blood, and I may have need of my sweetling before the night is done." At this, Jera squeezed Ashi's face between his immense fingers, hard, though she hid the pain well. Kale detected it only in her mind. "I trust you haven't forgotten the way." Ashi shirked his grasp, but nodded. "I am a servant of the Red Palace, and I am at your command, Captain." "I am glad to see you have not forgotten your place during your time in the den. Our prince may be entertaining your little play at assassin for now, but once a slave among the Soltaya, always a slave. Once a woman, always a woman." "I have not forgotten what does not lie between my legs, Captain," said Ashi. "Palaces are the realms of men, sweetling. Welcome back." Jera pinched Ashi's cheek once more. Then he left them at the gate. Without a word, Ashi led Kale down a labyrinth of halls to Sala's chambers. When they came to the door, Kale stopped her. "You are a slave," he said, the surprise evident in his voice. "And you must be a Skolai. Surely Sala would not let that brute treat one of his Ilya." "Sala does not know," Ashi hissed, shoving Kale up against the sandstone walls. "And he must never know. I am a servant of the Red Palace, Skyblood. All my life I have served the Soltaya as I am required. It was a great honor to be chosen to serve my prince among the Ilya. I will not piss upon that honor by renouncing my other duties. I am still a slave." "But surely if he—" Ashi slapped Kale across the face. "Do you Skybloods all think your magic gives you some special sway over my people?" "All?" said Kale. Did Ashi speak of Kira, or had Sala encountered other watchers? She slapped him again. "We never needed Skybloods, not in the old world and not now. When the time is right, I will win my freedom on my own terms. Do not pretend to care for me now that you know my tragedies. I do not need your help or your pity." "As you wish. You will speak nothing of what you've seen. You will shut your mouth and do as you are bidden, and then you will leave us. Not soon enough, in my opinion." Kale nodded his assent. The woman had struck him first as a blind follower, but he realized she was calculated and honorable for all her fierceness. A lesser woman, or man for that matter, would never put her prince's cause above her own suffering. Ashi knocked, and 2 Ilya ushered them into Sala's chambers. The place was immaculate. Every sandstone wall was intricately etched with the dune wave patterns of Jan Avi artwork. Elegant tapestries and ornate statues of great sultans past lined the halls. At the end of the room, before the eastern window, stood an immense statue of Arayava in all her glory, naked but for the blazing sun held at her waist. Somehow the stone itself seemed to radiate. At the base of the statue was a small shrine, so that even when she is shrouded by clouds, I may say my morning prayers, basking in the light of the soul, said Sala, emerging from his bedchamber. A young servant boy stood at his side, matching his every stride. "She is beautiful, isn't she?" Calais nodded. "An elaborate facade for a non-believer." He reached out, but Salah's mind was closed to his sense. Salah grinned, but his voice was stern. "Careful, old friend. There are ears everywhere in the Red Palace." "Even in the prince's chambers?" Calais asked, scanning the empty hall. "I am no longer a prince, only another chieftain vying for the great saddle." Salah motioned for Calais and Ashi to follow him into his bedchamber. The guards remained at their post. The servant boy closed the great doors behind them. Salah pointed to an immense rug at the foot of his bed. The boy strained with all his might to roll it back. Salah smiled approvingly when he finished and clapped him on the shoulder in a fatherly fashion. Beneath the rug was a lone stone without mortar, which Calais and the boy inched out of place, revealing a space just large enough to shimmy through. Salah went first, dropping straight down. "It is only a 6-foot drop," Salah said from within. Ashi followed, and then Calais dropped into the dark. The servant boy remained above. "Close it up, Pala," said Salah. "We will exit another way. If anyone comes, tell them I have gone to the temple to pray." Pala shoved the stone back into place. There was a loud unfurling as the rug rolled back over the entrance. Salah lit a candle, revealing a long tunnel that stretched between the levels of the palace. "I feel safe only in the den of the Ilya, but these tunnels are as close as I can get. This month-long mourning ritual has been torture, believe me, Skyblood." "And yet you seek permanent fixture in this place," said Kale. Salah smiled in the glow of his candle. "It would seem I am fated to live a double life, wouldn't it?" "Fated by whom? The soul?" "Fated by myself." "And by Kira. And me, it would seem." "Fate is but a game, old friend. Do you know how the great sultanes are chosen?" "I cannot say I have had the privilege of participating in the process before, though I imagine it has as much to do with fate as your double life." "And that is why I like you, old friend. No Shenza. You are right. I have found, behind most things attributed to gods and fate, lies nothing more than ambitious men. And women," Salah added with a glance at Ashi. "Ashi knows better than anyone. We choose our own fate, even slaves." "If that is so, then my fate is to see you to the throne, my prince," Ashi said. A tender touch passed between the two. Salah gripped her fingers briefly, and for the first time that Kale had seen, the Ilya woman smiled with true pleasure. Her loyalty was not fueled by blind faith in her prince, Kale sensed, nor was it pure honor. It was fueled by love. Whether or not Salah felt the same passion, Kale could not tell, but in Ashi's mind it was unmistakably clear. "Yet," said Salah, releasing Ashi's hand, "I wonder how ambitions do happen to cross. What do you think, Skyblood? Is it blind fortune you and Kira have come to me?" "If there is blind fortune, then there is also blind misfortune," said Kale, his thoughts on the innocent watcher lives lost on the Isle of Jallah. Was that simply misfortune? That the night he and Kira had finally welcomed their budding love, the Morphs had come like a curse, slaying their ancient master and all his followers, leaving only them behind to wade through the guilt. "I do not trust in fortune," Kale finished. "Then what do you trust in? Ancient gods like the Watchers of old?" Kale pushed away thoughts of the Isle of Jallah. "I do not trust in anyone." "I pity you, old friend. Life is a sham without ones you can trust. Ashi is my truest servant, and I would trust her with my life. If it was fortune that brought her to me as an attending slave in my youth, then I count myself blessed. And if it was the Saul," Salah met Ashi's gaze, Then I thank Areva immensely that our ambitions have crossed. I trust Ashi treated you as I would have during your stay in my den, Skyblood." As he spoke, Kale thought of his wake-up kick and smiled. If that was from Sala, then Kale was correct in his continued distrust of his old friend. "I believe Ashi treated me just as you would, Sala." "Very good. Now, follow me into the deep, old friend." Sala blew out the candle and led the way down the tunnel in the dark. It is time you learned how fate works in the Red Palace. Dark tunnels and narrow staircases ran through the entire Red Palace. The 12 sultanes occupied the 3 lowest levels of the main palace spire. The remaining 2 levels, including the great pointed dome, belonged to the great sultane. When time came for the festival of the rising sun, even if the tribes were warring, the sultanes took up residence in the Red Palace. But that did not mean all wrongs were forgotten. More than one sultane had been found mysteriously dead in his bedchambers. But never before had a great sultane suffered such a fate. Sala was the first to commit that crime. "How is it these tunnels have passed unknown all these years?" Kale asked as they descended a spiraling staircase. "They are not unknown," said Sala. "I told you. There are ears everywhere in the Red Palace. All the sultanes know of these passages, and they keep their own guards posted at the entrances to their own chambers. No chieftain has been murdered by use of these tunnels since the days of our second great sultane, which is why they are empty now. They have become rather useless." "Then why are we down here?" "Because we are not trying to kill anyone, and I have a cerebro. The other sultanes have not paid me any mind over the past few weeks. I am not a threat, since I am a Burodai, and no successor has ever been chosen by the soul to succeed his father as great sultane. The 11 are busy bribing priests and temple maidens and plotting assassination attempts against one another. They will not see me as a threat at the choosing tomorrow. But there is one chieftain I yet fear, an age-long adversary of my family. One I believe may suspect my ambitions and may try to kill me before I have a chance to manipulate the lots. I need you to get a sense for what scheme Xander Mina is concocting." Minds flitted in and out of Kale's senses. Quarrels between princes, whispered prayers of dutiful wives, the ecstasy of men, and the defeated inner cries of accommodating slave girls as their masters had their way with them. Kale tensed, reminded that Ashi would be among them come nightfall. Why this bothered him so much, he could not truly say. These slave rights were not so different from those of other nations. Oceans had their night houses. The Triumvel was famous for its pleasure barges. But Jera's lustful gaze sprang back to mind, and Kale was glad when they reached their destination, and the minds of the slave girls passed on. But when Kale's senses filled with 2 new minds, his anger flared all the more. In the chamber above, he heard Jera's cool voice. The captain of Sala's guard was speaking with the sultane of tribe Mina. Their voices came through the stone clearer than Kale expected, almost as though they wanted to be heard. "My chances are good, yes?" said Xander Mina. "It has been 3 generations since our people have sat in the great saddle," said Jera. "Your chances are good, indeed." So Jera comes from tribe Mina, Kale thought with interest. Each man spoke his words with great care, but Kale soon detected a code beneath them. The words themselves were not altogether clear to him, but Kale could piece together their hidden meaning well enough. "Everything is in order," meant Mina. "The pieces are set in place," meant Jera. 3 generations, said Mina. "Pah! It should have been 2. Those Burodai bastards stole the throne from us last choosing." "Ah, but if it had been 2, my chief, then you would stand no chance at the throne." unless you were a Burodai. Yes, of course, said Mina. Then my suspicions about Sala's aims are well founded. No chieftain has been as blessed as you. Your lambs are strong. Your crops are abundant. The soul shines upon you, my chief. You will be chosen. Yes, said Mina. Well, let us thank the soul that this will be the last night we must endure Burodai rule, however the lots fall tomorrow. Indeed. Well, I have overstayed my welcome, said Jera. I should make myself seen elsewhere. Sala trusts me yet. Perhaps I will go thank the soul. Mina laughed. You utter prayers? Not all prayers are uttered at shrines, my chief. They say it is poor luck to bed a woman the night before the choosing, but we have no need of luck, do we? Our fate rests with the soul. And Arayava shines whether we go to bed or not. Let us pray indeed. The two men roared with laughter as they left Mina's chambers. Even when their voices had gone, Kale could sense Ashi's tenseness lingered. Your captain of the guard, said Kale carefully. Has played his part well, said Sala. The Ilya are bound by ideas, not tribes. Jera has spent months winning the confidence of his chieftain, but even Mina is not fool enough to trust him with the whole of his plan. Now, what did you sense, old friend? Kale chuckled out loud at this. Do you take me for a fool? Sala scowled. Hardly. Then you should know you will not get your information until I have seen that Kira is safe. I haven't been able to sense her, but I trust she is close. She will be casting your lots tomorrow, will she not? Sala was silent for a moment. Then he chuckled. Very well, Skyblood. As you wish. Sala led them silently back through the tunnels, down below the quarters of the Sultanes. They slipped into a vacant hall, inching a stone out from behind a large tapestry. I will meet you both back in my chambers shortly, with Kira. Sala disappeared down the hall. Ashi led Kale up the spiraling central staircase of the Red Palace to Sala's chambers, her teeth still set on edge as she slammed the great doors behind them. The place was empty except for the servant boy, Pella, who stood dutifully at the door. A table was loaded with bread, wine, and cheese. Kale went to it. I would not eat that, said Pella. Kale stopped, a slice of cheese between his lips. Many Sultanes have taken their last breath with cheese still on their tongues. Kale smiled. Ah, but Sala is not a threat to the throne, is he, son? Do all Sala's servants know their master's ambitions? The boy is right, said Ashi. She remained by the door, anticipating the next person to enter. I can assure you, said Kale, Xander Mina's plot is more clever than poisoned cheese. Kale replenished himself, with no ill effects. He offered some to Ashi, but she shook her head, without a word, her gaze fixed on the door. It was several minutes before there was a loud knock, followed by, Sweetling? It was Jera. Ashi paused to collect herself. She breathed, and her body relaxed a little. Accepting her fate, she opened the door to him. I am attending my prince this evening, Captain. Jera chuckled, looking around the room. It would seem he is away at the moment. Perhaps praying? Why don't we pray, you and I? We won't be gone long, Sweetling. You will have plenty of time to attend our prince tonight. Or would you deny a man of the Red Palace? Ashi released a labored breath. No, Captain, of course not. I will meet you for prayer in a moment. And Jera left them. Pella, Ashi said, turning to the servant boy. I must attend to other duties. Please do not take your eyes off our new slave. I know what he is, Sarah. Pella addressed Ashi formally, as servant boys addressed free women of the Yan Avi. Do not call me Sarah. I am a slave just like you." Though Ashi feigned contempt, Kale could tell she longed for the title to be true. "We are alike. Both of us will not be slaves for long," said Pella. "I will look after the Skyblood until my prince returns, Sarah." Ashi shook her head, but Kale sensed a fondness for the boy. She clapped him on the shoulder, then turned to Kale. "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere without Kira." "He's a good man, Skyblood," said Ashi. "Sala is a man of his word. If you do what he asks, he will do as he's promised. Don't play games with him." "You speak to me of playing games?" Kale said. Ashi glanced away. "I must go." He felt a surge of pity for the woman. There was fear buried deep within her spirit, though she strove hard to walk with her head high. Kale called after her, "I hope for your sake, as well as mine, that you are right about Sala." "I do not hope, Skyblood. I trust." And Ashi left for Jera's chambers. "Did Sala promise you freedom too?" Kale asked the servant boy once she'd gone. "There are many things wrong with the ways of my people," said Pella. "Much corruption. Sala will make the Jan Avi better than we've ever been. He is a good man. And he will make a fine, great sultane." Kale smiled and nodded. He would not squelch the poor boy's dreams, but truth be told, he was coming to trust Sala less and less by the hour. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. How was it that Kira had remained hidden from his sense all this time, if she was truly nearby? And how had Sala so conveniently learned of the godstones they sought? Had Sala learned to use them? Kale could think of no other explanation for Kira's absence from his sense. It was said they could be used to travel long distances in moments, and there was much darker lore associated with the legends of the godstones, which Kale dared not let his mind linger upon. His fears and suspicions were forgotten quickly at the sight of Kira. A young soldier led her through the great doors. Shackles bound her wrists behind her back, but she looked well enough. Her short black hair fell into narrow, nearly black eyes. Her olive skin was clean and smooth, and Kale wanted to rush to her, to unbind her wrists and clasp her hands in his own. But he resisted, standing still, hands at his sides, showing cool composure. Sala followed the young soldier and Kira into the room, accompanied by 2 Ilya wearing red palace ranks. Sala nodded, and Kira's shackles were removed. She rushed forward and pulled Kale into an embrace. Kale was startled at first. Kira was not usually the type for such unabashed affection. A surge of anger rose up in him. What had they done to her? Kale recovered himself quickly, noting Sala's scrutinizing gaze, and wrapped his arms around her. She felt weak, clinging to him for support. It was unnerving to see her this way. "Are you well?" Kale whispered, stroking the hair out of her eyes. "Still alive?" Kira's voice was barely a whimper. He reached out with his sense. There was no hidden meaning behind her words that he could tell. Kira's mind seemed locked away from him. She had never liked him prodding around, especially after the Isle of Jala. She always resisted when he tried, and he respected her privacy, and so he rarely tried to break through. But even now, had she been commanded to hold back her mind? Kira had never felt so distant in his presence, but it was a relief to hear her voice, weak as it was. Kira's frailty broke him. Suddenly, Kale forgot about Sala and the choosing, and his own rage. He did not care. He would do what was expected of him if it meant Kira would be safe. He let his emotion show, both because Sala wanted to see it and because it was a strain to hold it back. With Kira in his arms again, relief swept over him, and guilt. "I am so sorry, Kira. All this is my fault. The morph attack, and now this. I shouldn't have." "There's nothing you could have done." Kira pulled away from him, slowly, clutching her arms to herself. Her sleeves pulled away from her wrists, revealing fresh, swollen wounds. Kale fought to hide his rage, glancing down at the floor, hoping Sala didn't notice. He would not give that bastard the satisfaction. "Don't resist him. Don't play games," Kira said, fear evident in her voice. And then she whispered, "He knows what we're looking for. He knows of the Godstones. If we get him his throne." But there was another meaning hidden beneath it, released in a brief flash. "Things are not what they appear, Kale." Out loud, for Sala to hear, Kira claimed Sala would keep his end of the bargain. But inwardly, Kale was ready to fight, ready to take Kira and flee. Forget the Godstones. But something held him back. There was something strange about the whole encounter, and Kale paused, forced himself to seize the glimpse into Kira's mind. Much as she hated it, he prodded for more. And it was the momentary flash that broke down the whole facade. Suddenly, Kale realized why Kira kept her mind walled from him now, why she had remained undetectable from within a half-hour's walking distance, why she had rushed to his embrace, why she had flashed the scars. It was not out of fear, though that was what Sala must have hoped Kale would come away with. Though the woman before him looked and sounded exactly like the woman Kale loved, his glimpse into her mind had revealed the truth. This woman was not Kira. Chapter 22. Kale tried not to let this revelation show in his eyes. The woman who was not actually Kira was eyeing him, awaiting a response, and Sala was watching them both. If this was not Kira, then who could it be? There was only one real explanation. The woman was a watcher, a metamorphi, feigning Kira's likeness. Kale and Kira were not the only Skybloods that Sala had enlisted, but if she was working with Sala, why had this morph woman let Kale into her mind at all? Surely Sala knew a glimpse into her mind would be enough for a cerebro to realize what was going on. "Say something." It was the morph again, or Sala will suspect something is wrong. The morph was letting him into her mind, intentionally opening herself to his sense. "You have to keep playing his game, Kale. Now, say something about my wrists. Make it good." The morph was still standing with her arms clutched to her chest so Kale could glimpse the fresh wounds Sala wanted him to see. He hadn't acknowledged them. Your arms," Kale managed, his gaze moving to her wrists. Wounds that were not real on a Kira who was not real. What was this morph up to? He sensed fear in her every time she opened her mind to him. Fear she was trying to mask. Fear of whom? Kale had to keep playing along until he could figure out what her motive was. "You're hurt." He whispered it, then let the anger rise up in a flare. "What has that bastard done to you?" His icy gaze met Sala's across the room. The prince's expression was hard, but Kale could sense pleasure at his response. "That's better." Kira the morph touched her wrists again, then pulled her sleeves down. "Don't play games, Kale. We have to do what he asks," she said aloud. "We will," said Kale, choking up now. "We'll get out of this. I promise." He stepped forward and pulled the woman who was not Kira into his arms once more. "Where is she?" he whispered in her ear. "Where's Kira?" "I am sorry, Kale. She is gone." "She was gone the day you lost her, but you can still do some good yet." Kale pulled her tight, true tears forming. It couldn't be true. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. He kissed her forehead and then her ear, imagining it was real, that this truly was Kira's soft skin at his lips. But no, she was gone. She had always been gone. His grip went tight around the morph. You must kill him, Kale. You need to kill Sala. Tonight. All right, lovebirds, said Sala, smirking. That's enough affection for today. The young soldier came forward with Kira's shackles. He bound Kira's wrists roughly and led her away with a shove. You must kill him. You must. This was the last thing Kale caught from her mind before the morph disappeared with a final shove from the soldier. And he did want to kill the prince. Sala had fooled him. He had never had Kira. Kale eyed the blades of the Ilya in the room. If he was quick, he might be able to do it. But something held him back. Kale made a show of his response, storming forward without any true intentions. An Ilya moved between them, sword drawn, and Kale stood down. You bastard, Sala! If your brute touches her again, You'll do what? Withhold information again, old friend? Kale switched from anger to desperate pleading, giving Sala just what he wanted to see. Wringing his hands before him, he said, Please don't harm her. I'll do what you want. I know you will, said Sala. But before you try to play games again, remember that I hold the stakes in this bet. Kale nodded, but he knew better. Sala held no stakes in this bet at all. Mina had been playing Sala for a fool. Kale realized it then. He had known there was something more to Mina's plan, but he had thought it would play out during the choosing ceremony. Now it made more sense. Kale was the last piece to Mina's plot. Kira had been a ploy all along, and he and Sala both had been fooled. If you betray me, said Sala, do not think for a moment that my men will hesitate to kill her. Or you. Kale nodded obediently, but the prince's words held no weight any longer. Sala came near, his voice softening. Now, tell me, what is Mina's plan, old friend? It was the encounter with Kira the Morph and the revelation of Sala's true stakes that decided Kale's plan. You're sure the assassin is him? Said Sala softly. As you've made clear, you hold the stakes. I have no motivation to lie, said Kale. Mina's first assassination attempt will be poorly executed, and it will be unsuccessful by intention. Tell me, do you always eat in your chambers? No sultan dares to eat or drink in public on the eve of the choosing. All chieftains, including me, will have food sent to them, first tasted by a servant. This tasting servant will be the first assassin, said Kale. He will fall easily into your hands. He will make you feel strong and triumphant. You will think you have thwarted Mina, and it will be then that the real assassin will enter, the one you have foolishly trusted. He will come to your aid at the commotion, but you must not hesitate when he enters. You must not let a sliver of doubt waver your hand. He does not expect you know his intent, and that is your advantage. But that advantage will not last long. Sala clapped him on the shoulder. Very good, old friend. You and Ashi will stand watch in my chambers tonight until all this is over. Where is she? Ashi was called away for other duties in the palace, said Pella. Sala cursed. I am her only duty this night. Who called her away? Pella was about to answer when the doors to Sala's bedchambers eased open. It was the kitchens, said Ashi, slipping in. They wanted to know your breakfast preference. Sala breathed a sigh of relief at her return. Yes, very well then. Send Pila if they require anything else, will you? I want you here by my side until I am chosen. Now I must rest for as long as I can manage. Surviving the night is only the beginning. Sala drew the silks around his bed, and soon Kayleigh could hear the rhythm of steady breathing. Even in dreams, Sala's mind was locked away. Kayleigh could know nothing for certain. He could only trust his instincts. It had seemed a marvelous coincidence that Kira had been rescued by Sala Burodai, but perhaps it was not. It seemed Sala had fallen right into Mina's schemes. The morph wanted Kayleigh to think Kira was dead, to use his rage to Mina's advantage. But there was one problem with that. Kayleigh did not believe she was dead. If Kira was truly dead, he would feel it to be true. He would sense her absence from his mind. But she lingered still, and he had to believe she was alive. Kayleigh and Ashi stood watch by the doors as the world went dark. Pila remained dutifully by Sala's bedside. Kayleigh could sense Ashi's tenseness. It seemed to fill the air in the room like a fog. Her head was held lower than usual, and though she tried to hide them, he noticed the thin dark lines around Ashi's wrists, how often she dabbed her lip with the cloth draped on her arm. "Ashi," he said when she raised her gaze from the ground. Her eyes were cold. "You have nothing to say to me, Skyblood?" Ashi dabbed at her lip again, and the cloth flashed a stain of crimson. And Kayleigh knew he had chosen the right path. It was an hour before morning prayers, while Arayava yet turned her gaze from the world and the deeds of men, when there was a soft knock on Sala's door. Kayleigh had told Ashi about the tasting servant, but withheld what would follow. That was when he supposed Mina wanted him to kill Sala. The tasting boy entered with a tray of roasted lamb, buttered yilki bread, and a bowl of egg and rice, along with a golden goblet and a decanter of wine. The tray rattled in the boy's trembling hands. Pila stirred the prince as the tasting boy approached. Sala rose, spreading the curtains wide, and the tasting boy set the tray on the bedside. One by one, the boy took each item from the tray and took a small bite of it. Lastly, he sipped from the decanter. All proved safe to consume. "Tarasi," said Sala, dipping his head. The boy bowed, still trembling, and began to pour the wine. Sala leaned forward to take a sip from the goblet, and it was then the boy made his move. But Sala was ready. As the boy lunged with the long cutting knife, Sala pulled out a blade of his own, his Ilya blade, which sprang forth from his sleeve. Sala blocked the boy's stab, sending the knife flying across the room. The boy cried out in fear, falling to his knees. "Serenyi! Serenyi!" "I am sorry you were involved in this dark game," said Sala grimly, and he plunged the Ilya blade into the young boy's chest, pulled it out, and jabbed again and again, crying out with each attack. Sala set the boy's body gently on the ground. His expression was hardened, angry, as though he detested what he'd done. He looked up, anticipating what was to come. Kale and Ashi had not moved from their post at the door. Pila rushed and knelt beside his prince and the dead tasting boy. When Jarrah burst into the room, Ashi remained still. It was expected for the captain of Sala's guard to keep watch on the eve of the choosing. It was expected for him to rush into the room, saber drawn, at the cry of his prince. Kale, however, sprang into action, attacking the captain from behind as he surveyed the bloody scene. Kale disarmed him with a flourish of the blade Sala had provided him. "Arayava!" Jarrah cried. "You filthy sky-blood!" He lunged at Kale, his Ilya blade shooting out from his sleeve. Kale dodged the attack, spun round, and slashed out with his saber, shredding the back of the captain's knees. Jarrah roared with pain and collapsed to the floor. Ashi gasped in horror. "You bastard!" Jarrah cried. Blood streaked the floor as he dragged himself, still, toward Kale. Kale finished his attack with a thrust clean through Jera's back. Ashi rushed forward, kneeling beside the captain as his blood pooled on the floor. "What is the meaning of this?" she wailed at Kale. "This is our true assassin," said Sala, rising to his feet and crossing the room. "He was playing a part," said Ashi. "He is one of us, an Ilya." Kale marveled that even yet Ashi remained loyal to the men of the Red Palace, Ilya or not. He set down his bloody saber and stood to face Sala. "No," said Sala. "No, it would seem my captain learned his part a little too well." Blood gurgled from his mouth as Jera tried to speak. "What was that, you traitorous bastard?" seethed Sala. "Speak, and let me hear your dying words." Jera reached out with a bloody hand, pointing with a long, trembling finger. "Boy!" Jera cried. "Boy!" Sala turned too late to see Pela rushing at him, the tasting boy's knife in hand. Kale realized with horror that he had been wrong. He was not the final piece to Mina's assassination of Sala. It was Pela. Kale reached for his blade, but he was too late. The boy would run Sala through. But just before Pela reached him, Ashi let her own blade fly. It lodged in the boy's neck. Pela's dagger slashed his prince's robes as he fell. As Jera and Mina's two assassins bled out in Sala's bedchambers, the room filled with Ilya. And Kale found himself pierced, once more, by an Ilya blade laced with a sleeping draught. Chapter 23. When Kale woke, he found himself in Sala's chambers, chained to the statue of Arayava at his eastern window. The sandstone room was radiating with the light of the rising sun. With Ashi at his side, Sala watched as Kale stirred. Sala's eyes lit with rage, and he was upon Kale in an instant. His hand gripped Kale's chin like a blacksmith's clamp and shoved his head back against Arayava's stone thigh. Pain shot through his skull. "You are a bastard, Skyblood." Delirious from the fading draft and the jarring impact, Kale's body did not resist, but merely tensed, anticipating the next blow. Would this be his end? Bludgeoned to death in the Red Palace? Ashi must have told him everything. How Kale had fabricated Jera's treachery. How he'd not known, or not revealed, the identity of the true assassin, Pela. Sala would kill him right here. The next blow, however, did not come. Sala stepped back, breathing heavily, but his anger seemed to have subsided. "You should have told me there would be a third assassin, old friend. But Ashi assures me it was all part of your plan, so that Pela would not suspect anything. And since it worked, I suppose I cannot be too angry, can I?" Behind Sala, where she had remained statue still while Sala assaulted him, Ashi now met Kale's gaze and nodded curtly. "She lied for me?" he thought. "Pela was by your side every moment in your chambers," lied Kale. "If I had asked to reveal the third assassin in private, the boy would have suspected, and Mina would have changed his plans." Sala knelt before him, his eyes boring into Kale's. Then he clapped Kale on the shoulder. "You damn well cut it close enough last night, old friend. Look at my robes." Sala held up his tattered, bloodied robes from when Pela fell upon him with the knife. "But you survived the night," said Kale. "That is all that matters." Sala nodded tersely. "Yes, well, that is one task complete at least. The choosing will begin shortly, and I must ready myself. Ashi, cut him loose, and both of you, get cleaned up. The day is far from done." Sala retired to his bedchambers, accompanied by two Ilya, leaving Kale and Ashi alone. Ashi fiddled with the lock on Kale's shackles, and then she stopped and met his gaze. The slap was sudden and unexpectedly forceful, throwing his head back against Arayeva's thigh once more. His head throbbed. "Gods!" Kale moaned. The lock released and the shackles fell from his wrists. As he stood, Ashi jerked him close. Her breath was hot on his ear, each word like a hissing snake. "Did you know about Jera?" "Pah!" Ashi glared. "About Pella?" "No, Ashi. I did not know he was the third assassin." Ashi eyed him for a moment, and then her gaze softened. "Third assassin? You are a fool, and even more to take me for one. You knew Jera was never working for Mina." Kale did not react. His head began to clear, and it was his turn to grab hold of Ashi's wrist. She tried to wrest herself free, but he held tight. "Did you know that Kira was a morph, Ashi?" A morph?" Her voice sounded puzzled, but her eyes betrayed her. "I thought that morph was part of Mina's scheme to turn me into the second assassin. I bear no love for your prince, but it would have done me no good to kill him. So I let Jera take my place as the second assassin in Sala's eyes. I never saw Pella coming. But if the morph was not Mina's, then she was Sala's, which means you knew Kira was a morph all along." Ashi nodded. "Yes, I knew, and I am sorry." Kale released her arm and leapt to the edge of the window behind Arayeva's statue. "Well then, there is nothing for me here. You might tell your prince he should know better than to trust the Chancellor's creatures." Kale looked out at the vast city and readied himself. The draft had mostly faded. He ought to be able to reach the edge of the city at least. It would be enough of a start to evade pursuit. He crouched, ready to fly. "Wait!" Ashi shouted. She looked up at him, desperate. "Why shouldn't Sala trust the Chancellor?" Kale smirked. "Because Sala's little morph asked me to kill him last night. I thought it was Mina's scheme, but if not, then whatever alliance Sala has managed with the Chancellor appears to be crumbling." Ashi's face went ashen. "You cannot leave, Skyblood." "Oh, I am leaving, and I will never return to the Red City, I promise you." "If you leave, then you condemn Kira to death." Kale froze. Even at the thought, Kale's hope surged anew. "You are right," said Ashi. "The woman Sala brought to you last night was not Kira. She was one of the Chancellor's servants. But that does not mean Sala does not have the real Kira." "You expect me to believe that? On good faith?" "How do you think that morph matched her likeness so convincingly if it had never seen her before?" Kale had not thought of that, but still he was skeptical. Ashi approached the window. "There is a way you can know without doubt that I speak the truth." "You would let me inside your mind?" "I will hold nothing back if it means you will stay until Sala is chosen." Kale dropped from the window's ledge and took hold of her outstretched hands. Ashi's mind swept over him like a rush of wind. Kale saw everything. He saw a young slave girl clinging to her mother's apron, her mother being taken away by men of the Sultaya, and young Ashi whimpering until she returned. He saw Ashi taken away to pleasure highborns for the first time. He saw Sala through her eyes. Her prince was like a ray of light. He kept her close, but did her no harm. Sala protected her. Kale saw the time Ashi saved Sala's life, saw her help him fake Vashti's death, saw the day Sala welcomed Ashi to his Ilya. And then he saw Jera, felt her hatred and the deep struggle within her to remain loyal to her prince without defying his vile captain. Kale saw a secret meeting between Sala and the Chancellor, and finally he saw Kira, the real Kira, being exchanged with the morph in a dark passage. Kira was unconscious but alive and being carried away by a strange woman. Kale released Ashi's hands, and she stumbled back. She was trembling. Her face was hardened. "Sala is, above all things, devoted to his people," Ashi said. "Believe me when I tell you that he made an alliance with the Chancellor only to preserve the Yan Avi. If what you say about the morph is true, then the Chancellor has betrayed him, and I fear for my prince's life now more than ever. We need your help, Kale, and if you help us, I promise you, Sala will keep his word." Kale leaned against the window's ledge for a moment, taking in all that he had seen in her mind. "I believe you," he said, wishing he did not. "Thank you." Ashi moved away from the window. "Come along then, Skyblood. We must prepare ourselves for the ceremony. Kira is yet a part of Sala's plans for the choosing." Kale did not argue. He followed the Ilya woman to a small servant's quarters. The room was but a nook filled with a single wash basin beside a pair of stacked bunks. Ashi handed him a rag. "There are fresh clothes on the bottom bunk. We are slaves, so we are afforded no privacy. But if you will show me the courtesy of turning away while I wash Jera's blood off me, I will do the same for you." Kale nodded. As hardened as the woman was, he had come to respect her. "You first," said Ashi, turning away. Kale stripped his bloodied slave's garments. He grimaced as he washed his hair. The back of his head was tender from when Sala and Ashi had hit his head against the statue of Arayava. "Why did you lie?" He glanced over as he dipped the rag in water. Ashi remained with her back to him, arms crossed. "I will answer your question once you've answered mine, Skyblood. Last night you thought Sala did not have Kira. You should have fled, yet you delayed your escape. You knew Jera was not a traitor, which means you stayed to kill him. But why?" Kale finished scrubbing and donned fresh slave garb. "Your turn," he said. Ashi turned around. Their eyes met briefly, and she stared at him as though his eyes would let her inside his mind. She motioned for him to turn around. He faced the wall and heard her clothes fall in a heap, followed by the trickle of water from her rag. "Well," she murmured, "I have made the mistake of letting one too many bastards live in my life." "You've got to do better than that," said Ashi. "Jera may have deserved it, but you are no hero, Skyblood. You killed him for you." "You remind me of her," said Kale, staring off at the sandstone walls. In here there were no carvings, no designs, only enough room for two slaves to sleep and wash. Ashi had lived in such conditions all her life, as Kira had for so many years before he'd met her. "You remind me of Kira. I killed Jera because I wish I could have done the same for her. I did it because she would have wanted me to." Ashi's hand brushed his bare shoulder. Kale wished it was her hand. Kira's skin was warm, and when he had felt her touch on the Isle of Jala, it had felt like the world might one day be made right, that his past might finally be forgotten. Ashi's touch, however, was cold and wet. "You can turn around." Ashi was clothed and holding a jar. She began oiling his upper body for the second time. It stung his shoulder, and he realized that he had been cut by Jera's blade. When she finished, Ashi handed the jar to him. "Believe me, Skyblood, I wish someone else were here to do it." Kale managed a slight smile. He rubbed the oil in his hands and spread it on her shoulders. "Why did you lie to Sala?" Ashi did not hesitate. "I lied because if Sala knew you'd wrongly killed Jera, he might have killed you on the spot. Which would be unfortunate, since I suspect there is more to Mina's plan than you have revealed so far." Kale had to hand it to her. There was one final piece that he had withheld. Since Sala survived the night, Mina's final plan takes place during the choosing. I couldn't very well let Sala kill you then, could I? And if the Chancellor has broken our alliance, it is even more fortunate I kept you alive. Kale finished the last of Ashi's oil and set the jar aside. You'll have to do better than that. Ashi turned to him, but her face had hardened again. Jera paid me little attention until I was made an Ilya. Then, suddenly, he was relentlessly in need of my services. For 2 years, I endured him. I am glad that Jera is dead, Skyblood. But that is not why you are alive. I am not ruled by emotion like you. The door flew open and Sala entered the slaves' quarters. You're ready? Ashi and Kale nodded. Good, said Sala. The choosing is about to begin. Ashi nudged Kale in the side, hard. Go on, Skyblood. Tell us what Mina has planned for the choosing ceremony. Part 9. Creatures of the North. Few people believed in gods or monsters in those days. They were lost tales from the old world, passed down through the generations from ancient superstitions. They were tales told to children, fables, ghost stories, nothing more. Chapter 24. While Ren recovered in his chambers after the gallows incident, Tori joined the rest of the Watchers for their regular training exercises. Long forgotten were the whispers of her inadequacies. She continued to struggle with mid-morning flight lessons and her afternoon practice with the conjurer, but after she saved Ren from death, the other Watchers had all developed an evident respect for her, perhaps even more so because she struggled. It made the gallows girl seem less like an ideal and more like a fellow young Watcher. At least, that was what Misha Sufai claimed. Either way, things began to go more smoothly at the watchtower for Tori. The other Watchers spoke to her more freely in the dining hall. Von Elra, the conjurer leader and Sarah's husband from Malai, offered Tori tips from when he had learned to focus his own senses. A few days after the gallows, Tori managed to move a clay jar several inches across a table, to cheers from Von and the other conjurer. That was also the first day Sarah would allow Ren to have any visitors. Ren's chambers were located at the very rear of the castle. Ren sent for Tori as soon as the Watchers finished their evening sparring session after supper. He was out of bed when she arrived, kneeling on a woven rug in the cool air of his balcony, which overlooked the courtyard. Wisps of incense smoke swirled from 3 burners on the ground. He's praying, Tori marveled. Tori stood in the doorway and watched for a moment. She had only known 2 people who actually prayed to the old gods. Ol Mary had prayed to them in her closet at Scalero's estate, though she'd burned no incense. Tori's mum had prayed the old world way, the way Ren was praying now, burning incense and reciting ancient prayers in their tent back on the steppe. As a child, this had seemed normal, but thinking back, Tori realized how odd it was. Her mum had been Oshan, after all. Serving the old gods, or any gods, was strictly forbidden in Osha. Many swore by them still, though this seemed to survive out of tradition more than belief. They were spoken of in the same way mothers scared their children with tales of Ruloks. No living person had seen the great white monsters of the north, as no person had seen gods come down from the heavens to answer prayers. They survived in myth. Yet here was the captain, praying as dutifully as Vashti prayed to Arayeva each morning and evening. It surprised Tori. Ren had never struck her as a particularly religious man. Without turning, Ren broke the silence. Are you going to join me, or are you going to spy on me while breathing like a winded horse? Tori chuckled and entered the room. She was still worn from sparring. She'd been matched against Daja, which was exhausting, as he was so swift with his enduro gifts. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. There's another rug at the foot of the bed. Join me. Tori found the roll and spread it on the cold stone. The smell of incense reminded her of her mum. a thought that filled her with guilt. For so many years, Tori had despised her, only to discover that morphs had killed her long ago. Her mum often haunted her dreams. Celine Burodai was always mortally wounded, torn apart by the morphs, an image that fueled Tori's fears that, somehow, she had gotten her mum killed. She could not remember the details, but she was convinced she had practiced magic that day so long ago, the day her mum sold her into slavery. Tori knelt on the rug and took in the scent of incense with deliberately slow breaths, and her body began to relax. Ren stared out at the valley, his breaths calm, his back straight. Tori tried to match his form, but she was too distracted. She had been dying to speak to Ren ever since he had come back to life, and now he just wanted to pray? "I've never done this before," said Tori, shifting awkwardly, a little annoyed. Her knees seemed to be sinking into the stone, sending pangs up her thighs. "You kneel in humility and pray with sincerity. My mother taught me to always begin with thanks. It reminds us all is not within our control, and it reminds us of times the gods have been good. Since the gallows, I have begun each prayer by thanking the All-Mother and the All-Father that I am still alive, and I thank them that you are here with us at the watchtower. So start there. What are you thankful for, Tori?" Snow-capped peaks towered on all sides of the watchtower like a crown. The evening skies glowed orange and red, making it look like the teeth were ablaze. It was beautiful. Tori kept her eyes open and spoke to the open air. "I am, thankful to be alive and free from the Chancellor's dungeons. I'm grateful to be here at the watchtower with other watchers like me. Gods, this sounds stupid. My mother also said the gods are not impressed by fancy words. They already know what's inside you. They know what you think before you say it. Then why pray? Prayers are more for us than they are for the gods." "Your mother say that too?" "That was my own witticism." Tori smiled. Ren turned to her for the first time since she'd entered. His dark brown eyes were bright amidst the wafting incense smoke. He took her by the hand, and her skin tingled. "Nothing sounds stupid to the gods, Astoria. Now, what do you want to ask them?" Tori pondered a moment. Of course, she knew what she hoped for, and wasn't that rather like praying? She let go of Ren's hand and looked out at the majestic mountains. Does Ren really believe the gods made humans, like in Mum's old stories, shaping them like clay in the hands of children? Why would gods mold the world and then leave it? Tori had believed the stories when she was a child, but belief in gods had disappeared with the betrayal of her mother. She had never renounced their existence the way Darien used to, but she had stopped thinking of them. If she needed something, she had trusted herself, and she had trusted Darien. But Tori supposed it couldn't hurt to try. Her prayer was short and feeble, but it was true, whether anyone out there was listening or not. "I pray that Darien and Mary are alive, that they'll escape the legions, and that I'll see them again, that I can rescue them from the Chancellor someday." When she finished, she realized Ren was studying her. His eyes locked with hers, and he smiled. In return, Tori managed only a crease of her lips. Her thoughts lingered upon Darien. "You loved him, didn't you, the gallows boy?" "He was my friend," Tori said. "My only family. More than family." Tori recalled their last night together, Darien's lips on her forehead, falling asleep against his shoulder. It felt strange to think on it now. It had been so long ago, another lifetime, especially here at the watchtower with Ren. So much had changed in the past year, the past few months really. Did Darien still think of her? No, of course not. He thinks I'm dead." Wren's eyebrows rose. "You are very reserved, Astoria." Her true name still felt strange to her. Her mum was the only person who'd called her Astoria. And yet her old name also felt truer than ever, as though Tori was some forgotten slave girl and Astoria was the watcher. She knew that was why she had used her true name before the Chancellor when she had thought she was about to die. "I cannot force you to share your troubles with me," said Wren, "but you should know, fear is a witch of a mistress. She takes and never gives anything in return. The only way to deal with her is to send her away." Tori breathed deep, taking in the sharp air, paying attention as the cold filled her. She wanted to be the watcher that people expected. She wanted to be powerful, to help lead this revolution, to free Darien and countless others from the Chancellor's tyranny. Wren touched her shoulder softly, and Tori turned and met his gaze. "Darien wasn't just my friend," she finally began. "He was my whole world back in Osha." Tori opened up to Wren in a way she had opened up to no one since she'd been with Darien back in Scalero's household. At first it felt strange to voice everything that had been knotted up inside her mind, but as it all came unraveling, she began to feel comfortable, and things made more sense. "When I saw you hanging from that gallows, it brought it all back. I failed Darien. I killed his rebellion. He hated the legions, and I turned him into a soldier, a killer, just like the ones who killed his family." Wren thought for a moment. "Do you really think Darien blames you?" Tori didn't know. Darien was always the softer one, though, so perhaps he would understand. Perhaps he would forgive her. "You saved his life, and you ignited a spark seen across the new world. Your friend strikes me as someone who longs for peace and justice. And even if he does resent what you did, this is bigger than him. You brought hope to lowborns across the empire. Just this morning, I received word of slave uprisings in Pendra and the Fringes." "And how many of those slaves died?" Tori asked, the familiar darkness creeping into her thoughts. "That's not the point, Astoria. Lowborns never fight back. In the history of Osha, there have never been uprisings of this magnitude. Will people die? Of course they will. But change will not happen any other way. You grew up in the midst of Osha's oppression, and I know you long for freedom for other lowborns." Tori sighed. "I know you're right, but it's a big burden to bear. To be a symbol for all this. I'm no one. I never asked for this. It just happened." Wren clasped her hand gently. His fingers were warm. "You know, a few years ago, all I wanted was a noble's life in Merrill. I longed for power, to serve on the High Council. I longed to expand my family's influence. But it wasn't until my house was undone that my priorities changed. Sometimes I feel like the Shadow Watch was thrust upon me. I'm no military man. I don't know how to start a war." "Then why did you do it? Why did you start the Shadow Watch?" "My family kept the old ways hidden for hundreds of years. We worshipped the old gods in secret, read ancient scrolls. But for our own preservation, we resisted the temptation to discover the gifts we possessed. We blended in. We vied for power. We were full of ourselves and our ambitions. But I realized that there was more than my own family's preservation at stake. I realized that the corruption in Osha affected all my kind, that we had been murdered for centuries at the whims of rulers who thought we were a threat to their orderly system. and I couldn't let the fear of what might happen hold me back. As a result of my pursuit of magic, I was forced to flee Merrill, and my entire family was wiped out. It was a terrible tragedy, but it led us all here. It led to the Shadow Watch. "But how do you live with that?" said Tori. "The dark effects of your magic." "Not easily, I promise you," said Ren. Tori gave him a querulous look. "You make it look easy." Ren shook his head. "I've learned to guard my mind from those dark thoughts because they would rule me if I let them. I know it was good to pursue magic, even if my family died as a result. And I know that all good things require sacrifice. You cannot let your regrets about failing to save a few people stop you from saving anyone else." Ren had not let go of her hand. He squeezed it tight. And Tori knew Ren was right. She did long for justice, and not just for the Watchers. For lowborns in Merrill, the Fringes, all across the Empire. Sorcerers were not the only ones who lived under the oppression of the Chancellors. The world needed to change, and if Tori was some sort of catalyst for that change... Tori smiled, a little sad as Ren let go of her hand. "All right, I'm ready." "Ready for what?" "I'm ready to face my fears. I'm ready to be the Gallows Girl." Ren's smile stretched wide, and Tori wanted to live in his blissful gaze forever. She was filled with warmth and hope for what was to come. She felt like she could do anything, fly, lead a rebellion, whatever. "I don't want to be a queen, though," she added. Ren's brow curled with bemusement. "Who said anything about being a queen?" Tori fought back a blush. "Never mind." When Tori finally left Ren's chambers, the sisters had risen high in the night sky. Although Sarah would be furious that he'd left his room, Ren insisted on walking Tori to her bedroom. Before she closed the door, Tori turned back and watched him walk away. Ren's movements were feeble still, but he should have been dead. She called back to him. "How did I do it, Ren?" Ren smiled as he turned. "Perhaps you just couldn't bear not to see my face again." Tori shook her head, but couldn't hold back a slight smile in return. "It's only a theory," he said, drawing near again, very near. "Well, I wouldn't put much stock in it." Tori could feel each of his breaths on her neck. His own neck was still bruised from the noose, a dark line that looked like an incision in his skin. "I'm glad you're alive, Ren and Ovier." "Me too," Ren laughed. His hand found hers again, and his touch sent shivers up her arms. "When you first pushed me off that cliff, I thought you were insane, you know. When I saw you on that gallows, I knew you were insane. But, well, it worked, didn't it? You can call me a mad genius if you like." Tori shook her head. "Good night, Captain." Without thinking, she kissed him on the cheek, then slipped away and quickly shut the bedroom door behind her, her heart thundering in her chest. She leaned back against the door and breathed. "I shouldn't have done that," she thought. "That was stupid. He's my captain, and you heard him. He's not looking for a queen. And there are far more important things to worry about, like how we are ever going to launch a rebellion against the Chancellor." The lamps were out, but Tori could still make out the form of Vashti turning over in her bed to face away. Even so, Tori couldn't help smiling as she slid beneath her sheets. The next afternoon, Ren took Tori aside during combat training. "If I spend another day in that bedroom, I'll go mad," Ren said. "I couldn't convince Sarah to let me take you up the mountain for a few more days, so we will have to try something different." He led her to a long and narrow hall lit by oil lamps. At either end, there were tables spread with an assortment of throwing knives. He handed her a blade, and she tensed at what she guessed was to come. "Throw it. Directly at my head." "Ren, you're still healing. Maybe it'd be best if I—" "Just throw it." Tori gripped the handle in her fingers. "Hold it by the blade loosely like this." Ren grabbed his own blade and showed her the technique. Then he crossed to the end of the hall. He stood still and calm. His broad chest rose and fell in perfect rhythm. His shining eyes met hers, and he nodded. Tori cocked her hand back and threw the blade with all her strength. It sailed high, a little too high, nearly hitting the ceiling, but just before it brushed the stone blocks, it arced and flew right at Ren. He reached out. Just as it was about to hit his face, it slowed slightly, and he caught it by the handle. Tori huffed. "Don't make it look so easy." "It is easy. It's like breathing, Astoria. Vaughn told me you were making progress in your conjury lessons." Vaughn was too generous with the word progress. Or perhaps he believes in the gallows girl, just as I do. Ren pitched the blade she'd thrown on the ground. "My turn." Ren chose a longer, larger blade. He made a show of stretching out his arms, giving her a moment to calm herself. Tori concentrated, but she was trembling. Of course, she could always heal. But since the first plunge from Oren's mountain, she had worried that, someday, it might not occur by instinct. She gritted her teeth, determined to show Ren what she was capable of. "Relax," said Ren. "You are a conjurer. You manipulate the matter around you. You make it do what you bid it to do." Tori nodded and tried her best to relax. She closed her eyes and breathed deep, in and out, focusing her mind on her surroundings, letting herself become aware of the intricacies behind the world. She opened her eyes, and immediately Ren let the blade fly. He did not even throw it. It flew from his fingers with a flare of conjury power, shooting end over end, directly at Tori's face. Her hand shot out in front of her instinctively. Better to heal a hand than an eye. But mid-air, the blade seemed to slow, and Tori's sense came to her like eyes spreading wide. A new world opening up. She could feel the vibration of each knife rotation on the air. She could sense the minuscule particles that composed the metal of the blade, all of them tumbling right at her face. Over and over they turned. And then the rotation slowed. The blade met her grasping hand, as though it had been passed across the table. But it was the blade she caught, not the handle. Pain shot up her arm, and Tori dropped the knife. "Shenza!" The knife had sliced through the length of her palm. Blood spewed out for a moment, painting the stone floor, and then the wound closed over. Ren came running over, howling with excitement. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! I nearly cut off my hand." "Nearly, that's the important word. That blade should have sheared your hand clean off. You summoned. You manipulated the world around you. The blade did your bidding. Remember that feeling, Astoria. Memorize every success. Play it over and over again in your mind before you fall asleep. Visualize yourself mastering your power. When the doubts and fears creep in, replace them with this memory. You have opened up the gates. Now let the flood come pouring in. Vaughn was right. You are making progress indeed." Tori filled with pride at his praise, watching with wonder as her skin weaved itself back together. "Now, if I can just focus my sense a little earlier," she thought, anxious for another chance. Wren picked up the bloodied blade, wiped it on his trousers, and handed it to her healed hand. "Your turn." Chapter 25. Over the next few days, Tori managed to land her first jump from Oren's mountain without breaking any bones. She caught 5 knives in a row without injury. She managed to hover a foot off the ground during flight lessons, then flew several feet across the courtyard. Her nightmares continued, but they held less sway over her mind. Tori faced her ghosts, and when they derided her abilities and poked at her fears, she told them to leave her. And the more she faced them, the more her magic swept over her, like a monsoon over the tidal walls of the Triumvelle. Every day Tori felt stronger and more in control of her gifts, and she craved a real opportunity to prove her abilities. She found herself longing for the revolution to begin. A week after flying across the courtyard, she flew the entire distance from her tower window to Wren's balcony. Wren beamed at her as she landed, and he pulled her close. It took her by surprise at first. She felt stiff in his arms, but she recovered and returned the embrace. His warmth filled her up, and suddenly she felt short of breath. The captain had not mentioned anything about her kiss on the cheek the previous week, and since that day he had seemed more focused on her training than ever. And she had been relieved, in all honesty. Her emotions were a twisted mess, particularly toward Darian. When she thought of Darian, she felt strange. She loved him, yes, she always would, but he was gone. Only the gods knew where. And did I ever truly hope to wait for him? Did I ever truly want anything to happen between us? It had always been something forbidden in Merowell, and even entertaining the notion felt odd. One day, if he was alive, Tori hoped to free him from the legions. But first, Wren's revolution would have to overthrow the Chancellor. As her power grew, Tori's contempt toward Cyrus Merrow increased. She hated the Chancellors and all they had done. They had eradicated her kind, hunted them down, and as if that were not bad enough, Cyrus Morrow had harvested their blood. The Watchers would return to the known world. Tori felt sure of it, and she would help Wren lead them. She and Wren. Somehow, it felt like something beyond her, something the All-Mother and the All-Father might have orchestrated all along. How else could she explain the events of the past few months? Tori had been trying to deny it ever since the night she kissed him. She had thrown herself into her training as hard as she could. It was silly to consider such things now, on the brink of a revolution, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to renounce her attraction to Wren, and her hope that he was attracted to her as well. Her favorite parts of the day were their morning climbs up Oren's mountain and evening lessons in the courtyard. The past couple months, Tori had grown physically stronger than she ever could have dreamed. She could climb the staircase to the clouds 3 times a day without feeling winded, and then make it back for the second leg of the morning run. Meanwhile, her Watcher abilities were coming more and more naturally every day. Through Wren's belief in her, she was learning to believe in herself. Wren did not take any credit for her progress, though without his persistence it would have been impossible. Wren was not making her what she was. He was helping her see the powerful Watcher she already was inside, helping her become more herself than she had ever been. And that was what attracted her most to him. But the captain was difficult to read. Sometimes, Tori felt as though he might be warming to the connection they shared, times like now, after her successful flight. But other times, he felt like her captain and nothing more. His concern was always with what would make her a better Watcher. Their talk was always focused on her abilities and what was helping or hindering her progress. He did not share about himself. In a moment, he would pull away and become hard to read again. Still, Tori had never seen Wren as excited as when she landed on his balcony after flying across the grounds of the watchtower. Tori could feel Wren's breath on her neck, and it sent shivers through her. She pulled away slowly, and his fingers traced the bare skin of her arm. "We are getting close," he said. "Close?" "To the revolution." The enthusiasm waned from Wren's voice, and the shivers left Tori at once. The embrace was only his excitement, and nothing more. And now he spoke what should have been exhilarating news with an air of reluctance. "The watch is growing larger and stronger. You are getting more powerful every day. You will be ready to announce your survival to the new world soon. If only—" Wren leaned out from the balcony and gazed out at the valley. But his gaze was empty, as though seeing the world but not looking at any of it. Tori touched his shoulder. "What's wrong, Wren?" Wren did not speak for some time. "I received news that the great Sultan is dead." "Vashti's father?" she said with a slight fall in her voice. "Why is he concerned with her father?" Wren nodded wordlessly. "Have you told her?" Tori asked. Wren looked up, puzzled. No. Gods, you're right. I should speak with her. I hadn't." "So it's something more than Vashti?" Wren sighed. "We cannot accomplish this revolution alone. Before he died, the great Sultan was raising an army. He was going to ride to war against the Chancellor, while his legions were weak from their war against Morgath. It would have been the perfect time to reveal ourselves to the new world. The perfect time to turn the nobles against their chancellor. The High Council of Osha is filled with unrest. The nobles are tired of Cyrus Morrow. But with the Sultan dead, that opportunity is lost." "Then perhaps now is not the opportunity the gods want you to take," Tori said. Wren did not seem to be listening. He continued on, consumed by his own thoughts. "I have not heard from Kale in weeks. Not since he left for Vliani. It's not like him to be gone so long. Something has gone wrong." "What is he looking for among the Yan Avi?" "He and his partner, Kira, have been searching for a very powerful weapon, one that they believe may be the key to our rise, called the Godstones." "Godstones?" Tori had never heard of them. "A mythical weapon from the old world. According to lore, there were two sets, one belonging to the All-Father, one to the All-Mother. It's been said the stones could wipe out entire cities with the right wielder. Legend says they did as much in the war between the worlds." "That's horrible." "Yes, and there's more I've been pondering since my brother left. When Scalero sent word of his plan to break you out of the Citadel, he warned us that the Chancellor had accepted the company of a strange sorceress. He said that Cyrus Morrow was dabbling in dark, old-world magic." "Have you heard anything more from Scalero?" At the mention of his name, Tori grew worried again for her old master. Wren looked away. "I'm sorry, Tori. I should have told you earlier, but I was worried you would feel guilty, and you were just overcoming your fears." "Guilty about what?" she demanded. Her stomach sank. "When I returned from Morrowell a few weeks ago, I told you that I had not heard word from Scalero, but that was not entirely true." "What do you mean?" "There were rumors circulating amongst the nobles. It seems, since your escape from the Citadel, the commander has not been seen anywhere in Morrowell." "You mean he's dead?" Tori did feel guilty. Scalero had helped her escape. "This is my fault." "The Chancellor doesn't like to waste," said Wren. "I would wager that Scalero has taken your place in the Citadel, another supply of magical blood." Tori did not know what to say. She was not sure whether she should feel grateful that Scalero had sacrificed himself, or horrified. He was a good master," was all she could think to say. Wren's face hardened at this, however. "In truth, my relationship with Scalero has always been complicated. After my mother was killed for practicing sorcery, I renounced her. Yes, it ran in the family. But mine was not the only family to have magical prowess in Osha. Many of the chancellors themselves were said to have possessed the seeds of magic in their blood. The sin was not having the ability, but using it. But I rose up amongst the nobles, and eventually discovered that a certain young prince did not approve of my mother's execution. That prince was Cyrus Marrow. This was before his own family died, before he was chancellor, but even then he was ambitious. In secret, he was massing followers who wanted to return to the old ways, and Commander Scalero was among those followers. We both served the chancellor as he began experimenting with magic. We had not yet realized the chancellor's dark intentions for it, but we were both powerful and ambitious, perhaps too ambitious. Everyone was vying for a seat in Cyrus Marrow's circles. Many believed that he would be the chancellor to return Osha to its former glory. It was a dark game. Nobles turned on one another for a little more power. Scalero betrayed me, convinced the chancellor that I was a traitor, and I was forced to flee. Again, Tori did not know what to say. She knew Ren had come from a noble family, but he had helped the chancellor rise to power? He and Scalero both? I don't claim to be a saint, Astoria, and truth be told, had Scalero not cast me out, I might not have learned Cyrus Marrow's dark intent until it was too late. The Shadow Watch might never have formed. I thank the gods it happened the way it did. But for many years, I hated Commander Scalero more than any other. This was hard to comprehend. Scalero had been good to Tori. Her last memory of him was the moment in her cell when he'd come to visit her. He had cared for her, sacrificed himself to free her, a lowly slave girl in his household. Scalero was not always a morph, said Ren. He betrayed me to gain the Chancellor's good graces, to rise up, to become the commander of the morphs. For years I thought him one of our greatest enemies, but a few months ago I received word from one of my spies in Marowell. Scalero had turned against the Chancellor, and he had a plan to break out the Gallows Girl, who was, coincidentally, not really dead. Scalero turned his cloak because he believed Cyrus Marrow's lust for power was growing out of control under the influence of this dark sorceress. And now Scalero has disappeared because he helped me escape, Tori thought. I've been thinking of it often, said Ren. For Scalero to give up all he'd worked for, it must have been something great he feared. You think the Chancellor is after these godstones? My mother used to tell us stories of old world magic. I never believed in the godstones, but if the stones are real, I fear Kale may not be the only one after them. I think Kale has gotten into trouble among your people, Astoria. What sort of trouble? My brother is not driven by dreams of power, nor even the restoration of the Watchers. He fights to redeem his past, and that is always a volatile motive. Kale's story is dark and filled with ghosts, and it drives him to make foolish decisions. What happened to him? Tori asked. Ren's gaze became distant again. Our mother's death. But we were boys, and it doesn't do anyone good to dwell on old tragedies. Kale has spent enough time doing that for a lifetime. Just then there was a rap on the door. Ren and Tori moved apart as Misha entered. She saluted the captain before she spoke. Captain, we are ready to head to Itala. Is Tori ready? Shenza, said Ren. I forgot that was tonight. Itala? Said Tori. What for? The next phase of your Watcher training, said Ren with a slight chuckle. Misha's eyes were sparkling with anticipation. The taverns! I'm so excited. Come on, Tori, you need to get changed. Tori was irritated. Ren was just beginning to open up to her, and Tori wanted to stay and hear more about the Watchers and Ren and Kale's past. She wanted Wren to want her to stay. "Taverns? Can't it wait for another time?" she said. No, you should go," Wren said, moving farther away from her. "I want to finish our conversation," Tori insisted. "We will have plenty of time for tales. Besides, I've got things I need to take care of here." "It's the next phase of my training, but you're not coming?" Wren shook his head. "I'm sorry, but as you said, I should speak with Vashti about her father. Vaughn will tell me all about it. Enjoy yourself. The Crooked boys are mighty handsome, I hear." And Wren turned and left them. Crooked boys, Tori thought, fuming. Again, Wren was pulling away. Or maybe his nearness is only in my head, only some other aspect of being the gallows girl. But Tori knew it was no use defying the captain. Misha hurried Tori away at a swift pace, leading her to their bedroom. "You'll want to change into something a bit, grungier," said Misha. "Why?" said Tori, annoyed. "Because fights are messy. You'll ruin that nice silk tunic." "Fights?" said Tori. Misha's eyes sparkled with a devious glint. "Crooked fights." The Crooked mountain folk were a hardy and fierce people. Anyone who lived in such a harsh land had to be, and the village of Itala was no exception. One of their favorite pastimes was to get drunk on a fermented potato concoction called nash, and then they would send 2 people into a thick iron cage called the tomb. There, the villagers would watch the pair fight until one surrendered or was rendered unconscious. Usually, Tori soon discovered, it was the latter, for the mountain folk were fiercely conniving and stubbornly proud. Surrender was the greatest shame. So they won at any cost. According to Daja, many a crooked man or woman had been bludgeoned to death because of their unyielding pride. The matches were a test of what a human person could endure, and the crooked folk placed bets on the victor. Daja claimed a dark stain on the floor of the Wolf's Fang Tavern was from the time a crooked woman had bet her husband's right arm on a fight, and lost. The fights were an all-village madhouse. So, naturally, the watchers had made it part of their training to journey down to join the festivities. The rules were simple: no magic and no surrender. A test of their mettle, combat training, and physical endurance. The tomb was a domed cage set in the village square between 2 taverns that pit patrons against one another. After several pints of nash, the fights began. Tori was the first watcher sent in after a pair of bloody village fights, the second won by the fiercest woman Tori had ever seen. The man she'd faced was barely recognizable once the villagers peeled him off the ground. Tori was matched against a giant beast of a man who fought bare-chested and barefoot, even in the snow. He entered the cage first and danced around on the balls of his feet, throwing massive punches into the air to loosen up, which aroused raucous cheers from the crowd. "You got this, Tori!" Misha shouted over the din, clapping her on the back. "My bet's on you," said Zaya. Daja guffawed. "On her first go? No magic? Not a chance. My bet's on the brute." "But she can heal," whispered Zaya mischievously. "She can't help that." The Klavash girl glanced at Misha, but she seemed unamused. "Don't mean she can't get knocked cold from one of them clubs," Daja said, pointing to the size of the brute's fists. "If she wins, I'll take your stable duty and your kitchen duty next week. You're on." Tori tried to steady her breaths as she entered the tomb. The gate slammed shut behind her. There is no going back now. Though she was irritated that Wren was not there, a host of watchers had come down from the watchtower, and Tori was determined to show them what she could do. Vaughn caught her eye from the crowd and grinned. Zaya cheered, and Daja howled about how much he was going to enjoy getting out of his duties. Misha simply nodded to her. Tori shifted her focus inward. She did not match her opponent's warm-up antics. Instead, she practiced what Ren called Shivanya, an old watcher discipline of self-awareness, focusing hard on her own body, what it felt like, what she knew it could do. It was a gateway to her magic sense, but it was also key to controlling her physical body. She could use no magic in the fight, but her body had grown strong and quick without it, thanks to Sarah's emphasis on physical ability before magical ability. Tori's speed would be her advantage over this brute. She focused until her world was her opponent and nothing else, just her body and his. The beast was pumping his arms. The crowd formed around the tomb roared and pounded on the iron grates of the cage with violent anticipation. The crowd parted for the clan leader of Itala, who carried a long musket with a jagged blade fixed to the muzzle. He hefted the musket in the air and fired, and the fight began. The tomb was about 20 feet across and 10 feet tall at the peak of the dome. The two combatants faced off from either end, circling around, always facing one another, waiting for the other to make the first move. The beast gestured for her to come to him, but Tori held her ground. He was smiling. He was used to this, and he knew this was her first time. Tori's senses felt like they were on fire, but she tried not to let her fears show. She narrowed her focus, analyzed the beast's every move, the speed of his steps, the length of his reach, and waited patiently. Never make the first move. She'd learned that in the fringes. The man's cocky grin turned into a fierce grimace. His eyes lit up with rage. Finally, with a vulgar cry, the brute launched forward. He moved quicker than Tori expected for someone so large, and she barely dodged his first attack in time. His momentum carried him into the side of the tomb with a crash, while Tori scampered to the other end of the cage to face off with him again. The next time, the beast controlled his strength better. He stopped and swung with immense paws. Tori ducked and cut to his right, but as she moved, the beast's foot swung out from under her and took out her legs. Move lightly, Sarah had taught her. And Tori was, if anything, light and quick. She landed in a tucked roll, letting the motion absorb her fall, and sprang back to her feet with ease. The beast grunted angrily, then sprinted forward again with another empty result. After a few attacks, his chest was already beginning to heave. Tori's plan formed in her mind. After a couple minutes, she barely felt a thing. She could dance around this brute for hours. All her training had given her endurance. I'll wear the beast down, bit by bit, before I... As he thundered over for another attack, a hand suddenly grabbed Tori's tunic from behind. It was one of the villagers. The unexpected grab broke Tori's focus and pinned her back. As she tried to wrench free, the beast's fist met her gut. The air escaped her lungs all at once as she was launched back into the iron cage. Tori slumped to the ground, only to be lurched back up by a brutal kick to the face. Her jaw rushed with pain. More hands reached for her from outside the cage. The villagers were shrieking with drunken laughter. Tori twisted away, scrambling on all fours, cursing, blood dripping from her mouth and nose. The beast was pumping his fists in the air to cacophonous cheers from the Italan villagers. Tori looked desperately to the watchers, but they just shook their heads. Daja was laughing. Anything goes in the tomb, love. Keep away from the edge, cried Misha. With arms reaching into the cage from every side, Tori had even less space to maneuver. Luckily, Zaya was right. Her regenero abilities kicked in unbidden, and she spat the last of the blood out on the ground. Anything goes, she thought, with a smirk directed right at the beast. He charged. Tori didn't let him get close enough to land a blow. She darted to the side, and he lumbered past. She danced around the cage, dodging his attacks easily, which only made him angrier. His moves grew erratic, his focus moving from the fight to his frustration, and it was then Tori finally changed her tactics. She let him get close, ducking a massive right hook. As he tried his sweeping foot trick again, she arched back into a kick of her own, landing a solid blow to his nose. He stumbled back. Tori seized the opportunity, landing a punch to his gut and blocking his own jab with her right fist, and then offered another left punch to his face. The brute staggered away from her and began circling, trying to catch his breath. Blood was pouring from his mouth, but Tori was nowhere near letting up. She charged again, mixing her attack up with a sweeping kick that knocked him off his feet. He didn't land as lightly as Tori. As he struggled to stand, she was tempted to take the fight to the ground, but now was not the time. If she had learned one thing in her scraps back in the fringes, it was that her smallness made her quick and agile, but it also made her useless once she was pinned by someone bigger. This beast could wrap her up and use his mass against her. She let him regain his feet and waited for his next move. The beast was spitting blood like a well pump. His steps were unsteady, and he was deathly angry. He lurched forward. Tori forced herself to hold back, letting him use up his energy on empty attacks. She let him get close, enough to keep him coming back for more, to keep him hoping. She threw some weak jabs that did little damage to his immense body. His grin was returning, though his movements had noticeably slowed. Tori let him land one last good one, a kick to her gut that sent her flying across the cage. She landed hard on her stomach, though not as hard as it appeared. Tori lay still, letting him feel the foolish assumption of victory. The beast staggered over, exhausted, ready to finish her off. He wasn't ready when she sprang, lithely, as though she were a child leaping from bed. Tori used the low-hanging dome to her advantage, launching into the air and swinging from the thick iron mesh, letting her momentum carry her boot into the back of the brute's head as he came up with his final empty attack. He collapsed to the ground, and now it was time to join him there. Tori leapt on top of him, landing blow after blow to his face. Her knuckles were raw and trembling by the time the crooked man slumped unconscious upon his back. When it was over, there was a palpable silence. No one expected me to win, Tori realized. Not the Watchers, and surely none of the Italan villagers. Are they suspicious now? Furious about their lost bets? All eyes were on Tori as she staggered to her feet, blood drenching her tunic, her knuckles aching as her body slowly healed itself. Misha smiled and raised her fist in a sort of salute. Tori raised her fist in return. And then the whole village cheered. Tori had passed the test. Chapter 26. There were 3 more fights that night, but none were quite as exciting as Tori's. Only one other Watcher fought, Joran, a Regenero boy, and he was pummeled. It was his turn, according to Daja. "We can't be coming down here and pounding 'em to bits every time. After a while they'd get suspicious. Lucky he's a Regenero. Sarah don't heal wounds from such barbaric altercations." Sarah had not joined the group in Itala that night. Her husband, Vaughn, smiled knowingly. "She hates needless violence." "Ironic, ain't it?" said Daja. "The trainer of a bloody army. Ha!" When the fights were over, the 2 Italan taverns filled with rowdy villagers, hyped up on adrenaline and Nash, reenacting their favorite moments from the fights. More than a few were attempting to mimic Tori's swing from the cage knockdown, which led to an amusing amount of spilled Nash and 2 overturned tables. Tori, Misha, Vaughn, and Daja gathered around a table in the corner of the Wolf's Fang Tavern, laughing and drinking as the villagers got progressively crazier. Despite not wanting to come, Tori enjoyed the frivolity, forgetting for a moment all her training, Kale's and Scalero's disappearances, and especially forgetting about Ren. Daja and Misha made fun of the drunken patrons of the Wolf's Fang, imagining ludicrous conversations the crooked folk might be having as they howled and cheered and fought and flirted. The crooked folk spoke an ancient dialect of the common tongue, which had become muddled by the amalgamation of cultures that fled to the teeth and formed the hardy people at the end of the old world. It made the crooked folk difficult to understand at times, but Tori enjoyed the differences. Many had, in fact, descended from old tribes of the Yan Avi, as well as from Morgath, Fairy, and the Southern Isles. The mountain people formed their own tribe, safe from the influence of the empire. The crooked folk reminded Tori, in many ways, of her own people, her childhood upon the steppe. The tomb fights were not unlike the wrestling matches and saber duels that often rose up around evening fires in the Yan Avi tent cities. The people of Itala were close in a way that oceans were not. Ocean families were an entity unto themselves, consumed with their own familial accomplishments. But here in Itala, much like the Borodai tribe of her childhood, the people felt like one big family, with all the bickering and hard work and laughter to go along with it. A broad-chested man approached a girl with straight black hair who was bustling around serving drinks. Daja's eyes had been following her every time she returned with another Nash, and Daja eagerly mocked the man as he made his move. "Ar, little love, look a me. I'm a big and strong. I can break this here table with me own head." "Well," said Misha, imitating the girl's husky voice. The serving girl gestured at the wall of mugs and shook her head. "Tell you what, if you can break this here log bar top, I'll leave with you right now." Tori chuckled at the enactment. The broad-chested man followed the serving girl's tattooed hand, and then he took hold of it and beseeched her. "Ah," Daja exclaimed, "on second thought, these logs be a mite thicker than me skull. Reckon I'll need me wits about me to handle a night with ye. Why don't we skip the show? What do ye say?" The serving girl wrenched her hand free of the man's grasp, shaking her head and scowling, and Tori and Vaughn erupted in laughter. "Ah, please," cried Daja, clutching at his chest. "Me heart 'tis breaking." "You'll break more than that if you don't beat it," cried Misha, as the woman gave him a good shove. The man staggered away, tripping on an outstretched leg in the aisle. The man rolled. A scrawny boy tried to help him, and they both collapsed. The whole room erupted in laughter, including the rejected crooked man, who rose to his feet and bowed. "All part of the show," cried Daja. "All part of the show." Tori smiled and took another long pull from her mug. She was glad she'd come. She discovered that, though the taste of Nash was rather bitter, it had managed to completely lighten her mood and helped push away thoughts of her confusing interactions with Ren that night. It's stupid to think about anyway. We have a war on our hands. A war Tori was eager to begin, and which seemed to be placed on hold with the death of Vashti's father. Vashti, she thought with disgust. "Think you got an admirer, Tori?" Vaughn said, pointing to a handsome young village boy across the room. Tori had caught him staring only a few minutes ago. He turned away sheepishly as Vaughn called him out. "The crooked men love a woman who can kick their ass," said Misha, patting Tori's shoulder. "Every boy in this room has his eyes on Tori." "Not like this one," said Vaughn. "He's got it bad." "Ah, please," said Daja with a laugh. "We all know Tori's got eyes for only one man." "And who would that be?" said Tori defensively. "The captain, obviously," said Misha. "I don't have eyes for Ren." and he certainly doesn't have eyes for me. "Ah, Wren," Daja said in a sing-song voice. "Sweet, fly me up the mountain, Wren. Ah, sure as the gods are dead, you know none of us are on first names with the captain. Nothing to do with those late-night lessons, you don't suppose?" Everyone laughed but Tori. "Come on, Tori," said Misha, poking her. "You're telling me there was nothing going on when I came to bring you here?" Tori fought off a blush. It was all Shenza. Even if Tori entertained the idea, Wren had no eyes for her. He'd sent her here to this madhouse, where the crooked boys were mighty handsome. What did Misha care anyway? She wasn't usually one to pry into Tori's love life. And Tori had given her the same courtesy. She had not inquired about why Zaya Shalvar seemed to frequent their room less often lately, nor had she pointed out that the girl had not joined them at the taverns after the fights. "They're just lessons," said Tori irritably. "Aha! What sort of lessons, I wonder?" "Gods, enough," said Tori. "There's nothing going on between me and the captain. Just leave it alone, will you?" "Shenza!" Vashti took up a chair at their table, smirking darkly. She hadn't been at the fights. Likely Wren had just told her about her father, and she had the humor to show for it. "Tell me, gallows girl, has Wren flown with you up the mountain? Has he kissed you in the ruins of Orin's temple?" "No, he hasn't!" Tori flushed with anger. But Vashti had hit her mark. Vashti smiled spitefully. "You are not the first to be thrown from Orin's mountain or fly to his balcony." He trained Vashti the same way? Suddenly, Tori felt even more foolish for entertaining thoughts about the captain. "It doesn't matter how he trained you, because there's nothing going on." "Prove it," said Vashti. Perhaps it was her anger. Perhaps it was because Vashti was speaking directly to Tori's fears about Wren. Or perhaps it was the effects of the Nash, but Tori didn't think about what she did next. The Italan boy across the room was staring again, and this time Tori held his gaze and smiled. He grinned back foolishly. "All right, I will," Tori said. Tori crossed the room to join the Italan boy. A little flirting couldn't do any harm, and the crooked boy was mighty handsome. The boy's face was coppery and smooth, but when he spoke, his voice was deep. He was a man grown, 16 or 17 at least. He spoke the common tongue well for a crooked boy, and with charm and confidence for his youth. "That cage move, that was good," he said. "Glad you enjoyed it," Tori smiled, letting a hand brush his shoulder. "I'm Fallon." Tori. "Want another drink?" Tori shouldn't have done it. She knew she shouldn't have. She should have pecked Fallon quick on the lips, made her point, and headed back to join the others. But she was already feeling light from the Nash and the adrenaline from the fight. She was frustrated with whatever was or was not going on with Wren, whether she wanted him to have eyes for her, whether she was just the next Vashti to him, or worse, less than Vashti. "He's not looking for me to be his queen." And Wren was the one to suggest a crooked boy in the first place. Tori took the seat beside Fallon. She wanted to forget about Wren, about being the gallows girl, about everything. Fallon was grinning expectantly, his eyes only on her, and it felt good for someone to have eyes for her without any wondering. Tori laughed and took hold of Fallon's hand. "I'd love another drink." One Nash turned into 3, and Tori's walls slipped farther away with each drink. She had never had so much liquor in her life. "Didn't think monks were supposed to drink so much," Fallon said, handing her a 4th. "Monks?" Tori wondered foggily. "Of course, that's what Wren lets the villagers believe we are." The watchtower was a monastery in service to the old gods in the eyes of the people of Itala. It made the superstitious folk revere the Watchers and keep their distance at the same time. Tori's words were growing more drawn out, but she liked it. Becoming more carefree made her feel good, made her forget about all the things that had been weighing on her mind. Tori thought she would play into the monastic role a bit more. "Well, we're not exactly supposed to come down here, you know, but sometimes monks have to let loose." This got Fallon rocking back with laughter. His arm was draped around her, and they laughed and talked some more about monk life, which he found fascinating, though not nearly as fascinating as the rebel girl who snuck away from the monastery to fight and drink. Tori basked in the boy's attention. It was nice, for once, to be fawned over for something other than the bloody gallows, even if it was all a fraud. She let herself slip more and more into the rebel monk persona, let herself move closer to Fallon, her hands wandering from her mug to grasp his hand, which was already on her knee. Then her fingers ventured up his back, lingering at the soft, brown skin of his neck. Fallon was beautiful. There was no denying it. His curly black hair drifted across deep brown eyes. "I bet he's got some Jan Avi blood in him." Fallon's hands were smooth as they teased her neck and tangled in her hair. He reminded her of Darien in a way, a boy of the mountains. The rest of the room was loud and raucous around them, but all of it was slipping away in the background. All Tori was aware of in the world was Fallon's warm hands, which somehow managed to induce shivers. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" he whispered in her ear. His breath was warm and made her skin tingle. "I thought monks were supposed to be peaceful." "Maybe. I haven't always been a monk," she said confidingly. "But you know what, Fallon?" He drew nearer. Tori hiccuped. "I've never been this drunk before. I feel like I'm floating." "Well, Nash is very—" "And you know what else, Fallon?" Tori interrupted. "What?" His lips brushed her ear as he spoke. "I'm tired of all this talking." Tori moved in so quickly, the boy almost fell over in his chair. His lips were warm and tasted of Nash, but Tori didn't notice the bitterness. She pulled him in, and they kissed in the corner of the Atalan tavern. His hands pulled her closer. Tori's whole body rushed with warmth, and suddenly she wanted to sneak away from the tavern and be alone and forget everything else. They were in another world, warm and light, like a good dream that didn't let any of the cold, bitter real world slip in. Tori wanted to feel warm and light and desired like this forever. She never wanted this to stop. She didn't know how long they spent kissing in the dream world, but it ended abruptly with a jarring, intrusive voice. "Tori! Gods! Tori!" And then the voice became a hand, jerking her back to reality. It was Misha. Tori pulled away from the Atalan boy, slowly, as though woken from a deep slumber. Her limbs felt detached, floating around the room without control. As she tried to stand, her legs buckled. Fallon caught her, but his mug of Nash spilled in the process, and the two of them fell into foolish hysterics. "We have to go back to the monastery, now." Misha sounded like she was speaking underwater. "I don't want to go," Tori protested. She held on to Fallon's arm as Misha tried to pull her away. Fallon was grinning drunkenly at the whole ordeal. Tori pulled back so hard she and Misha both went tumbling to the floor. Tori kept jerking her arm away as Misha held tight. But then a sharp pain in her cheek caused her body to slacken. Misha had slapped her. Several of the villagers whooped, thinking a brawl was starting. Misha slapped her again. "Quit it! Come back home with me now, or I'll slap you all night." Misha slapped her again. Tori tried to block it, but her movements were slow and stupid. "Fine, fine, fine." Tori shirked her friend's grip, and Fallon helped her to her feet. "Will I see you again?" he said, a boyish grin stretching wide. "I doubt it," said Misha. Tori shot her a glare, then gave Fallon a final kiss on the cheek before Misha yanked her away. Misha's breaths were heaving as she dragged Tori along after her, out of the tavern and into the cold night. Tori quit fighting and followed obediently. The sharp bite of the wind awakened her some. Her legs began to regain their sense, and her face stung in the cold. At the edge of the village, they passed a trough. "Should I throw you in, or are you ready to act your age?" said Misha. "I'm here, aren't I?" "Gods, I can't believe you, Tori." "What, am I the only one who can't have fun? Daja ran off with that serving girl, and I didn't see you dragging him away." "You made a fool of yourself, Tori. You're the gallows girl." "So, the gallows girl is the only one who can't have fun. Let's just get you home, all right?" Tori didn't answer, but she followed Misha out of Itala. They were well up the pass before Tori realized they were alone and not riding back in the sleigh. She was more out of sorts than she'd thought. "Where's everyone else?" "They left, Tori. Everyone else has already gone back." "Why didn't you?" Misha turned to her, fire teasing from her fingertips like angry butterflies. "I stayed because I wasn't ready to face Zaya, all right?" "What?" I ended things with her," said Misha, the fire dissipated, her lip trembling. "You'd know that if you hadn't run off. I wanted to get drunk with my friends and forget it all. But you left, and then Daja, and Vaughn went home to Sarah, and Vashti was acting strange as ever, and—" "I'm sorry," said Tori. "I didn't know. I didn't ask. I should have asked." Misha stopped in her tracks. "That wasn't you in there, Tori." "I wanted to forget too," Tori said. "I know it went too far, but I wanted to make my point to Vashti." "Well, you damn well made it, didn't you? Gods, what are you going to tell Wren?" "There's nothing to tell, because there's nothing going on. So I'm not going to tell Wren anything." There was a soft thud behind them, and both girls spun around with a start. "What aren't you going to tell me?" It was Wren. "Don't sneak up like that," said Misha, clutching at her chest. She'd released more flames, and the cuffs of her cloak were singed. "Sorry, I came looking when the sleigh returned with 3 missing. Vashti said she lost you in the taverns. Where's Daja?" "He found a distraction for the evening." Wren didn't notice when Tori shot Misha a look, implying her double standard. "Well then, I've found who I'm looking for," said Wren, leading the way down the path. "So, what weren't you going to tell me, Tori?" "About how she can't hold her Nash," said Misha, returning Tori's glare. "I found her spewing in the troughs. That's why we missed the sleigh." Wren laughed and took Tori's arm. "Well, if the crooked folk know one thing, it's how to brew a bloody drink. Believe me, you're not the first to make that mistake. Come on, let's get you home." Tori didn't protest and was ready to return to the watchtower when a cry echoed up the canyon. All 3 of them spun. There was no one in sight. "Must be Daja," said Misha. "Hey, Daj, up here!" There was another cry. Though unintelligible, it was most certainly human. "We're up here!" "Hey-o!" The voice was youthful and deep, and distinctly not Daja's. A young man stumbled into view, trudging through the snow, nearly falling as he approached. "Tori!" "It's Fallon," Tori realized with horror. "Oh, gods, said Misha. "Who's that?" said Ren, a dark tone rising in his voice. "I'll explain later," said Tori. "I'll handle him." She ran back down the canyon, nearly stumbling herself. The speed made her head feel light. "I am never drinking Nash again." "Tori!" "Fallon, what are you doing?" "I came back for you." "Go back to Itala," Tori said firmly. "Only if you come with me." He grabbed her hand. "Just for tonight. We had so much fun. Just a bit more fun." "I can't go back with you. Look back there. That's my cap. That's the high priest of the monastery. Now go. Do you want a curse placed on you?" Fallon looked taken aback. "A curse?" "The high priest is very angry with me. You don't want him mad at you too." Fallon looked a little hurt as he let go of her hand. "I'm sorry, Fallon. I shouldn't have." The still night was pierced by an ear-splitting shriek. The sound was unlike anything Tori had ever heard in her life, echoing off the mountains, seeming to come from all around. Her first thought was a Kendrak bear, but she had never heard a bear sound like that. It came again, closer, high-pitched and thunderous, and filling every void of silence. It reminded Tori of the time a man had been burned alive in the Fringe pyres. He had been deathly sick, but not quite deathly enough, and his dying shrieks had filled her with the same sickening dread that came upon her now. The trees around them shook violently, some of them toppling over like saplings in a summer storm. The creature emerged from the woods, 100-foot snow pine crashing down in its path. It was larger and more terrifying than any of the tales could capture. But at the sight of the massive white monster, there was no doubt in Tori's mind what it could be. Its shriek pierced her ears, reverberating from 2 sets of jaws large enough to snap her in half. Tori's vision filled with the flash of fangs at the end of 2 furry, serpentine necks. "It's a Rulak." Part 10. The Casting of the Lots. The ritual by which the Great Sultane was chosen was performed by the priests of Arayava. Through a series of divinations, the 12 tribal chieftains were narrowed to 1. This way, the Yan Avi priests could ensure that the leader of the tribesmen was the one chosen by the will of the sun goddess. Of course, this was all a facade. The way the lots fell was, in truth, the result of bribes, trickery, and murder. It was a game. The winner was always the most ruthless and conniving player. Chapter 27. The choosing was held in the temple of the Red Palace. Located at the pinnacle of the dome above the Great Sultane's halls, it was only used by the Great Sultane except on the day of choosing. The golden dome was set on pillars, leaving the horizon exposed in all directions so that the soul might radiate upon every inch of the temple. At the eastern and western ends stood statues of Arayava, identical to the graven image in Sala's chambers, but more than twice the size. At the center of the dome was a flaming golden soul intricately etched into the floor. As they entered, Sala removed his fine robes, handing them to Ashi, and joined the other tribal chieftains, who wore simple white tunics and knelt in reverence around the golden soul. Ashi and Kale joined the several hundred attending servants, families, and tribal council members crowded around the sultanes. The rest of the Yan Avi people crowded in the streets of Liani, one great teeming mass radiating from Arayava's temple like rays of light. A tense anticipation hung over the entire city. Kale felt as though he could sense it on his skin, breathe it in the air. The temple was a flurry of murmurs as the Yan Avi waited for the high priest to commence the choosing. "According to lore," said Ashi, "the 3 sets of choosing stones were etched by the first sultane himself, when he was chosen to lead my people from their plight in the wandering dunes. The stones are kept in a sacred chest, opened only by the high priest the morning of the choosing. I wonder how high the price was for the sets of stones that came out of the chest this morning, whispered Kale. I suspect you could ask Xander Mina. Now do you sense her, Skyblood? Kale reached out with his sense. Kira was a Lumini. She had discovered her ability to manipulate light during her years of slavery in Jerka. In a desperate attempt to hide from her abusive master, she had discovered how to bend light around herself in order to walk the earth unseen. It was important that Mina believe his plan was working until the very end. So, according to Sala's plan, Kira would switch the stones, invisibly, only before Sala's lots were cast. She must have been somewhere in the temple, but he could not sense her. The cloud of minds around him made it difficult to fixate on anyone in particular. If all this is a farce, Ashi grabbed hold of his wrist. Kira is here, Skyblood. Now you must be silent. Light poured into the dome, and the room grew quiet as death. At the apex of the dome hung a fixture of mirrors, which captured the midday light of the Sol and beamed it to larger mirrors set between the pillars supporting the dome, making the entire temple glow. Flashing light shone upon all their faces, and Kale had to close his eyes, it grew so intense. When he opened them, the light had passed. It was midday, and time for the choosing to begin. The high priest strode to the center of the golden Sol. 3 temple maidens followed, dressed in flowing golden silks with a pair of golden Sol medallions covering their otherwise bare chests. Each maiden carried a black satchel containing 1 set of choosing stones. The high priest took each satchel, and the maidens moved to the edge of the circle. The priest held the stones above his head and looked to the sky. Everyone in the room, wordlessly, dropped to their knees and gazed up. Priests standing at the edge of the dome lifted their hands, signaling below for the entire city to kneel in prayer. The red city was still, as though the entire world had drawn its breath. Our beloved Arayava! The high priest's wispy voice filled the room and carried out to the city beyond. Light of lights, who came to us at the edge of the world, who led us up out of the wandering dunes. May your light shine upon your chosen this day, and may he lead us into many more years of prosperity. A great moaning sound rose up from the streets and filled the room. Arayava, Elenial Soltane! Arayava, Elenial Soltane! Arayava, Elenial Soltane! The entire city recited the prayer as one, asking that Arayava select her chosen. The priest dropped his gaze to the chieftains kneeling at the edge of the golden Sol. Let the choosing begin. Silence abandoned the temple in a great rush, replaced with loud speculation as the Soltanes were paired up for the first round of divinations. There were only 10 surviving Soltanes, 1 having died in the night, the other deathly sick, which was viewed as the curse of the soul. This meant that the Mina and Raji chieftains won their respective rounds by default. Sala Burodai was first paired against Dol Yara. Sala's stones fell with 3 souls and 2 loons, and Yara with only 1 soul. Sala won, and Yara cursed angrily as he left the circle. The former great Soltane's successor usually goes out in the first round, unless paired with especially unblessed chieftains, said Ashi, smiling as her triumphant prince returned to his spot at the edge of the circle.
Yara will be seen as a disgrace among his tribesmen. I told you Kira was here, Skyblood. She is doing her job well. Kale nodded curtly, but he was frustrated. He could not sense her. However, while a morph might be able to mimic a Lumeni outwardly, one could not take on her Lumeni ability. The stones had fallen in Sala's favor,
And Kira was the only Lumini he knew who could have switched the stones in the middle of the entire temple. "You must believe me and focus on what is most important," said Ashi. "Do you sense the Chancellor's morph in the temple?" "No," said Kale, again frustrated. He had always thought his gift inadequate. It was so dependent on the openness of the mind he was trying to infiltrate. "She is well trained, and she could be anyone here. Do you really think the Chancellor would attempt an assassination so publicly? This is his greatest opportunity. If Sala should die, it would be seen as a curse from Arayava for seeking to succeed his father. All the Chancellor must do is make it look like a curse." After the first round was complete, the losers competed for the remaining 2 slots in the second round, a chance to correct any human error in the divinations. When the final 8 had been chosen, the lots were cast for the second round pairings. 2 of the 3 sets were identical, 5 stones, each containing a Sol and Lune rune on either side. The third set contained only 2 stones, each with 8 runes. "This is as important as the castings," said Ashi. "The pairings can determine everything. This is when the Soltanes begin to see whose bribes were the greatest and whose spells came out strongest." "Spells?" said Kale. "How else did you think the stones could be made to fall at command?" "Something with their weight, I suppose." Ashi chuckled. "You Skybloods are so full of yourselves. Your magic is not the only kind in the world. Ours is simply more subtle." "Other kinds of magic?" Yes, Kale knew this to be true. His mother had told him so. His search for the Godstones was rooted in this belief. But he had never known the Yan Avi wielded a magic all their own. For centuries, the Chancellor's morphs had hunted down watchers around the world, and yet magic had persisted in other forms. It seemed spells were beyond the scope of metamorphi senses. Sala was paired with Yuli Bartal, the only tribe that had never borne a great Soltane. Sala shrugged as heads began to turn his way. "The Sol must be playing games," he joked, inspiring several chuckles from the other chieftains. Sala had clearly been better liked among the Soltea than his father. Sala cast his stones and won again, arousing laughter from the whole room at Yuli Bartal's expense. It was in the middle of the laughter that Kale noticed the pair of servants standing behind Xander Mina's attendants. The 2 stood with marginal distance between them, whispering. They bore the Mina insignia tattooed on their left shoulders, as all Mina servants did, but Kale sensed something awry. The boy's skin was brown and blended in, but the girl was pale, her hair nearly silver, it was so fair. A Southern Islander. It was not unthinkable that a fair-skinned slave would wind up in the Red Palace. Kale himself was posing as one, and yet... "You ever see those servants in the Red Palace before?" he said, gesturing across the room. Ashi shook her head. "I think I found our morph." Kale threaded his way along the edge of the crowd, near the pillars of the temple. Xander Mina won his round against Ferdan Zora, and the Mina tribal representatives cheered. The 2 servants followed suit. In the midst of the cheer, Kale felt a mind open up to him. "You didn't kill him, Kale." The Southern Islander stared forward as she cheered, eyes watching intently as the high priest began casting the pairings for the 3rd round. The field of sultanes was now down to 4. When Kale turned back, the boy she'd stood with remained, but the girl had vanished. He retreated to the outer edges of the crowd. There she was, the southern islander, standing beside a great pillar. Keep your eyes on the lots. It was Kira the morph, only in a new form. She sidled up near him, close enough to speak, and they watched from the back of the crowd. You didn't kill Sala. You lied, Kale murmured. Kira's not dead. Well, I needed you to feel desperate, but it doesn't matter now. True, because there's no way you're getting anywhere near Sala now. No, Kale, the morph hissed out loud. He wondered if she had intentionally used a voice so like Kira's. It doesn't matter now, because you had to be the one to do it. Now the lots are in motion, and I cannot give away my identity. But you can still do something. Just let Mina win. And why would I do that? Because an alliance between the Chancellor and the Yana V might be the end of the world. Why would a morph want anything less? The traitorous morph did not answer the question. She kept her head low and faced away from the Mina servants. I must return to my post. And then she was gone. Kale weaved back to Ashi's side and silently considered the morph's intentions. This time, he had been ready when she opened her mind to him. He could tell that she believed what she said. The morph was not doing the Chancellor's bidding. She was attempting to undermine him. Kale noted the caution with which she regarded the Mina boy as she returned to his side. Kale sensed that he, too, was a morph. Kale was so tired of all the games. The Watchers would deal in due time with the Chancellor, but they could not do it without Kira and the Godstones. You spoke with her? Said Ashi. I was mistaken. The Chancellor has not betrayed Sala. Ashi moved forward. That's it. I'm telling Sala what's going on. Kale took hold of her wrist. Do you trust the soul? Ashi glared at him. You know I am a believer, Skyblood. And you believe she has chosen your prince? You know I do. Sala has 2 more lots, and then he will face the ultimate test, the last piece of Mina's plot. His mortality is already plaguing his mind. How do you know? Said Ashi. Because the wall around Sala's mind is not as strong as it once was. He is strained, and his acting must be at its very best. We cannot place another burden on him. The morphs will not harm him, I promise you. Kale hoped he was right. Still, he could not determine the morph's full intentions. Why couldn't she kill Sala herself? Who was she working for if not the Chancellor? Was this all some ploy of Xander Mina? Or someone else? The stones were cast and the crowd cheered. Xander Mina would advance to the final round. Ashi hissed. If this turns out wrong... It won't, said Kale, clasping her hand. You told me to trust, not hope. Now it is your turn. Trust the soul, and trust me. Trust you? Pah! Ashi shirked his grasp with a jerk of her arm, but she remained where she stood. Kale stole a glance at the morph. She was speaking with her comrade in adamant, hushed tones. He could sense vaguely that he was upset with her for disappearing, and he sensed she regretted upsetting him. I win only if Sala wins, Kale said. That is the only way I get Kira. Ashi muttered to herself in her native tongue. The stones were cast, and the crowd cheered, laughed, murmured. Sala Borodai would advance to the final round. The temple maidens collected the stones and returned them to their satchels. Sala raised his hands, chuckling, and approached the high priest, who surveyed him with a raised brow and ever stoic eyes. Good priest, you have served my family faithfully these many years. You taught me to pray, taught me the truths of Arayava from my boyhood. Kale could detect a hidden meaning. Sala despised this priest, and not just because he had his hand in Mina's purse. That is the man who condemned Vashti to death for practicing sorcery, whispered Ashi. And so, said Sala, I ask that you allow me to withdraw from the final lot. The stones have fallen strangely in my favor, but I do not wish to appear zealous for the throne that could never rightfully be mine. Tradition is tradition. No successor has ever been chosen. Sala acted the scene brilliantly, and even Kale was half convinced of its verity for a moment. The high priest smiled with thin lips. The lots fall exactly the way Arayava wills them to fall. Our soul has chosen her final chieftains. Let the final lots be cast. Very well, said Sala with a bow. Mina smiled. Everything had gone exactly as planned. Mina had hoped for this outcome all along, but only Kale, Ashi, and Sala knew that things were about to change course. Sala and Mina knelt at the center of the flaming golden soul. The high priest handed one satchel of stones to each of them. Mina's eyes sparkled. His lips moved inaudibly to all but Sala, but Kale could sense the unmasked meaning. A rousing speech, Burodai, but you know Arayava curses liars. Sala simply smiled innocently. The world had gone still with anticipation. Every eye was on the two men in white robes at the center of the temple. Below, the streets might have belonged to a ghost city, they were so silent. Over a month of prayer and supplication for the right outcome ended now. In unison, the sultanes cast their stones upon the floor. For Sala Burodai, 3 souls and 2 loons. For Xander Mina, 5 souls. While the temple cheered, Mina's deep bronze face turned pale. All observing must have thought it surprise or even joy at his victory. But Kale knew Mina had not intended to win this round. The high priest's face was similarly ashen. Sala's was fixed in a modest smile of relief. The high priest recovered and addressed the people. Arayava has chosen Xander Mina, chief of the tribe of his name, to be our next great sultan. The priests at the edge of the dome relayed the message to the city below, and the entire city chanted a prayer of gratitude to the heavens. Smiling, Sala stood and raised Mina's hand high in the air. "Your great shepherd!" A cry rose up in the temple and the city below. But as the people cried out, the temple maidens came to the center of the golden soul, each carrying a golden goblet. The final divination, Kale thought. The high priest shook his head at Mina, but there was no going back now. The high priest addressed the temple, masking as best he could the quaver in his voice. "To ensure there has been, no human interference in the casting of the lots, the chosen must pray and select the goblet blessed by our soul. 2 of the goblets of wine are poisoned and will bring an agonizing death to any who approach the great saddle against Arayava's will." Mina lifted his hands in prayer and lifted his gaze toward the heavens. The prayer was not long, for it was futile. Xander Mina had made sure of that. It was the last piece to his plan. Only Mina had not intended to be the one to win and drink from the 3 equally poisoned goblets of wine. He had meant to let Sala win, and then die, to shame the Burodais once and for all, the curse of Arayava fixed upon his rival tribe without doubt. But Kira had switched the final stones in Mina's favor.
Mina chose the goblet from the maiden at the center, raised it high, and drank deeply. The effects were immediate. Mina lowered the goblet, and the poison began to take hold. His hands trembled. The goblet clattered to the floor, spilling wine upon the golden soul. And then Mina, his mouth frothing, lurched forward upon the high priest, grasping desperately at the belt of the holy man's robes. The priest shoved him away, but Mina stumbled back, holding the priest's sacrificial knife. If Mina could not have the throne, then he would be sure not to let a Borodai have it either. Kale and Ashi each sprang into action, but they were attendants and were far from the center of the temple. Kale shoved his way through the swarm of panicking tribesmen. Mina leapt at Sala, who, like all the sultanes, was unarmed and kneeling in his white tunic. He tried to scramble to his feet, but he stumbled, and Mina was upon him. There was nothing anyone could do. It all happened so fast. But then, the Morph Boy, the one who had stood at the southern islander's side, appeared as from nowhere. He moved so fast, so unexpectedly, Kale did not even realize who it was until it was over. The Morph Boy, wearing Mina's insignia, the one tribe who stood still as their chief tried to murder Sala Borodai, drew a guard's blade and leapt into the center of the temple. In one swift movement, he deflected Mina's sacrificial dagger, sending it flying across the temple, and then he ran the sultane through the chest. Xander Mina bled out on the golden soul, his mouth bubbling with poison and blood. With his last breath, he muttered, "Borodai bastard." The Mina servant boy helped Sala to his feet. The high priest was shaken for a moment, but he managed to recover quickly. He strode over Mina's body to Sala. He raised the prince's hand in the air. "There can be no denying what the will of the soul must be. I present to you the chosen of Arayava, your great sultane, Sala Borodai." Chapter 28. What followed was largely a blur for Kale. Guards rushed into the temple. Ilya, masked as members of the city watch, swarmed around the newly crowned great sultane. Sala instructed his followers to bring the Mina servant boy and his female companion with them. Kale found himself being ferried along with the Ilya leading Sala Borodai from the Red Temple. Great doors opened to a long hall, the throne room of the Red Palace. The Ilya formed ranks at the door, leaving Kale and Ashi, the Mina servant boy, the southern islander, the high priest, and Sala alone in the royal hall. Sala grinned, gazing up at the golden saddle, the throne of the great sultane. He turned upon the high priest, his hand flying to the holy man's throat. The priest spluttered a plea, and Sala released him with a shove. "Surprised, are you, Jondif?" said Sala. "My chief, I implore you. Spare me your groveling. We both know you had your hands in Mina's pockets long before the choosing. You've been stabbing my family in the back for a decade. But I wanted you to see how I managed to thwart your schemes. Boy, step forward." Sala addressed the Mina servant boy who had saved his life. The boy bowed his head respectfully. "Not even my cerebro foresaw that sacrificial blade, my friend. The soul has blessed me with your skill." "Thank you, my lord," said the boy. Sala turned to the priest. "Meet Darien," said Sala, "the one who thwarted Mina's attempt at my life." "I swear to you, my chief," the priest pleaded. "I tried to wrest the blade from Mina. I would never defy Arayava's choosing. The boy was right to kill him." Sala smiled, regarding the priest coolly. He turned to Kale. "You will remember him as the guard who brought Kira to you last night." Kale had paid the boy little attention then, but now he realized he should have recognized the inconsistency.
The boy was not Jan Avi. He had brown skin and brown eyes, but his dark hair was too straight for a boy of the steppe. This boy came from the mountain tribes of Clavash. But even more disturbing was the sense of familiarity that came over Kale as Sala took the boy's hand. He had seen this morph in Tori's dreams in the haunted forest of Gen. He was the gallows boy. Sala turned to the southern islander. "Meet Valeria," Sala said to Jondif. "The boy's comrade, and the woman you saw as Kira yesterday," he said, turning to Kale. The high priest regarded the morphs, not with shock, but with anger and disgust. His eyes fell upon Kale like a pair of searing suns. "Meet Kale," Sala said, "my cerebro, who detected Mina's full scheme and concocted the idea of letting your precious chieftain drink his own poison. Your service will be repaid as promised, I assure you, old friend." "You are a disgrace, Sala," said the high priest finally. "How dare you defile these halls with sky-blood filth?" Sala's loftiness fell away briefly, revealing a vicious hatred toward the priest. Then he smiled. The hate which lingered in Kale's senses seemed to drip from Sala's words. "Oh, I am not done defiling." Sala took hold of the holy man's shoulder, roughly, and turned him toward the empty golden saddle. "Now, Jondif, let me introduce you to the final piece of your undoing, the one who switched your stones for the final lot, the one who made all of this possible." He gestured toward the golden saddle. Kale's heart raced, his eyes following Sala's gaze up the high steps to the throne. Kira was here in the palace, right here. "What exactly should I be seeing?" said Jondif, his timidity apparently having left him with the revelation of the morphs. Sala chuckled. "Reveal yourself, old friend." The invisible person upon the golden saddle unmasked and descended the steps from the throne. It was not Kira. It was a man with pale skin and glacier blue eyes, clothed in fine Oshan robes, who walked with the most assured and commanding stride Kale had ever seen. His lips spread in a wide smile. "Meet Cyrus Morrow, the 16th Chancellor of Osha, and my closest ally." Sala and the Chancellor clasped shoulders in a warm greeting. The high priest lit with rage. "You traitorous bastard, Barreau!" Jondif's protests were stopped short by Kale's fist. The priest collapsed in a heap, unconscious, blood trickling between his teeth. "Enough," said Kale. He strode straight at Sala, who backed away timidly, with a glance at the Chancellor. But the Chancellor stood back, an amused expression teasing his lips. Before the Ilya could descend upon him, Kale had a blade at Sala's throat. "Stand down," Sala cried, and the Ilya lowered their weapons. "It's no hard feelings to your brother," he said to Kale, "but I must pick wars my people can win." "I don't give a damn about your alliance," said Kale. "Where is Kira?" "Come now, old friend. Lower your—" Kale pressed the blade hard on Sala's neck, drawing a line of blood. "You bastard! You never had her!" His hands were shaking. "Don't be absurd, Kale." It was the Chancellor. Cyrus Morrow spoke with a smooth, steady voice that seemed to fill the room with a wisp of calm. Kale's grip slackened. "What are you talking about?" "Kale Andovier, the exiled lord. Yes, I remember you. Got your own mother killed, and then you fled Osha to save your own skin. And now you've joined up with your traitorous brother and his little shadow watch. Don't tell me that after your time with the gallows girl, you don't know how I derive my powers." I used Lumeni power to switch the choosing stones, just as Kira would have done. I could only have attained that ability through the blood of a Lumeni. The room was suddenly filled with a chill that shook Kale with shivers. A swirl of mist had formed around the golden saddle. Kale's grip fell away from Sala's neck. From the mist, as though stepping from behind a waterfall, two figures appeared. The first was a strange-looking woman with ghostly skin dressed in dark silks. The second figure was thin and haggard, but there was no denying who it was. As soon as he saw her, Kale felt the presence of the mind he had so longed to sense again. Kira. Kale forgot about his hatred for Sala entirely. He rushed to Kira as the mists swirled and evaporated away. Kira's face was drawn, and her eyes were dark and seemed to sink into her skull, as though she had not slept in weeks. Kale wrapped her in his arms. Her body went limp. Kira slumped to the ground, and Kale went with her to cushion her fall. Leaning against the golden saddle, he held her, tears blurring his vision. But he had her back, finally. Kira was here. She was alive. "I'm so sorry," Kale sobbed, stroking matted hair from Kira's face. Her eyes were closed, but she was shaking her head back and forth, muttering unintelligibly. "Shh, shh," Kale murmured. "It's all right. Everything will be all right." The strange pale woman who had brought Kira through the mists descended the steps. "Welcome to the festivities, Medea," said the Chancellor. Medea gazed about the room as though there was much more to see than the sandstone walls, as though she was looking beyond them. "Your stones, my lord," she said at last. Medea's voice was airy. She held out a pair of green gemstones to the Chancellor. The Godstones! The Chancellor had found them. That was how Sala had known about them, how he had enticed Kira, how she had disappeared so completely from his sense, and how she had now appeared from nowhere. The legends were true. His mother had been right all along. And this knowledge filled Kale with sick dread. Kira's grip went suddenly tight on Kale's arm, and her eyes went wide. "You shouldn't have come." Her voice was but a fragile whisper. "You have to go, now, Kale." Kale held her tight. "Gods, what have they done to you?" He delved into Kira's mind, and she did not resist him. Kale saw the Chancellor harvesting her blood through long tubes of something like intestines. But there was more. The woman, Medea. Kira bore incredible fear of her. Kale kept sensing an image of the woman's bony hands clasping around Kira's forehead, and then a rush of memories. She had been tortured as the woman probed her mind for something Kale could not place. "I am not going anywhere without you," Kale whispered. Kira's eyes closed again, but her head kept wagging back and forth. "What have you done to her?" "She will be fine," said Sala. "Her body is weak from the bloodletting. A few days with one of your healers and she'll be better than ever. I am a man of my word, old friend. I am sorry for the theatrics, and I am sorry she is weak, but I couldn't very well have you communicating with her through your mind, could I?" So the Chancellor had Medea take her someplace far away until all the madness was over. "Where did she come from?" said Kale, pointing at Medea. "From the old world, of course." The Chancellor smiled, stepping to Medea's side. "Medea has merely confirmed what you already believed to be possible, that the Godstones might lead anywhere." He laughed. "You are not the only one who wishes they could change the past. My ancestors were fools to exterminate magic. But we can change all that, even bring back the dead." Kale held on to Kira, who was muttering incomprehensibly again. Could it be possible? Death was permanent. Of course it was. There was no coming back from that. Was there? That is why you sought the stones, Cale, is it not? Said the Chancellor. Yes, you told your brother it was a weapon, the key to your revolution, I don't doubt. But you longed to undo the past, to bring poor Lady Andovier back. Cale would not respond. His grip tensed around Kira's fragile form. You and I both know that your brother is no king. You have doubted his little resistance from the start. Your brother is a charismatic fool, and he will lead all those watchers to their deaths, which would be a shameful waste of magic, and that is why I am prepared to spare them, Cale, if you lead me to the watchtower. Kira stirred in Cale's arms. Her grip went tight on his wrist, and her eyes opened wide. No, Cale, you have to fight. Her eyes closed. She coughed violently, a trace of blood trickling from her lips, and her body went limp once more. You can see where resistance got Kira, said the Chancellor. Cale shook with anger, but he knew he could not resist. He lowered Kira to the floor of the throne room and stood to face the Chancellor. He descended the steps from the throne. He glanced at the morph named Valeria, but the girl who had wanted to prevent this alliance, who had wanted him to kill Sala, now would not meet his gaze. She stared forward, the boy Darien at her side. The gallows boy. This was where resistance had gotten him. Ashi stood beside Sala. She looked up and watched him. Had she known all along that the Chancellor would not break his alliance? About what he was doing to Kira? Everything had been part of the game, all so he would give up the location of the Shadow Watch. Ashi looked down at her feet. He had been a fool in their hands, and they had all been fools in the hands of the Chancellor. There was nothing he could do. But then Kira's mind reached out to him, and he saw the Isle of Jala, the commune of newly discovered watchers. He saw the garden where they'd spent their first night together, the night of the slaughter. In his memories, the garden had always felt dark and cold, tinged with guilt and blood. But when he saw it through Kira's mind, the garden glowed like something from a dream. It had felt like the very best of dreams that night. It wasn't a mistake, he felt her say. That night was the last light before the darkness. We couldn't stop it then, but we can now. Cale turned back to her and saw her lips form the silent words, I love you, Cale. Now run. And then Kira was on her feet. She'd not been as weak as she had let herself seem. Her body flickered and disappeared. The room fell into chaos as the Chancellor bellowed for his morphs to find her, as Medea shrieked, as Sala stumbled back and fell to the floor. And in the chaos, Cale took to the air. He soared over them all, landing at the ledge of a high window above the throne, ready to fly to freedom, when he heard Kira cry out in pain. Darien had not been so easily fooled. Kira knelt, now visible, beside the Chancellor, the godstones in her hand. Gods, why did she go back? Darien had a vice-like grip on Kira's wrist, and Valeria rushed forward and took hold of the other. The Chancellor took the stones and struck Kira across the cheek, launching her head back. Blood poured from her emaciated face. Please, no, cried Cale. Cale, run! Warn the... The Chancellor punched Kira again. Cale leapt to the floor of the throne room. Please, I will do what you want. Just spare her, please. Cale, no, Kira said through sobs. I've had enough of these games, roared the Chancellor. Release her! Darien and Valeria obeyed, and Kira slumped to her knees. A burst of energy emerged from the Chancellor's fingertips like a bolt of lightning, a light greater than anything Kira could ever have manipulated with her Lumeni power. The bolt struck Kira's face and launched her back. She writhed on the floor in pain. When the next bolt came, She shrieked like an old-world heathen set aflame. Her body seized violently and then went still. The Chancellor let up, and Cale was at her side in an instant. Her face was raw with burns. He felt at her neck. She was unconscious, but alive. Thank the gods, she was alive. Cale did not resist when the two morphs took hold of his arms, nor when he felt Medea's long, needle-like fingers clasp around his head. Medea is a cerebro far more powerful than you, Cale. She is going to enter your mind, and you are going to reveal the exact location of your brother's stronghold, or by the gods, I will wait until Kira wakes, and then I will torture her again and again and again, until she dies slow and in agony before your very eyes. And I will let you live so that you remember the look in her dying eyes until the day it drives you mad, knowing you could have saved her. There was no hesitation in Cale's mind as he knelt with Kira lying prostrate before him, the look of agony still etched on her face. She was alive yet, and he had to save her. I will hold nothing back, said Cale feebly. He felt Medea's mind enter his own, like water through a hole in the side of a dam. Slowly the water seeped in, and the hole expanded, and the dam broke. Medea's mind filled his own, and he let her see everything. All his walls were destroyed in the deluge. When she was finished, Cale's mind was an empty vessel. When she released him, his body slumped to the ground in a heap beside Kira's. The last thing Cale heard before he lost consciousness was the Chancellor's delighted voice. Now the watchtower will fall. Part 11. Night of Gods and Monsters. In the old world, the Rulaks ruled the White North. The proud race of monsters was matched by no creature nor god, and few dared venture into their harsh domain. The Rulaks' return to their kingdom could mean nothing but death to those caught in their wake. Chapter 29. The creature's shriek split the night as the Rulak lifted its two enormous heads to the sky, its fangs glinting in the glow of the sisters. Its twin necks were the size of trees, supported by an immense body of muscle and thick white fur, and its paws were as large as Tori's entire body. Wicked claws the size of daggers extended from each paw. The beast was more terrifying than any tale Tori's mum had ever told, for the tales had been but ancient myths. No one alive had ever seen a Rulak. The creatures had endured only in terrible memory, passed on from generation to generation since the end of the last age of the world. But this was no myth. This creature was very, very real. The Rulak crushed a felled tree beneath its weight with a crack like thunder and lumbered into the clearing. "Run!" Tori screamed. She grabbed Fallon's arm and jerked him after her. This was her punishment for acting like a prissy noble girl back in the tavern. Now she had to make sure this poor Yatalan boy didn't die, along with dealing with a savage monster from the old world. Tori and Fallon darted across the clearing, the ground shaking as the beast pursued them. "Come on!" cried Misha, whose face had gone as pale as the midnight snow that had begun to fill the sky. Ren stood beside her, at the edge of the clearing, but his face was calm and set, his eyes focused on the creature. Suddenly, the rumbling of the earth ceased. "Tori, duck!" cried Misha. Tori threw herself and Fallon to the ground. A cold wind rushed over them, and then, without warning, it stopped. Tori looked up. The creature was frozen in the air. Ren had summoned a power stronger than Tori had ever seen, holding the creature in mid-attack with his conjury power. Misha took hold of Fallon's other arm, jerking him to his feet. Ren's face scrunched with sheer willpower, as he strained to hold the beast. "Take your time, please," he grunted. Tori and Misha dragged the Italan boy to the edge of the clearing. With a surge of magic, Ren launched the Rulak away, and it slammed into 2 trees, knocking them over like they were kindling. The Rulak shook itself off, stood, and roared. Ren brought a tree down on the beast's head. It was still for a moment, stunned, and then charged again. "Get that boy out of here!" Ren cried. He flew toward the Rulak, keeping it distracted, drawing his saber and attacking with incredible courage. Tori sprinted up the path cut by the watchtower sleigh only an hour ago, jerking Fallon along after. The poor boy was shaking. "What is—" "Shut up and run," said Tori. "Up there," shouted Misha, pointing to the cliffs towering above them. There was a small ledge 100 feet up. "We'll fly him up there." "You'll what?" cried Fallon. "Right," said Tori, ignoring him. She gripped his arm, and Misha took hold of the other. Together, they leapt from the earth. Tori did not have time to think the process through. Her body reacted, and the 3 of them landed safely on the ledge moments later. Fallon collapsed. The shock of flying had the effect of the wind being knocked out of him. Another shriek pierced the night. In the clearing below, Ren was facing off with the creature. It thundered toward him. At the last moment, Ren flew to the side, swinging his saber. "The boy's safe," shouted Ren. "Now help me!" You can't leave me up here," cried Fallon. "Sorry," Tori muttered. And together, Tori and Misha leapt from the ledge, leaving Fallon alone. They landed in the trees behind the Rulak, and Tori marveled at how easily flight came to her now. Ren drew the Rulak close, then weaved between the attacking heads, swinging his saber as he flew. But the blade did little damage against the creature's matted fur and thick skin. "We'll never beat this thing with blades," Tori thought. An idea came to her. It was crazy, but it was worth a shot. They needed to be quick. Tori could tell Ren's strength was low because he had stopped using magic. Tori and Misha sprinted through the woods and hid behind the trees at the far end of the clearing, the ones that got the most sun and bore no lingering snow on their branches. "When Ren lands, set these trees into the biggest fire you've ever set," Tori said. Ren shifted mid-flight and headed straight toward them. "Tori, I've never set a fire that big all at once," said Misha. Tori grabbed her wrist. "You're a Fieri, Mish. You can do it." Ren landed and ran straight at them. The creature galloped after him, roaring. "Now!" Tori screamed. Misha closed her eyes, focusing with all her might, and she struck the flints around her wrists together. Instantly, the spark exploded and flames shot forth. A dozen trees lit up, forming a wall of fire. Ren leapt through the lapping flames, and Tori concentrated all her power on the trees. The Rulak reared up at the flaming wall. Tori ripped the trees from their roots with her conjury power and sent them crashing down on the creature. The Rulak collapsed beneath the weight and writhed in the searing flames. The air stank with burning hair and flesh. But in the midst of the violent thrashing, the creature managed to free one of its necks. It picked up a flaming tree between its jaws and flung it aside. Ren cried out and flew toward the inferno. Misha withdrew the flames at the last moment, and Ren stabbed his saber through one of the eyes of the beast's pinned-down head, submerging the blade up to the hilt. Blood spewed, and the Rulak lurched in pain, sending Ren flying into a nearby tree. He did not stir. Tori's stomach roiled. She wanted to fly to him at once, be sure he was alive, but there was no time. The Rulak's free head latched onto another felled tree, no longer ablaze, and heaved it aside with ease. It snatched another, then shook its whole body free from the remaining logs. It removed the sword from its eye and roared as it cast the blade away. Misha leaned against a rock, breathing heavily, her body weakened from the expiration of so much Fieti power at once. Tori feared her own power would deplete soon as well. Ren lay unmoving across the clearing. There was nothing but the holes where the uprooted trees had been between Tori and Misha and the Rulak. Tori grabbed Misha's arm and they sprinted, dodging the charging beast. Tori reached out with her sense, and Ren's sword flew to her hands. She handed it to Misha. Tori gripped her arm. "Are you strong enough to fly?" The Rulak stood at the center of the clearing, its massive neck swinging violently. I think so." "You'll have to be, or we're both dead." "Distract those heads, Misha. I've got to get close to the body." "Tori!" Misha shouted. Her hands were shaking. "If I die, I need you to tell Vashti that I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Why is Misha worried about Vashti at a time like this? "Just tell her, okay?" Tori nodded, then squeezed her hand tight. "You're not going to die, Mish." Together, they leapt from the earth and flew straight between the Rulak's heads. Misha swung the sword, grazing the creature's face, and flew on. But Tori veered and landed on its back. Her fingers latched onto thick, fibrous fur. The Rulak reared back, but she held tight. It reached with one of its swinging heads and snapped at her. Missed. She was just out of its reach, but the force of its movement nearly sent her flying. "I can't hold on for long. Come on, Mish." Misha was back, swinging the sword at the Rulak head with 2 good eyes, and Tori focused all the energy she had left on the beast's heart. If she could start Ren's heart by applying the right pressure with her conjury sense, perhaps she could stop the Rulaks. One of the heads shot around like a whip, trying to knock Tori free, but she was just out of reach. Her heart felt like it was catapulting off her rib cage. Misha flew past, slashing at the neck of the other head, but suddenly the creature lurched back. Misha collided with its skull and plummeted to the ground. "Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods." The Rulak shook itself and reared up again. Tori felt her grip slipping. Then the beast pitched backward, ready to crush her beneath its own weight. This is it. Kill or die. Tori focused all her strength on her sense. She felt the beat of the Rulak's heart, felt the muscles contracting, felt the fibers that formed each chamber. She reached out with every bit of magic she had left and ceased their movement. The heart stalled. The Rulak landed on its back, but Tori dove free before impact and rolled away in the snow. The creature thrashed on the ground, but its heart did not recover. The Rulak's writhing grew slower, its shrieks fainter, and then the beast stopped moving. Tori rushed over and helped Misha to her feet. The body of the dead Rulak was like a snowy hill beside them. As she stood, Misha held her head and moaned. I'm alive." Tori's breaths were sharp, rapid pangs in her chest, but slowly they calmed. "Yes, we are." Tori collapsed in the snow by her friend's side and gripped her hand. "You're all right?" Misha nodded, and her gaze moved to Ren. He had still not moved. "The captain!" Together they hobbled past the looming mountain of white fur. Tori's hands shook, and each step jarred her stomach. "Please, be alive." Tori knelt beside him, felt at his neck. It was cool to the touch. His breathing was slow but rhythmic. He had been knocked cold by the impact with the tree. "I'm sorry," Tori murmured, cupping Ren's head in her hands. Blood ran down his cheek, and she wiped it away. If only they had returned with the others. If only Tori hadn't fooled around with Fallon. Wren stirred. No, I'm sorry." His voice was weak, but he still managed to grin, and Tori nearly cried with relief. His eyes cracked open. "Oh, thank the gods," said Misha. "Why are you sorry?" Tori whispered, brushing the bloody, matted hair from his face. Wren turned over to gaze back at the clearing. The Rulak's dead eyes were dark chasms, nearly big enough to crawl inside. "I'm sorry I didn't see you kill that damn beast." Wren chuckled, then coughed. He held his forehead and groaned. "Gods, that thing packed a punch." They laughed. It felt good to laugh after nearly dying, but there was still much to worry about. No one has sighted a Rulak in 300 years, Tori thought with trepidation. It seemed impossible for one to appear out of nowhere. "Wren, where did that thing come from?" Tori's voice was the only sound. The three of them stared wordlessly at one another. Wren shook his head. "Hey! Oh!" The frantic cry echoed through the mountains. All three of them shot to attention. The cry echoed again. "Oh, gods," said Tori, chuckling with dark relief. "Fallon is still up on the cliff." Wren did not laugh. "Tori, why was that boy following you?" The tone of his voice was deep and steady. "He was the true reason I missed the sleigh with the others." Tori hated to admit it. It sounded so foolish, like something one of the noble girls in OSHA would have pulled to get an academy boy jealous of her. "I met him in the taverns and—" Wren sat up, his eyes fierce, a grimace at his lips. Tori wanted to crawl beneath a boulder. She would give anything to take it back now. She hadn't realized just how stupid it was until she had to explain herself to Wren. "He's just a boy," Tori said, rising from the ground, her lips tensing as she pictured herself kissing Fallon back in the tavern. "But at least he didn't die." "He saw us," said Misha darkly. "Our magic." Wren still hadn't met Tori's gaze, and she hated it. "Well, bring him down and we'll figure out what to do with him." Tori and Misha leapt from the ground while Wren struggled to his feet and retrieved his saber. Fallon was trembling, standing with his back clinging to the face of the cliff. Tori landed beside him. "You're no monks. You're God's damned witches." "I told you all this was a mistake," said Tori. "That thing." Fallon pointed at the dead Rulak's body in the clearing below. It looked like a mangled white ship had been smattered on rocks and dropped into the forest. "It's what you think it is." "Come on," said Misha. "We've got to go." The girls took hold of Fallon's arms and jumped. The Italan boy cried out like a child as they flew him to the ground. They landed beside Wren. The moment Fallon's feet touched the ground, Wren had him gripped by the neck and thrown up against a tree. "What did you see?" Wren growled. "Wren," said Tori, "what are you—" But Misha held her back. I saw that thing, that creature," Fallon stammered. "And—" "Wrong," Wren shouted, slapping the boy's face, peering deep into his eyes. "What creature are you talking about?" Fallon didn't know what to say. He glanced over at the dead beast and then back at Wren. "Ah," Fallon moaned. Your witch priest is going to kill me." "Don't you get it?" said Tori. "You can't tell anyone what you've seen." "What is in the clearing, boy?" said Wren. Fallon looked over again. Wren did not follow his gaze, but looked deep into the boy's eyes. "Nothing. I see nothing." "Correct." Ren shoved the boy away and he fell in the snow. Tori was going to help him, but Misha held onto her arm. "Let him handle this," Misha whispered. Fallon scrambled to his feet. Ren stood tall, with his hands at his belt. "Do not breathe a word to anyone, boy, or I swear to the gods I will kill you." "Yes, sir." "Now go." Fallon nodded frantically. He turned and ran, stumbling over a charred tree branch. When he reached the edge of the meadow, the boy turned back, and that was when Ren let his dagger fly. It hit Fallon squarely in the chest, soaring with a flare of conjury charm. The Italan boy slumped to his knees and collapsed in the snow. Chapter 30. Tori's scream echoed off the cliff walls. The sound seemed to come from all directions, as though it had come from outside of her. It was like the ghosts of Gen, suffocating her, wrapping their hands around her throat. "Murder!" Ren's face was like ice, and Tori wanted to shatter it, but she didn't have the strength to punch him. Perhaps it was the strangling guilt, or perhaps it was because her body was spent from the Rulak attack. Ren strode across the clearing toward Fallon's body. "Why did you do that?" Tori shouted, finally finding her voice. "He wouldn't have talked." Ren stopped and turned. There was no remorse on his face. His eyes burned with fury. "That's not what I was worried about." Tori tried to hold back tears, but she could hardly believe what Ren had done. "It was stupid to hook up with him, I know, but he wouldn't have—" Ren's face hardened. "I don't care that you hooked up with some village rat. I care that you put our entire revolution in danger." "He was just a stupid boy." "Come with me, Tori." Ren had never used such a cold tone with her before. Suddenly, he did not seem the same warm-hearted captain she had grown close to these past couple months. "Why did you kill him?" Tori demanded. "Just come," Ren said again, this time more gently, and Tori followed him to Fallon's body. The Italan boy was bleeding all over the snow, but his chest was still moving with tepid breaths. He wasn't dead. Tori didn't know if she should be relieved or horrified that his death was not over yet. Fallon's eyes cracked open, and the boy laughed, blood spurting from his lips. Tori felt chills at the sound. Ren looked her in the eyes. "I did it because this stupid boy led that monster straight to us." Ren dropped to his knees and held his blade to the boy's throat. "Reveal yourself, or by the gods I will let you die slow and in agony." Fallon's eyes flickered, his pupils turning narrow like an animal's, and then his body followed. He morphed into the warg-like form of one of the Chancellor's wingless metamorphi. Tori could not believe it. Fallon was still chuckling, a seething purr. No, Fallon was a lie, Tori thought. He never even existed. "Do your worst, Ren," the morph growled. "They're coming." Ren cried out and slit the beast's throat. Blood gushed out in a torrent, and Fallon gasped his last morph breaths. The clearing was utterly silent. The pale light of the sisters seemed to hang in the stillness. Horrified, Tori could not take her eyes off the morph she had kissed, and then brought straight to them. "I nearly killed Ren and Misha. I nearly led the morph straight to the watchtower." Slowly, Ren rose and wiped his blade off on his trousers. He didn't say a word. "Ren?" Tori finally managed. "I'm sorry. I didn't—" Ren would not meet her gaze. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, biting her skin in the cold. How could I have been so stupid? There was a loud rustling in the forest. Ren drew his saber, Tori pulled her dagger, and Misha readied her flints to strike flame. Daja sprinted into the clearing, nearly a blur with the speed of his enduro power. His face was twisted with terror. At the sight of the dead Rulak, he slipped in the snow, launched himself back up, and scrambled toward them even faster. "Ren!" Daja shouted. "We're under attack!" Ren closed his eyes slowly, then opened them. What happened? "Rulaks, a whole herd of them. They're destroying Itala." "Oh, gods," said Misha. "The Chancellor is looking for the watchtower," said Ren. "We've got to be gone before they find it. If we fly, we'll lead them right to us. We'll have to run." Ren led the way, hurrying down the mountain path, trudging through the deepening snow. Flurries were coming down harder by the minute. Tori, Misha, and Daja followed, struggling to keep up with Ren's brisk pace. Tori's head was throbbing from the lingering nosh and the expended energy from the Rulak attack. A whole herd of Rulaks. How is that possible? Where did they come from? After some time of hard running, they reached the entrance to the narrow canyon the Watchers called the Birth Canal. Tori feared it was not quite narrow enough, though. A piercing shriek echoed up the valley. "Shenza!" said Ren. A second shriek followed, then another, and another. The night filled with the cries of the hellish beasts, resounding off the alpine summits like a horde of banshees. The snow began to fall harder, stinging Tori's eyes. The ground trembled as the beasts neared. "A herd of them," said Tori. "They found us." "What do we do?" said Misha. "The three of you fly back to the watchtower," said Ren. But that'll lead them straight." Ren cut Misha off. "It's too late for that now. They know where we are. Find Sarah and tell her to take everyone out through the catacombs." Tori didn't know what the catacombs were, but Misha nodded without question. "What about you?" said Tori, though the knowledge of what he had planned was already gnawing a hole in her gut. "I'm going to give you time," he said, looking out on the field of jagged boulders below. The shrieks were rising up from the forest beyond. The sound was piercing, sending shivers through Tori. The ground thundered beneath her feet. The first creature emerged from the trees, bringing a pair of trunks down with a crash. "I'm going to let them get close, and then I'm going to bring this entire mountain down on those bastards." Daja nodded solemnly. "We'll get everyone out safe, Captain." Misha and Daja headed down the tunnel. Ren held Tori back. "Ren, Don't." Ren squeezed her hand. His other hand drifted to her face and touched her cold skin lightly. "You're not the first to be fooled by the Chancellor." A sense of understanding seemed to pass between them, and Tori knew he was talking about himself, the days he and Scalero had vied for the Chancellor's graces. She gripped his hand. "Promise you won't die." Ren smiled grimly. "Get the others out, Astoria. I'll find you." Tori nodded to her captain. This time she would not let him down. She could see 5 Rulaks marching across the boulder field. Their long necks towered like battlements. More shrieks filled the valley. How many of them are there? Tori could not let herself think what might happen to Ren. She obeyed his orders, leapt from the ground, and flew farther and faster than she'd ever flown before. She soared through the bitter night air, praying Ren would be able to hold off the attacking horde of Rulaks before it was too late. She caught up to Misha and Daja as they neared the watchtower. They landed within the gates and crept through the silent lanes of the ancient stronghold. Everything in the watchtower, everything in the entire valley of Oran was still. It was late, long past midnight, but Tori expected someone would be waiting for their return. "What do we do?" said Tori. "Split up," said Daja. "Daj, you find Sarah. We'll round up the others," said Misha. "We'll meet in the courtyard." Daja went running,
his form blurring again, and Tori and Misha hurried toward their central spire chambers. But as they reached the main courtyard, they heard a voice. The girls ducked behind a corner. The voice was approaching from across the courtyard. It sounded vaguely familiar, like something from a dream. But this was not because it belonged to someone from the watchtower. Tori had last heard the voice in a dream, back in the haunted forest of Gen. Her heart thundered. It had been so many months since she'd last heard it. She could hardly believe it. "They should be here by now," Darian said. "Something's gone wrong."
After all this time, all the horrors they'd both been through, all the time spent wondering if it might be possible he was still alive, here Darian was, as though the gods had brought them back together. Tori's heart filled with warmth, until she heard the other voice. "Everything he's planned has fallen into place," said a strange girl. "Trust him." "Of course I trust him." Tori peeked around the corner. Darian and the strange girl stood at the edge of the courtyard, looking away toward the valley below. Tori wanted to leap out and shout, but Misha's grip had gone tight around her wrist. "That's him," Tori whispered. "The gallows boy." Misha clapped her hand over Tori's mouth and pulled her deeper into the shadows, shoving her against the tower wall. "Wait," Misha whispered. "Listen." Together they waited and listened to Darian and the strange girl, whose silver hair glimmered in the moonlight. Tori tried to push away the agonizing sense that this was too good to be real. "I wish he would have let us go to the village," said Darian, "not stay back here with the bloody legions." "The legions?" Tori thought. "He's part of the attack, but he could help us." "You're sure that's him?" whispered Misha. Tori nodded, though fear had begun to replace her joy at hearing Darian's voice. "I'd know his voice anywhere." And yet it did not sound like anything Darian would say. "I mean, are you sure that's the gallows boy you knew?" said Misha. Tori was not sure. Darian was a shadow of the Night Legions. "But surely he's the same boy I knew. Surely he's here for a reason." Tori feared this was only wishful thinking. She knew what happened to soldiers in the legions. "This is the most important part," the silver-haired girl said to Darian. She touched his arm, which made Tori tense up all over. "That's why he chose us, to secure this tower until—" "You don't get it, Valeria," said Darian. "I wanted to be the one to capture the gallows girl. The last test to prove myself." "The Chancellor knows where your loyalties lie," said Valeria. Tori could not believe what she was hearing. She felt like she might be sick. "No," Tori whispered. "He wouldn't." "No one is invincible to the conditioning of the legions." Misha took her hand and pulled her deeper into the shadows. "We've got to get out of here." "What about the others?" "It's too late for that now," said Misha. "The legions are already here. The Chancellor is coming for you, and I'm not going to let him have you." They made for a narrow passage into the watchtower, but there was someone standing in their way, waiting to meet them. It was Vashti. "Oh, thank the gods, you're okay," said Misha. She hugged the Jan Avi princess, but Vashti returned it stiffly. "We need to get Tori to the catacombs. The legions are looking for her." Vashti regarded Misha with a strange look of sorrow. "You're wrong, Misha," Vashti said. "For once, our beloved gallows girl is not the center of everyone's attention." "Vashti, what are you talking about? We need to go." "They're not here for Tori. They're here for me, Mish. The Chancellor is here for me." "Shadows!" Before Tori could fully comprehend what was happening, Darian and Valeria were upon them. A company of legions appeared behind the girls, torches suddenly lighting up all around. Darian stepped forward, the torchlight glinting off his copper skin. Tori felt weak at the sight of him in Legion uniform. He looks the same as ever, and yet... Darian's face had hardened, and he was built thicker, filled with muscle. And his eyes, there was something off about his eyes. He met Tori's gaze, and she could not move. After so many months, she and Darian stood face to face, and Tori's body seemed to have forgotten how to function. She was relieved to see him alive, and something told her he was going to help them. Maybe not at once, but surely he would not let the Chancellor have her. Darian looked Tori over, and his eyes lit up as recognition dawned on him. "Good work," he said to Vashti. "You brought me the gallows girl. Tori, I was hoping I'd be the one to find you." "Darian," Tori said weakly. She wanted to rush to him, to pull him into an embrace, tell him that a day had not gone by she hadn't thought of him, wanted to find him, wanted to free him from the legions. She had never forgotten him. Tori had to believe that he'd wanted to be the one to find her so he could help her escape. But Darian's eyes betrayed him, just like Fallon's had right before he died. The pupils narrowed, and then his body shifted, and he took on the form of a dark, winged metamorphi. Long wings stretched out like a dragon's, claws stretching out. They brushed her shoulder. Tori jumped back in disgust. "What have you done with Darian?" The terrible creature smiled, and then it spoke. And even behind the rasp, Tori could still hear the true timbre of Darian's voice, and it filled her with dread. "I am Darian. This is me now. Thanks to the Chancellor, this is what I have become." Darian pointed a taloned finger at the guards. A pair of them clasped their hands around Tori's arms. 2 more took hold of Misha. Tori tried to resist, but it was useless. "This can't be happening. It can't be real." "Hold them with the others," Darian said, shifting back to his human form. The form Tori had leaned on, depended on, all their years as slaves. "The Chancellor will be here shortly." Darian's voice belonged to that same boy from Solero's estate, but Tori's friend was worse than the dead ghost of Gen that haunted her nightmares. By defying the Chancellor, by thwarting Darian's suicidal rebellion, Tori had turned him into the very thing he had raged against, a mindless soldier who did the Chancellor's bidding. A monster. Chapter 31. Tori and Misha were escorted to the great hall of the watchtower. The dim room was lit only by a torch at either end, but even in the low light, Tori could see the bodies littering the floor. "No!" Misha shrieked, resisting the soldiers holding her. One of them slugged her in the gut, and she crumpled to the ground, only to be jerked back to her feet. "Let her go," instructed Darian firmly. "Let them both go." The shadows shoved Tori and Misha into the center of the room, beside the bodies of their friends. Tori's nails bit into the palms of her hands. "He killed them. He killed them all." Darian's face remained hard and his eyes cold. Without a glance in Tori's direction, Darian left, his comrade Valeria right behind him. Vashti remained in the hall, and 4 morphs stood guard at the door. Misha and Tori hurried over to the nearest body, Zaya Shalvar's. Misha was trembling, and she held on to Tori's hand. Tori steeled herself and felt Zaya's neck for a pulse. Tori breathed, and her body relaxed slightly. "She's alive." "Thank the gods," Misha whimpered. "Of course she's alive. All of them are." Vashti strode forward, holding up a vial filled with a dark liquid. "A sleeping draught developed by my brother. This was how Sala managed to get me out of the Red Palace after my father burned me alive. I would have been shrieking in agony when I woke,
as they were smuggling my body away. This draft saved me then, and it saved every watcher now. Tori wanted to punch the Yan Avi princess. Saved them? What are you talking about? Said Misha. The Chancellor's men were able to enter without shedding a drop of magical blood, said Vashti, while everyone slept safe and sound. Misha had gone completely pale, her jaw tensed. Why, Vashti? How could you betray us? Betray? I am saving us all from fighting a battle we never could have won. Vashti knelt down and placed her hand on Misha's shoulder tenderly. Tears were streaming from Misha's eyes. Vashti looked away, but Tori noticed the pained expression the princess fought to hide. The Chancellor is not a monster, said Vashti. He doesn't want to kill us. He wants to bring magic back to the world. Can you imagine it, Mish? We wouldn't have to hide anymore. You know what he did to me in his citadel, said Tori. She could not believe that Vashti could be so naive. He harvested my blood, Vashti. He used me to build his power. You really believe he intends to spare us? I don't have a choice, hissed Vashti. There's always a choice. Oh, how foolish of me. Thank the soul I have the gallows girl to remind me what I have. Look around you, Tori. We lost Ren's little revolution before it began. My brother was smart enough to take the Chancellor's side before the war came to the Yan Avi. And now I have the same chance to save the Watchers. Vashti, what are you talking about? Said Misha. My brother, Salah, has been chosen as the new great sultan of the Yan Avi, and he's formed an alliance with the Chancellor. He promised my hand in marriage in exchange for peace, for my people, our people. Vashti turned to Tori with scathing eyes. If that means anything to you. Of course it does, Tori snapped. She had always felt loyal to her people, but she had not lived among them in 11 years. Her people were here at the watchtower. The Watchers are our people too. And the Chancellor has promised the same peace for the Watchers if we do not resist, said Vashti. You believe that, Shenza? Said Tori. My brother saved my life, said Vashti, meeting Misha's gaze again. Her voice grew softer. She took hold of Misha's hand. I spent all my childhood suppressing who I was. When Salah sent me here, he found a way I could embrace who I was. Now he has found a way for a dead princess to become queen of the most powerful nation in the New World. And besides, what other choice do we have? Tori thought the choice to kill Vashti was sounding very appealing, but she never got the chance to entertain it further. The doors to the great hall flew open. The first to enter was Daja, shoved to the ground by a pair of morphs. The creatures had found him. Darian and Valeria marched in after, Darian bearing a limp form in his arms. He set the body roughly on the floor beside Daja. It's Ren's body, Tori realized with sick dread. The captain of the Watchers was covered in blood and the dust of rubble. No! Tori rushed forward, fearing what she would find. He's not dead, Darian said as she knelt beside her captain. Tori searched Darian's face as he spoke, but there was no expression, no hint at what was going on inside his mind, no revelation as to where his loyalties truly lay. It killed her to see Darian this way. Ren's hands were cold, but Darian had not lied. Tori could sense Ren's life before she even checked his pulse. It was the same way she had known when she revived him in the courtyard. His mind teemed with magic, and she could feel it. Ren stirred. His eyes cracked open and then grew wide when he saw where he was. His gaze locked on the morphs, and he shot up from the ground. But he had no strength to stand, let alone wield magic. His legs gave out, and he crumpled to the floor. "Captain," Tori whispered, gripping his arm. Wren groaned. "I failed. The Rulocks broke through." "You're alive," said Tori. "It's all that matters." A slight grin creased Darian's lips as he watched them. It was not his true smile, not the one Tori had known, not the one that had kept her fighting in the fringes. This was not the face that had helped fuel her training to lead a revolution against the Chancellor, that had kept her mind from thinking that all had been lost the day of the gallows. Now those fears swept upon her like a rogue wave, capsizing her fragile resolve to keep hoping.
Darian's gone. There's nothing of that boy left anymore. The doors flew open again, and this time the Chancellor appeared. He regarded the scene with delight. What a sight! The gallows boy and the gallows girl, reunited at last. What, no tender embraces? Darian smirked, and Tori said nothing. There were no words for such treachery. I really should thank you, Astoria, the Chancellor continued. When you defied me before all of Osha, little could I have known you were actually saving me from executing my finest and most dedicated soldier. What a shame that would have been. Tori wanted to scream, to call the Chancellor the bastard he was, but she restrained herself. She had to wait for her moment. If there are any moments left to wait for. Wren struggled to sit up, anger flaring at the sight of Cyrus Morrow. How? He rasped. How did you find us? The Chancellor smiled. Ah, you have your pathetic brother to thank for that, Lord Andovier. What? Pain was written all over Wren's face. He wouldn't. Come now, Wren, said the Chancellor in a patronizing tone. You know you and your little rebellion are no match for my morphs and legions. It was almost too easy to force the exiled lord to give you up. Where is he? Wren growled, rising to his feet. I'll kill that Skaza. It was a curse from the old tongue, reserved for the vilest of creatures. The morphs had their hands on the hilts of their blades, but the Chancellor laughed. I don't imagine you'll get the chance. That Skaza is tending to her, of course, back in the Red City. To Kira. Though I must say, he sees to his love life better than you, Lord Andovier. The Chancellor regarded Vashti, who had not looked at Wren since he'd entered, and then his eyes fell to Tori. Vashti was only too happy to help. And Tori, well, let's just say that Morph didn't have to try very hard to keep you all distracted while we infiltrated your watchtower, did he? It was Tori's turn to look away from Wren. The Chancellor played us all. This whole army, this whole revolution was an illusion. We never had a chance. Yes, Wren, said the Chancellor. You could learn a thing or two from your spineless brother. Wren's strength was waning. He slumped over, supporting himself against a pillar. But Wren, you're not who I'm really here to see, said the Chancellor. His eyes passed from Wren to Vashti to Tori. Tori stood so that she could look the Chancellor in the eyes. Cyrus Morrow strode across the room, took hold of her hand, and held her gaze, much to Vashti's chagrin. His skin was warm, and Tori hated how intoxicating his glacier eyes were. Despite all she knew, deep down, there was something about his eyes that made her think he couldn't possibly be as purely evil as his ancestors. Come, Astoria, I'd like to show you something. The Chancellor's voice was sweet to her ears, like the rush of a brook in a meadow. No, it's his spell, his magnetism, just like the first day I met him. But Tori followed him out the door. Darian and Valeria made to follow, but the Chancellor bid them away. Don't worry, comrades. The gallows girl is no threat to me. In fact, she never was. Darian and Valeria obeyed. As she left, Tori overheard Misha mutter, "I hope being queen is worth it." And Misha stormed to the other side of the hall to tend to Zaya, who remained unconscious. Ren followed her. "I'm all right too, by the way," Daja said derisively, following after them. Vashti was left standing alone amidst the unconscious forms of the watchers she had betrayed. The Chancellor escorted Tori by the hand through the halls of the watchtower, up a narrow staircase to an intricately carved set of doors. Ren's chambers. Ren kept a pair of blades above his hearth, and Tori entertained the brief notion that she could summon one and attack the Chancellor. But she knew it was futile. She was spent from all the magic she had already used, and she knew the Chancellor was fueled by replenishable blood. "Don't be foolish, Astoria," said the Chancellor, leading her past the hearth. "Resistance would only result in death, and not just for you." Tori did not respond, but she dismissed the notion. She would have to play his games for now. The doors to Ren's balcony flew open, propelled by the Chancellor's magic. The curtains blew in the wind, and the Chancellor led her out. Outside the walls of the fortress, a herd of gargantuan two-headed beasts stood still as statues. "How?" said Tori, trying to hide the fear that was tearing at the last shreds of hope she had left. The might of the beasts was beyond comprehension. There were at least a dozen of them. Their massive necks plunged into the sky like war towers. The greatest folly of the old world was to mistake monsters for mindless brutes, said the Chancellor. The Rulocks are a race like any other. Their home was ripped from their grasp by a man, my ancestor, who thought them beneath his own race. I promised to give the Rulocks back the crooked teeth, and in exchange they agreed to ally themselves with the descendant of their greatest adversary. "That's not what I meant," said Tori shortly. "How have so many of them remained hidden all these years?" The Chancellor grinned. "I always did like your spirit, Astoria. The Rulocks remained hidden because they weren't here all these years." "What do you mean?" It was then Tori noticed the woman walking amongst the beasts. Her face was as pale as the snow, and she wore a dark hooded cloak. She crossed the field of monsters, weaving between the pillared legs of the beasts. She glanced up at them, her eyes seeming to cut across the distance. Tori remembered Ren's story earlier that night of the dark witch that the Chancellor had been learning from, and she knew this must be her. The witch rose from the ground and flew to join them. Her flight was slow, and she landed on unsteady feet, gripping the edge of the balcony. Tori swore the air grew colder as she landed. "Astoria, meet Medea," said the Chancellor. The witch's eerie gaze unnerved her, but Tori held her head high as the woman looked her over. It felt as though Medea were looking through her, to her soul. "Ah, the infamous gallows girl. Yes." Tori said nothing, but she felt her senses surging within her. The woman's very presence made Tori want to lash out and fight. Medea reached inside her billowy cloak and retrieved a pair of shimmering emerald stones. She handed them to the Chancellor, and he grinned, holding them up for Tori to see. Tori feared she did not have to ask what they were. Medea left them then, without another word. "You asked how the beasts have returned to the world after hundreds of years," the Chancellor said, his fingers playing with the gems. "The answer? I let them in. Or rather, Medea did." Tori felt a dark chill run across her skin. Let them in from where? "There is magic in the world far greater than that of the Watchers, Astoria. Believing that they were the lone wielders of the powers behind the world, the gods' chosen saviors of humankind. That arrogance was what led to the Watcher's demise in the old world. The first Chancellor, for all his blunders, didn't despise magic. He was a Watcher himself, and a devout follower of the Order. The problem was he couldn't control the others. Magic doesn't play favorites. Look at yourself, a slave girl who suddenly possesses the strength to cast a ripple in the pond of power. The lowborns of Osha would follow you to their deaths if they ever had the chance. Magic is the great leveler of the world in the right hands. And so, my ancestors banished magic entirely from our world. The Chancellor held the stones out for Tori to see. She had seen high-born ladies in Osha wear stones such as these around their necks, but as she eyed them, she noticed something subtly different. There was a glow to them, not like that of a flame, but more like the glow of primal life. My ancestors ushered in our magicless, monsterless new world with one final act of incredibly powerful magic. Cyrus Morrow held up the stones. With the Godstones. Powerful magic, thought Tori. It was just like the draft, the way he used sterile words to describe the deaths of innocent people. It made her sick. Sure, if you call slaughtering all of my kind a mere act of magic, said Tori. The Chancellor laughed to himself. Ah, but he didn't slaughter them, Astoria. Not all of them. That's what people thought, of course. How else could you explain the disappearance of every magical creature, every savage monster? How would you explain it then? The first Chancellor sent them away from our world to ravage another one. Tori's face must have borne the puzzlement she felt, because the Chancellor laughed once more. What if I told you that the new world is not all there is? That made no sense to Tori. What are you talking about? Would you like to see? The Chancellor did not wait for a reply. He pressed the emerald stones, now glowing intensely, into Tori's palm. A swirl of mist engulfed them until the valley and the rulocks disappeared. Tori was filled with the sensation that her insides were being turned inside out. Searing pain filled her senses. The stones burned through the skin of her hand, sending waves of pain through her bones. The burning spread from her palm to the rest of her body, as though she'd been set aflame. And then the pain changed. At first, Tori thought it was her body healing itself, but that was not this feeling. I feel numb. The mists swirled around them, then dissipated, and Tori knew immediately that she had arrived somewhere else, somewhere utterly different from the world she had always known. Chapter 32. Tori crumpled to the ground in a field of gray grass. The searing pain had become a throbbing ache that permeated her entire being. She lay in the grass and let the pain wash over her. Slowly, the intensity ebbed away, becoming a lingering ache that made her feel hollowed out. After a few minutes, she found the strength to sit up and take in the world around her. She lay in a meadow. There was a vast forest at the edge of it, but the trees were different from the ones in Osha. The snow pines and everwinter trees of the north were tall and slender and covered in needles. But these trees were broad and had leaves as large as she was. Tori had seen such trees in the Bay of Trium, but there was something different about this place, something that told her there was no way she could be anywhere near the Triumvel. The trees were alive, but they were not green like trees in the New World. These bore a dull gray color like the grass. Though the sun shone bright, it seemed washed out, almost too bright. What's more, Tori did not feel the warmth of its rays, nor did she feel cold. I feel nothing, Tori thought dimly. The place stirred no sense in her at all. The world was utterly silent. There were no leaves rustling, no birds chirping, no rodents foraging. It unnerved her how quiet this place was. The Chancellor stood, unfazed, a short distance away, atop a small, grassy knoll, gazing out to a world beyond the meadow. Tori hobbled through the grass to him, and he turned and met her halfway down the hill, taking her arm. She only realized her body had been weakened from using the Chancellor's godstones when he aided her. "How is your hand?" Cyrus Morrow said. Tori stretched out her fingers, and pain shot up her arm again. The skin was swollen and tender. Each movement felt like the skin was being stretched over a bed of broken glass. But if she held her hand still, the pain subsided. "Fine," she lied. "Where are we?" "Come see." The Chancellor led her up the grassy knoll. From the top, they looked upon a great valley, and beyond, the ocean stretched out to the edges of the world. Yet the water did not flow in waves like it did in the New World. It stretched flat and motionless, like a great gray plain, reflecting the gray nothingness of the cloudless sky. On the rocky shore lay a vast city. At least, it had once been a city. It was now a field of bramble, shards of jagged stone sticking out in all directions like the bones of a long dead beast, wrenched and splayed open at the chest. Tori had heard tales of the necropoli of the ruined empire, ancient ghost cities that had fallen to ruin after the alien races arrived from the lost continent. The fair-skinned invaders had conquered the fair dynasty of the ancient world, and then gone on to take over the whole continent, leaving death and rubble in their wake. The necropoli were said to be haunted, infested with plagues. Is that where the Rulaks came from? Tori wondered. But then, why is everything so strange? Why does it feel so otherworldly? Outside the necropolis, a horde of Rulaks stood peacefully. There must have been 100 or more. The Chancellor had apparently only let in a portion of the beasts. Every one of them stared at an empty archway at the edge of the rubble. "Is this the land of the dead?" said Tori. The Chancellor smiled, not darkly, but in an enduring way, the way mothers smile at naive children. "This is the old world, Astoria. Or rather, this is what's left of it after the first Chancellor was through with it. A gloomy shade of our own world." "What are they doing?" Tori said, pointing below at the statuesque Rulaks. "This world is the most dismal place you can imagine. It echoes the beauties of our world, but with no sensation. Grass without color, a sea with no waves, sunlight with no warmth, eating with no hunger to satisfy. This place is worse than the land of the dead. It is nothingness." The Rulaks lived in this nothingness for 300 years. But one day, a door opened and took a few of their own away. These poor beasts are waiting, desperate for that door to open again and take them away from this wretched place. Tori stretched out her hand again. It still hurt. The skin was raw from the searing godstones, and she thought she could see bone peeking through. It made her cringe, and she was surprised she was not in more pain than she was. Why aren't I healing? To open the door to this horrid world, the stones require payment, said the Chancellor. A blood tithe. A regenero is very handy for using the stones. Without your blood, I would have died after my first trip. That's why you kept me alive. Why you harvested my blood, said Tori. I kept you alive because killing you would have been a waste. I did not know how great a waste when I first drank your blood. You were not the first Watcher I spared. Once I discovered what could be done with Watcher blood, I began preserving them when possible. This was after my family died, of course. My father despised Watcher gifts. He got what was coming to him, I suppose. The Chancellor spoke of their deaths nonchalantly, as though talking of what he ate for dinner. It was his father's morphs that killed Mum, Tori thought. But you were different than the others I collected, Astoria. Most died after a few months, but a few months went by, and you did not die. At first I thought you were simply stronger than the others, but then I was wounded in a battle against Morgath. I should have died. I did not heal as fast as you, but 2 days later I woke without pain, no wound, no scar, and I knew it was your blood. It explained your resilience during the bloodletting. That was when I realized it. You are a mage, legend of the Watcher Orders, a wielder of more than one magical gift. I had been experimenting with the Godstones, but I did not dare venture beyond our world until then. Oh, I sent a few morphs to their deaths trying, but the tithe was too great. They could get here, but they could not get back without dying. It was the curse of the passage. But with your blood, though the pain was arduous, one could survive the passage. This discovery was what led your precious Commander Scalero to finally free you from my dungeons. He knew about the stones? Tori asked. No, he never knew quite how great a weapon I had. But he had his suspicions about my experiments, and he knew I'd found the company of a practiced sorcerer. Medea, Tori said. The Chancellor smiled. Scalero suspected something awry about her, and he knew I was dabbling with ancient blood magic. He was bred to sense power, after all. Scalero knew what you really were before anyone. That traitorous bastard. Tori did not know what to say. Scalero had truly known what she was all along, just as Ren thought. You didn't think he set you free simply because of you, did you? The Chancellor laughed. Because he cared for one of his slaves enough to risk his own life? But that was exactly why Tori had thought Scalero rescued her. That's why he came to see me in my cell, wasn't it? Why he hid my true nature during my years in his household? Why he chose me? Helped me escape? You were nothing special to him, Astoria. Your blood was the key to a great new power, and he orchestrated your escape to prevent that power. Why do you think he let you bleed out in that cell for over a year? Tori hadn't let herself consider anything other than his care for her. Did he choose me for that very reason? To be some sort of magical pawn? The commander left you to die until he realized you were a threat. But even in his rebellion, Scalero was weak, and he deserved the punishment he received. Tori felt tears streaming down her cheeks, but she felt no sadness for Scalero, nor anger about the shattering of the image she had preserved of her kind master. She felt only enough to know that this dullness was not how she should be feeling, to know it was this place already having its effect on her, a feeling of nothingness that slowly seeped into her very being. "What did you do to him?" said Tori. "I brought him here, of course, and left him. Somewhere, Commander Scalero is wandering this abyss, desperately longing for a lost world from a nearly forgotten dream." Tori shuddered at the horrible thought, and suddenly she realized why the Chancellor had brought her here. "You mean to leave me as well?" The Chancellor did not answer immediately. He looked out at the great expanse before them, out to the edge of the world. Tori imagined herself trapped in this land of nothingness forever. But she did not feel the terror she knew she ought to feel. Already Tori felt different. It was as though she had stepped into a dimly lit room, and her eyes were slowly adjusting to the darkness. The gray world was growing less and less strange every moment she spent here. She wondered how long it would take for all this to feel like the real world, to forget how color brightened all things, or how bitterness and passion burned inside her. Perhaps it won't be so bad, Tori thought vaguely. I won't feel pain or sorrow or regret again. Perhaps nothingness was not the torment the Chancellor described. No, that's this place poisoning your mind. The Chancellor touched her shoulder, and he smiled, almost sadly. I am afraid I will not be leaving you here, Astoria. That would be too great a mercy and too great a risk. You've spent too much time in the crooked teeth. You don't know the problems you've caused since your escape. I made the mistake of letting you live once, but rumors have spread of your miraculous escape from my dungeons. Despite my victories in Morgath, the Council of Osha doubts my supremacy, thanks to you. Now there are tales of a strange witch queen gaining followers in the Southern Isles, and with the slave uprisings across the Empire, no, I won't make that mistake again. You won't kill me, said Tori straightforwardly. You need my blood. That's why you brought me here. If only that were true, for your sake, Tori. It is true the harvest from your time in my dungeons has run dry, but I have another Regenero now, one who will be my queen, and whose devout love for her people will keep her in line, should she think of changing her allegiance. Vashti, I am afraid your usefulness has run its course, Gallows Girl. I will show the people of Osha once and for all what comes from hope in gods and watchers. This time, it will be your body hanging from my citadel. What if I fly away? The Chancellor laughed. If you could use your powers in this place, you would have done so already. Look around you, Astoria. There is no magic in this world. That's why my hand isn't healing. The skin of Tori's hand was raw and bubbling, making it look more like scales than skin, though the pain was fading along with all other feeling. The Chancellor took hold of her hand and led her along, down the hill, toward the horde of waiting Rulocks. You are looking much better than Scalero did when I brought him here. Your body must already have been healing during the passage from the New World, but even if you wanted to resist, you will not. Why? What do I have to lose? You won't resist because I hold the lives of all your friends in my hands. Misha, Ren, even Darien. Tori could not bear the thought of being responsible for the deaths of the other Watchers, nor for Darien's. Despite what the Chancellor had turned Darien into, the thought of him being dead. You wouldn't. He's your finest soldier, one of your morphs. No soldier is too great to sacrifice, but since I am a gracious ruler, and because I despise the magical wastes of my ancestors, I will spare them all, Astoria, if you do not resist what is to come. Tori did not answer, but she feared she had no true choice, and the Chancellor had known it all along. She had no magic here, and even if she did, could she really risk the lives of everyone she cared about for one last attempt at resistance? The Chancellor led her across the valley, and she followed without protest. They weaved between the massive Rulocks outside the ruined city. Tori expected, at any moment, the beasts would notice, and one of the giant serpentine heads would come swooping down to devour them, and part of her wished it would happen. But the beasts were as innocuous as a herd of fawns that had lost their mothers, cowering in the tall grass at the edge of a meadow. When they reached the immense archway of the necropolis, Tori noticed the film that spanned the space. It was like a thin wall of water stretched tight in the air. From here she saw blurred resonances of color, and she understood why all the Rulocks were staring at the gateway. It was a door to the New World, and it was utterly beautiful. It filled her with a twinge of light and hope. People long for the old world, said the Chancellor, gesturing at the nothingness around them. They pray to dead gods and place their hope in Watchers. Well, if the people want the old world, I will give it to them, in all its glory. We'll begin with the rest of the Rulocks. The time has come for monsters to reign over the crooked teeth once more.
The Chancellor placed one of the glowing godstones in Tori's burned hand. She tensed, but the pain did not come. He kept the other in his own hand. To open a gate this wide, it will take both of us. All of your blood I have left. Tori could see the watchtower beyond the gateway. Its mighty towers filled the sky, a world of refuge and hope for so many like her. And now, she realized with growing dread, the Chancellor will destroy that world.
"Stretch out your hand," the Chancellor instructed, pointing toward the water-like wall. "And be brave. This is going to hurt like nothing else in this world." Tori steeled herself and obeyed. Her hand penetrated the passageway. It passed through easily. The film felt thick between her fingers, like the eggs she used to prepare in the kitchens at Scalero's estate. Her senses awakened, and she felt anger and terror once more. And pain. It shot through her anew, and again she felt as though she were on fire. The Chancellor stretched out his own hand. The watery passage vaporized, and Tori could clearly see the glorious harshness of the world beyond. The jagged black rock of the teeth and the starkly contrasting snow of the valley. A cold wind swept through the passage, and the ground began to quake. Tori stood fixed in place. The gateway between the worlds held her fast as the rulocks lumbered through the door she and the Chancellor had opened. She stood, helpless, as the terrible creatures from the old world gathered speed on the other side, life and ferocity returning to them for the first time in hundreds of years. Their massive necks swung like battering rams, and the outer walls of the watchtower began to crumble. More rulocks poured through the gateway to join the fray. Dozens more waited, pawing the earth with intense anticipation. But amidst the pain and the horror of standing between worlds, strength returned to Tori as well. Her senses were on fire, and a desperate idea formed in her mind. If the Chancellor needed her to open this door, then she could stop this. She had to stop this. She could not stand by while her magic brought back this horror into the world. She could still save the others. The longer she stood in the doorway, the more her pain intensified, but the stronger her resolve became. With one frantic burst of conjury energy, Tori freed her hand from the gateway, and she threw the godstone through the opening into the new world. The emerald gem landed in the snow with a rush of steam. Tori leapt through the opening between the worlds and collapsed in the snow. Pain and cold and guilt filled her with a fury no longer held back by any trace of the old world. She had never felt such an overwhelming onslaught of feeling at once. She screamed as the blood tithe took its toll, her vision blurred with tears. Back in the old world, the Chancellor cried out in pain, crumpling to the ground, his hand still fixed to the gateway. The strange film began to close over the door. Despite the pain, Tori felt relief. "I've done it." But to her horror, the door did not close instantaneously. The Chancellor still had one stone, and the film descended slowly from the top of the archway. The rulocks, realizing their chance at freedom was nearly lost, stampeded through the diminishing opening. One beast arched its necks with a roar of triumph as it passed through. The film brushed against both necks, severing them clean. The ruloc's body crumpled beyond the door, its heads tumbling in the snow. This only intensified the horde's rage. The remaining monsters stormed through the gate, trampling their fallen comrade, lowering their heads to avoid decapitation. Tori braced to be crushed to death, but none of the monstrous paws landed on her. Only a few more beasts passed through before the gate was rendered impassable for them. Several threw themselves desperately at the door and fell dead. In the new world, the beasts had worked themselves into a mad frenzy. Rulocks roared and thundered across the valley, joining the others in their attack on the watchtower. Tori glanced back. The Chancellor was still trapped. The watchtower might fall, but he would at least be left behind in that hell world. With a shriek, a shadow passed Tori. It was Darien in his morph form, Tori realized with dread. He flew low, snatching up Tori's godstone from the snow, and shot through the narrow opening. With the stones reunited, he managed to free the Chancellor from the gateway. The door was nearly closed, the murderous film only feet from the ground. Tori tried to get up, to stop them from crossing, somehow, but she was too spent from the trip between worlds. Her hand was searing with pain, and her head felt light. She crumpled in the snow, watching helplessly as the Chancellor crawled back into the new world with the help of the boy she had once loved. The boy who had betrayed her. The Chancellor collapsed safely on the other side. The world became a mad blur. It rocked and swirled like a sick dream. Tori's mind was fading. The last thing she saw before she passed out from the pain was the central spire of the watchtower crashing down as the Rulocks took back their realm. Chapter 33. When Tori woke, the pain from the godstones had subsided. Back in the new world, her body had healed as always. For a brief moment, she basked in the absence of searing pain, but she soon jolted upright. What happened to the others? She had seen the crumbling walls of the watchtower. She knew the devastation the Rulocks must have caused, but as far as she could tell, she was nowhere near the watchtower. The place Tori woke in was dark and smelled musty, like air gone stale across centuries. Was this dark place the land of the dead? The pain of the stones had been so severe, Tori had longed for death before everything had gone black. Tori tried to raise herself, but she was held back by a taut chain. Shackles were fixed at her wrists. Her hands had gone numb, though whether because of her wounds or from cold, she did not know. Her limbs were dreadfully weak, and she collapsed on the stone once more. A flame pierced the darkness, appearing around a corner. Voices broke the silence. A torch entered the dank chamber, followed by a second. In the light, Tori could see milky wax coating the walls. I'm not dead, she thought. I'm in a cave. As the intruders neared, Tori could make out the faces of Darien and a young soldier carrying a bucket and a length of tube. Elements that Tori knew all too well. She swelled with anger, reaching for her magic, but she felt only a dim sense. And then it was gone altogether, as though it had slipped from her grasp. "This her?" said the strange soldier eagerly as they approached. "Yes, Jujen," said Darien. "This is the gallows girl." At the sound of his voice, Tori tensed all over. Why did he save the Chancellor? "Ooh-rah," said Jujen. "The most wanted criminal in all of Osha. Gods! But why's the Chancellor keeping her alive? He wants her dead, don't he?" "Course he wants her dead," a third voice. It was familiar, though Tori could not place it. "She's the bloody reason we're all down here." "But you know the rumors spreading. The Chancellor can't afford there to be any doubt this time about her death. He's waiting for the right moment, waiting till we get out of these damned catacombs and return to Osha." "So that's where we are, the catacombs. But why?" "What are you doing here, Mary?" said Darien coolly. "You're to be standing watch in the main chamber." "I know you don't yet trust me with her, Darien." It pained Tori to hear the cook's voice. She was relieved Mary was alive, but was she as far gone as Darien? "He's your bloody captain," said Jujen. "You'll address him so." "Let her speak, Jujen," said Darien. "I've seen the way you measure me, Captain.
ever since we've been in the north. Like you're worried I might be up to something. I saw you gauging my reactions to the destruction of the Watcher stronghold. And truth be told, I don't blame you. I'm here to prove where my loyalties lie."
Tori had to fight to control her breathing, to keep listening in secret. They didn't seem to know she was awake. "And how do you wish to prove your loyalty?" said Darien.
"Let me bleed her out, Captain," said old Mary. "Let me harvest the gallows girl's blood."
"Bleed her out? That's my job," complained Jujen. "Shut up, Jujen," snapped Darien, but his voice softened as he addressed old Mary. "If all you want is to prove yourself, Mary, there is no need. I have no doubts of your loyalties." Mary's voice lowered, the way it once had when she would talk of something dark and serious, like the Watchers and the old gods back in the kitchens of Scalero's estate.
"Ah, but there is need. I don't want to prove nothing for you, Darien. I need to prove it for myself."
Tori cleared her throat and opened her eyes wide. In the torchlight, she locked eyes with Darien and then old Mary. Their faces were hardened and unreadable, but Tori made no attempt to hide her disgust.
"So, this is what it's come to, is it?"
said Tori icily. "The greatest believer I ever knew, and the greatest rebel. And you both are just mindless followers now. You do whatever the Chancellor says, no questions asked, no bloody thoughts in your heads at all."
"Now, child,"
said Mary, putting on the warm tone Tori had always known,
"you've spent too much time with that loony Watcher captain, my dear."
"We didn't know anything back then," said Darien. "It was foolish talk."
"Foolish talk?"
said Tori incredulously.
"That was why you stood up to die the day of the gallows?"
"Tori, you don't understand now," said Darien, "but you will."
"I doubt that," Tori said. "I'm a dead girl walking."
Darien met her gaze and then looked away. For a moment, Tori let herself believe there was some spark of the old Darien in those eyes, but she wished she hadn't thought it. "You killed good soldiers," said Darien carefully. "Good men and women, like me and Mary."
"What are you talking about?"
"When you tried to fight, when you tried to leave the Chancellor in the old world, it worked the Rulocks into madness."
"They destroyed the watchtower. That was the Chancellor's plan all along."
"No," Darien shot back. "You stirred them up. No one was supposed to die. But those monsters didn't stop at the watchtower. They turned on us all and killed my soldiers. That's why we're here in these damned catacombs. The Rulocks are destroying the North, Tori, because of you." Tori could not believe what he was saying. These were not Darien's words.
"How is it that I turned out to be the only one of us who kept their head?"
said Tori. The room was silent. If there was a time for them to show their true colors, surely it was now. They were in some cavern, all alone, except for Jujen. One last time, Tori tried to reason with Darien and Mary, the slaves she'd known long ago, before they were turned to mindless soldiers.
"One day, you'll end up useless to him too, you know. And then you'll be here like me, waiting to die."
"But we can get out of this. Set me free and we can escape. We'll run away from the Chancellor and Osha and all of this madness. Whatever you've been forced to do in the legions, you can still make it right." Again there was silence. Darien and Mary smiled. They were not smiles of hope, but of pity. "Ha!" cried Jujen. "Listen to her. She's gone mad." Darien did not tell Jujen to shut up this time. He held Tori's gaze. His brown eyes had never seemed so empty before. Tori had never thought she would detest looking in Darien's eyes,
but she did. She felt like she might be sick. "Jujin," said Darian, "give Mary the harvesting tools. We have orders to attend to." The young soldier looked aggravated to be taken from the duty, but he did not protest again. "Mary, she's all yours." Darian clapped Jujin on the shoulder and made the leave. "For a year I prayed I'd find you alive again," Tori shouted after him. Darian stopped and looked back. "Now, I wish I had never been gifted with magic. I wish I had stood back and let you die on that gallows." Darian shook his head. Darian did die on that gallows, and Tori must have died too, because the Tori I knew never would have risked the lives of her friends for some damned fool act of rebellion. Watchers died in that attack too. And with that, he left. Tori's eyes welled with tears as she watched him leave. Watchers died? Oh gods, who? She prayed it was not Ren or Misha or Daja. A sick dread twisted in her gut. Old Mary strode forward, and Tori met her with a hard glare. "I was a fool to ever believe the things you used to say," Tori said. "Your tales, the gods and their damned watchers." Mary looked away and began preparing the needle and tube that had been Tori's world just a few short months ago. Mary said nothing. She drew a cord tight around Tori's arm and held out the long needle. "Do your worst, you old bitch," said Tori. And Mary did.
Once again, Tori's world became blood and pain and nothing else. As the blood drained from her, she looked straight in Mary's eyes and let her see the pain she was inflicting. But there was no remorse hidden there. When it was finished, Mary jerked her to her feet. "Come along, gallows girl." "Where?" "To atone for the lives you took." Tori had nearly forgotten the toll that bloodletting took on her body. She staggered along, Mary's grip firm on her wrist, or else she would have likely fallen. They passed through a series of passages and emerged in an expansive chamber brimming with soldiers and morphs. At the center of the room, the watchers were gathered in a cluster. All were in chains, kneeling. The Chancellor stood at the center of the room. Vashti stood at his side, looking angrier than ever. Cyrus Morrow looked terrible. His eyes were dark, and his skin was deathly pale. Atone for the lives I took. Tori feared the worst as she took in the sight of the Shadow Watch in chains. She had not forgotten the Chancellor's deal in the old world. She had broken it, and she realized how foolish that last desperate act had been. She had risked the lives of her friends, and not just from the Rulocks. "You look worse than me," said Cyrus Morrow, his eyes alighting with a dark fire as they settled on her. Tori did not speak. Mary led her forward and shoved her to her knees before the Chancellor. Tori was relieved to see Ren and Misha and Daja and many of the others, but her stomach churned at the faces that were missing. She caught Misha's gaze. "Where's Zaya?" Tears streaked Misha's cheeks. Blood still trickled from the crook of her arm where the needle had stolen her magic. She could barely manage to shake her head before she began sobbing. "No," Tori murmured. "Your friend is dead," said the Chancellor, leaning on a shoddy cane made from a tent pole, "along with 3 other watchers, to say nothing of the dozens of loyal shadows we lost. All thanks to the gallows girl." Tori felt the intensity of the watchers' eyes as they looked to her. She shook her head. You attacked us. This was your doing." She looked around the room. There was hate and sorrow and confusion in their eyes, but they did not believe her. "Please, don't listen to his lies." But even she did not fully believe the words. Tori choked back tears. Zaya had been one of the kindest people she'd ever known, and she was dead. "That is where you are wrong, Astoria. I never wished to kill your watcher friends. The passage between worlds had taken a harsh toll. The Chancellor's voice was more subdued than ever, barely more than a whisper. But somehow, it managed to be even more terrifying. Cyrus Morrow looked out at the kneeling watchers, and Tori realized why they were all gathered here. This was an execution, because of her last desperate act of rebellion. "You were my enemies," said the Chancellor. "You plotted against my throne. You cannot fault me for attacking your watchtower. But I knew that many of you were led astray by the charisma of manipulative leaders. So I made a deal with your gallows girl. If she came quietly, I promised to spare you all. But Tori never cared for any of you. Despite my act of grace, she just had to attempt one last act of resistance, an act that killed watchers and shadows alike. And now someone must pay for the lives of our fallen comrades." The chamber thundered with the cheers of the shadows and morphs. The crowd parted, and Darien came forward, shoving Ren and Dovier to the center of the chamber. Tori's heart collapsed inside her chest. No, please, not him. Kill me." The Chancellor's laugh was like ice. "That was always going to happen, Astoria. And when we reach Osha, you will die, in front of all the Empire. But for now, there must be blood for blood." The soldiers chanted, "Blood for blood! Blood for blood!" Ren's head rose weakly, and he met Tori's gaze. "I'm so sorry," Tori whispered between sobs. All strength had left her. She slumped forward, and only Mary's grip could hold her up. Ren shook his head. "You did good. I would have done the same." The room went silent. "So say the leaders of your worthless rebellion," the Chancellor said, gesturing to the watchers. "You hear how much they care for your lives? They sound like Morgathian radicals, willing to sacrifice their women and children for one last chance at rebellion." No watchers spoke, but Tori knew what they were thinking. She was thinking it too. Tori had risked their lives for nothing, and now Ren was going to die because of her. "Captain Redvar, my saber," said the Chancellor. "Milord," Darien protested as the Chancellor staggered forward to take his blade. "You're still recovering. Let me do it." "I uphold my own justice, Captain." The Chancellor raised the saber to his shoulder. A pair of morphs held Ren by the shoulders, so his head drooped in front of him. "Consider this the dying wish of your gallows girl." Cyrus Morrow raised the blade above his head, his hand shaking. Mary held Tori tight. Her entire body felt like it had been filled with lead. It was all she could do not to look away. She held Ren's gaze. She owed him that much. His eyes were beautiful sapphires, glistening in the torchlight. Tori's heart wrung inside her chest. "Oh, gods, no, no, no." The blade came down. One of the watchers shrieked, but Ren's head did not sever from his neck. The blade struck the stony ground in front of the watcher captain with a sharp clang. The Chancellor let the blade slip from his fingers, and it clattered on the ground. Did he miss? Is he too weak to wield the saber? The room was completely silent. No soldier stepped up to finish the deed. All of the watchers' eyes were on the Chancellor, waiting to see what would happen next.
Vashti Buradai stepped forward and turned to face the watchers she had betrayed.
"Our captain and his gallows girl would sacrifice your lives for the sake of their radical Shenza. Ren had a feud with the Chancellor long before he recruited us,
and he formed the Shadow Watch because he wanted to use us to seek his revenge, and he set the Chancellor up as our common enemy, the enemy of our Watcher kind. But this Chancellor is not our enemy. He never wished to take our lives. He came to peacefully quell our resistance." Vashti raised her hands. It made Tori sick to hear her speak. "In exchange for peace, he has offered me freedom and the union between my people and Osha. But that offer is not just for me." The Chancellor smiled and took Vashti's hand gently. "I offer you all the chance to use your gifts to serve the Empire. The time has come to bring magic back to the North. If you join me, you will be free, not to run and hide as in the days of my father, and not to fight and die for a hopeless cause as your former leaders would have you. You will be free to discover your gifts and serve the people of the New World. The time has come for magic to return to the world, and all of you can be part of the future of magic." The chamber was silent at first. Ren was the first to speak. "Don't listen to his lies. It's all a—" Darian silenced him with his fist. "The Chancellor spared your life, and this is the gratitude you show?" "It's all right," said the Chancellor. "He'll come around. As for the rest of you—" Daja glanced at Tori, then shook his head. He gestured at the saber lying in front of Ren. "If this is justice in the Empire, I reckon Ren's been feeding us Shenza all along. I never signed up to be a barterin' chip in some noble's blood feud. I signed up to learn magic, and I reckon I can do that just as well in Osha as anywhere." Many of the others nodded their heads in agreement. "I'll serve," said Daja. He stood to his feet, and Vashti helped him up. The Chancellor patted him on the back. "You've chosen well, son." The young Fietchi boy, Jan, was the next to rise. And then Vashti's friend Kala rose to her feet. In the end, there were only a few who resisted. Sarah, Vaughn, Misha, and Ren chief among them. In a dark way, Tori wished they all had joined the others. There was no future left for the Watchers but death or betrayal. Chapter 34. Tori's blood was drained daily, just enough to keep her body weak and her magic suppressed, and she was not alone in this daily agony. All the Watchers were drained of their strength each night, and in the morning they were herded through the catacombs beneath the crooked teeth, dull aches filling their bones with each jarring step. Those who pledged their allegiance to the Chancellor, however, received kinder treatment. They got food and water rations and slept on mats in the main chamber. If they complied until they reached the citadel, then they would go free. Tori and the other dissenters were treated like cattle. Their bloodletting was arduous. They were chained in dark chambers and watched at all times. The legions and the morphs surrounded them, kept them apart, kept them from conspiring or even sharing in their hellish march. The system of caverns was an immense labyrinth. Tori's mum had told stories of the tunnels beneath the world. It was said they were formed by the Gulag, a giant worm-like monster of the old world. Even in her youth, Tori had thought it an outlandish myth. Tori wondered now if it was real, if the Gulag was in the Chancellor's abyss somewhere, along with all the other legends of the old world. Probably a world of sinking sand, where it could dig no tunnels, she thought. Every few leagues or so, the catacombs reached an expansive chamber, where the large company made camp. The races of the old world were said to have used the caves to hide from Rulaks and other beasts, and now, in the new world, they had been forced to do the same. At first, Tori wondered why the Chancellor had not used the Godstones to escape the catacombs, but the disgruntled murmurs of the soldiers answered her question soon enough. The Chancellor was still weak from the unleashing of the Rulaks, and he had drained his store of the gallows girl's blood. And worse, according to the soldiers,
The Chancellor's dark witch, Medea, had been lost in the madness. And so they were all cursed to wander this underworld maze until they reached the surface. It was some time before Tori pieced together who else had died in the Rulock attack. Joran, the Regenero from the Italan fights, a Medici named Gani, and a conjurer named Lyra. Every time Tori saw any of the turned watchers, she was overwhelmed by guilt. Her resistance had been futile. Perhaps it had always been so, ever since the day of the gallows. And if she had complied, the others would be alive. Zaya would be alive. Only once she caught Misha's gaze during the march, and her best friend looked away, holding back tears. Tori wished Misha would join the Chancellor like the others. At least then, she would survive. After the Chancellor extended mercy to the Watchers, Tori noticed a growing uneasiness among the soldiers, even in the apparent safety of the catacombs. The grumblings grew worse by the day. Many felt that the Chancellor should have killed Ren. Others were unhappy that their rations were being shared with the turned Watchers. A fight broke out on the third night underground over food portions. A large brute stabbed a younger, scrawnier shadow for his helping. Darien broke up the fight himself, disarming the brute with a swift flash of his saber. The young soldier was not mortally wounded, but Tori feared it was a sign of worse things to come if they spent much longer underground. According to lore, the cannibalistic Nosferati inhabited the catacombs. As the soldiers murmured during the marches, Tori found herself remembering the old terror stories that her mother had told around fires on the steppe. At the climax of the stories, the point when a Nosferati always came to the surface in the night and kidnapped little boys and girls, one of the older children would sneak up and grab the littles from behind. Tori could still remember the thrill, the squeals, and the relieved laughter that had always followed. Because, of course, monsters weren't real. They were only stories. Tori longed for those innocent days again, before the betrayal of her mother, before life as a fringe rat and a slave, before the citadel and the watchtower, before Tori had discovered that if some tales were true, then they all must be. There is no magic without monsters. Tori saw little of the Chancellor and his new queen-to-be during the march. They kept to the front of the company, and the Chancellor and his personal guards did not camp in the same chamber as the soldiers and the Watcher prisoners. Tori saw much of Ren and Misha and the other Watchers who had refused to turn, but always from a distance. The more their blood was drawn, and the longer they were herded along, the weaker they became. It was evident in the way they held themselves, heads down, backs hunched, feet shuffling. They looked like poor, abused animals resigned to their fate, not Watcher rebels. Even Ren had visibly given up. On the fourth day underground, Tori was kept at the rear of the company, escorted by Darien's companion, Valeria. Tori had noticed the way the female morph regarded Darien. Whether it was affection or comradely devotion, she did not know. But Tori despised the morph soldier with silver hair. For the past few days, Darien and Mary had been close by, but they did not regard Tori, except when Mary would come to drain her blood each evening. And each evening, it was the same cold look in her eyes. Darien had not even bothered to look her way since the first night. Tori often wondered when it had happened, when Darien had turned from rebel slave to mindless follower. Is it all some dark magic that's taken over his mind? But Darien did not seem like he was under a spell. No. Tori imagined it happened when Darien began feeling like he belonged with the legions more than anywhere else. And she had the suspicion that Valeria had something to do with that sense of belonging, for Tori had noted the way he looked to her as well. She suspected Valeria had become to Darien the soldier what Tori had been to Darien the slave, a survival companion. Valeria kept silent the entire march, occasionally offering a good shove when Tori slowed. But as they reached a small chamber with a pool of water, the soldiers rushed forward to drink. and Valeria held her back. "He's still in there," Valeria whispered when there was a distance between them and the soldiers clamoring for fresh water. "What?" Tori was about to turn and face her, but Valeria held her fast by her shackles. "Don't look at me, just listen. Darian is not much like the boy he was when you last knew him, Gallows Girl, but he's not all gone. Why are you telling me this? So you don't lose hope." Valeria paused for a moment. "Not all shadows are as dark as they seem. Some are still human deep down, and some are biding their time." With that, Valeria shoved her, and Tori collapsed to the ground, aches shooting through the hollows of her bones. "Quit your bitching. You don't need a drink till we make camp, like all the other prisoners." Valeria kicked Tori in the side for good measure. Valeria did not say anything more the rest of the march. When evening came, the Chancellor and his entourage marched on to camp in an adjoining chamber, and the legions began to pitch tents in a large domed space. If Tori believed the murmurs among the soldiers, this would be their last night in the catacombs. They were near the surface, which meant Tori was drawing nearer to death with each step. Once they reached Maroel, she would be executed for all the world to see. Tori had come to accept this reality. It was like the dull aches that racked her body as she walked, something she could not change. The Chancellor had forced them all into a corner, and there could be no good outcome. Tori pondered what Valeria said all day, but no matter how much her heart longed for it to be true, she kept telling herself it was a cruel morph trick. Why would a morph want to keep her hopes up? But still the idea teased her. Could it be that Darian was not as far gone as he seemed? Tori kept telling herself it was foolishness, but she could not stop herself from hoping. It was all she had left. Time moved slowly that night. Anticipation hung heavy in the air. The legions were restless, knowing the world above was only a short distance away, and this restlessness was turning them ruthless. Tori shuddered as she watched Sarah be dragged out of the chamber after her blood was drained. Sarah did not have strength to fight. Vaughn barked and bellowed at the offending shadow, only to be knocked to the hard stone by another soldier. Blood poured from his mouth, but he did not stop screaming until a shadow rendered him unconscious with a blow to the head. Tori watched, helpless, like all the other watchers. Her body tensed. She wanted to make it stop, but knew no one could. They were chained and weak. Tori closed her mind to the scene. The sadness was too much to bear. The legions were famously feared for their vicious treatment of war prisoners. The raping and ruthless destruction of defeated cities was what made the legions so notorious in the New World. The Watchers were the latest defeated army, and they would be treated no differently. All Tori could do was listen helplessly to Sarah's muffled cries. But a moment later, Valeria emerged with Sarah in tow, her saber drawn, traces of blood specking it. The offending shadow hobbled after, cradling his bleeding arm. A spark of hope surged in Tori once more. Valeria is saving Sarah? These prisoners are the Chancellor's prized possessions. You will not treat them like some Morgathian rat. Valeria raised her blade in the air. The next shadow I catch taking prisoners to the back caverns, I'll run through. But it did not end that easily. The shadows were restless and growing more so by the moment. One shadow overturned a bucket of Watcher blood, splattering it across the cavern floor. What's it matter, eh? We're already taking their blood. What's it hurt to take a bit more? This sentiment was chorused by a few others. The room quickly turned into chaos. Soldiers shoved one another, and a second priceless bucket of Watcher blood was overturned. Darian transformed to his morph form and roared. The sight of his beastly shape sent shivers through Tori. That blood is worth more than your very lives. Valeria morphed and flew to his side, along with a few others. But it was little use. The tension had reached a point of no return. In the chaos, Tori went unnoticed, chained at the edge of the room. Unnoticed by all but one. A hand came from behind, covering her mouth before she had time to make a sound. And then she was being dragged backwards into a side corridor. Before the dark enveloped her, she caught a glimpse of her attacker's face, and it filled her with fear. It was Jujen, the soldier who had wanted to harvest her blood. The shadow shoved her up against a wet cave wall in an abandoned chamber.
"The gallows girl," he hissed. "I heard a rumor you and the captain tossed around back when you were slaves. But seeing as he's moved on, well, I reckon it's equal shares now, ain't it?"
Jujen spun her around to face him, throwing her head back hard against the stone, his hands tearing at her cloak and thick woolen shirt. Dazed by the blow to her head and weakened from the march, Tori could hardly resist. She let out a weak cry, only to be stifled by another blow against the cave wall. She squirmed with what little strength remained, but Jujen was too strong. Her mind went hazy, drifting away from reality. And Tori did not try to come back. She could not fight him, and she did not want to remember what was to come. Jujen pinned down her arms and wedged his body against her. "Seeing as the Chancellor wants you dead, I reckon there's no need to worry about—" "Jujen!" The boy's hands fell away from Tori's body at the sudden voice from the darkness. A torch lit up the chamber. It was old Mary. "What are you doing, comrade?" Her voice was soft but commanding. Jujen spluttered at first. It's none of your business, cook," he snapped. "I came back to drain her blood." His fists were clenched. He reached for his belt. "Ah," said Mary. "No need to be defensive, comrade, if you're just bleeding out the prisoner, is there?" I ain't defensive." "You're a fine soldier, Jujen," said Mary carefully. "But I think you may have forgotten something important." She held up a bucket and tube. "Oh, gods, how foolish of me." He reached for the elements, but Mary pulled them back. Jujen's eyes were alight. "Don't be foolish, son. Fools in this world wind up dead, you know." Are you threatening me?" Jujen said tremulously, hand still hovering near the blade at his belt. "Why don't you let me deal with the gallows girl's blood, as our captain commanded me, and you head on back to the main chamber? I reckon the captain could use your help calming down the troops and their lust." She held his dark gaze, and finally he stood down. Without another word, Jujen darted away into the dark. Tori breathed with relief. Mary regarded her with cool eyes, and Tori steeled herself for the bloodletting that was to come. She wished Mary would drain all her blood and be done with it. Be done with the Chancellor, this march, this unrelenting world. But the prick of the needle did not come. Mary dropped the bucket on the floor. The clatter echoed off the walls. "For someone who's been through a dozen hells, you're the most resilient girl I've ever known," said Mary. Her voice was barely a whisper, and it cracked as she spoke. "What?" Tori managed. Mary smiled. Her face seemed to lighten the room, brighter than any torch. It was the warm smile Tori had known from Scalero's estate. "You survived, Tori. You kept your head through more suffering than any girl should endure. But you're still here. I'm so proud of you, child." Suddenly, Tori was wrapped in Mary's arms, and Tori cried desperate tears of relief, soaking Mary's Legion uniform. "Thank the gods," Tori muttered between sobs, her fingers clutching the old cook as though this reality would disappear if she let go. Mary brushed Tori's dark, matted hair out of her face. She smiled as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Yes, child. Thank the gods." There was movement in the dark. Tori pulled away quickly. She would not reveal Mary's betrayal to her comrades if she could help it. A face came into the light, but it was not that of a soldier or morph. It was Misha. The small Melanesian girl was gaunt and staggered as she walked, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. That morph, Valeria, she was draining my blood when that soldier came back with Sarah. When Valeria dragged him off, she let me go, and then Mary found me. Mary nodded, her face glowing in the torchlight. All shadows are not as dark as they seem. She echoed the very words Valeria had spoken to Tori only hours before. Some are biding their time. Valeria and Mary were working together? Misha pulled Tori into a tight embrace. Tori had never been so relieved to feel the warmth of a friend. They were alive. They were free. "What about the others?" said Tori. "Vaughn and Sarah and Wren. They're all back in chains." Mary pulled them apart, her hands grasping their shoulders. "There's no time, I'm afraid. Come, girls, we must be swift. It is time for the gallows girl and her comrade to run far away from this God's forsaken madness." Part 12. Night of Blood and Teeth. Beware the dark, little children. With sweet delight it lures you in. In dark of night it lies and waits for boys and girls to wander late. Beware the dark, little children. With sweet delight it lures you in. Don't go out to tempting night. It searches there for flesh to bite. Beware the dark, little children. With sweet delight it lures you in. Do not tarry and never stray. It waits beyond for little prey. Chapter 35. The chamber was chaos, and sanity hung at the edge of a great precipice. The legions were losing their minds in bloodlust and restlessness, and if Darian let them have anything now, it would all be over. Gertie was the soldier who had tossed up the bucket of watcher blood after Valeria refused the legions their spoils. Darian had trained with Gertie in the shadow camps. He was a hothead, but he was a loyal comrade. He was also inciting this riot, and Darian had to assert his dominance once and for all. Darian did not like it, but he knew there was no other choice. When he was named captain, the morphs embraced him. If the Chancellor had chosen Darian to lead this mission, then they trusted he must be worthy. But when Darian had been put in command over his old regiment for the infiltration of the watchtower, there was some resistance from his old comrades. Jujin tried to hide it, but Darian could tell that even his young, fairish friend resented his sudden rise in the ranks. They had been comrades, equals. They had sparred at the shadow camps. Jujin had helped Darian become a decent marksman. They had been bunkmates for over a year, and now, suddenly, Darian was a morph commanding them all. That was what this riot was truly about. The legions were testing him, and Darian could not afford to fail this test. They would be marching out of these catacombs in the morning, and the Chancellor would parade the watchers, and most importantly, the gallows girl, before the people of Osha. The turned watchers would pledge themselves to the Empire, and the world would be changed. But not if the shadows descended into madness before they reached the surface. The Chancellor stood at the edge of the chamber, and Darian felt his eyes, as though they were spyglasses, fixed only on him. This was a test of his leadership, and the Chancellor was watching to see what he would do, to see if he had made the right choice. Darian could not let his master down. In his morph form, Darian took flight, grateful for the vastness of the domed chamber. He landed upon Gertie, talons at the boy's throat. It was over in an instant. Gertie bled out from the gash in his neck, and the chamber went silent. Darian morphed back to his human form and cradled the boy in his arms, holding him until the last breath. It pained him to feel the boy's warm life draining between his fingers. But if he had learned anything from the Chancellor, it was that sacrifices were sometimes necessary for the greater good. Every soldier and morph was silent, waiting to see what the captain would do next. When Gertie had gone still with death, Darien stood, the blood thick on his hands and uniform. "This is a mission unlike any other." Darien addressed his soldiers coldly, with the confidence of a king whose word was law. "We will not conduct ourselves as we have in other missions. The fate of the Empire is in our hands, comrades. I will not allow any one of you to put that empire in jeopardy. You will act like the servants you are, and if anyone else breaches command again, you will wish you would have been devoured by Ruloks." Jujin was the first to stand at attention. Darien hadn't noticed him during the uprising, but he was grateful he was here now. Everyone in the regiment revered Jujin, and if he submitted, the others would follow. Jujin saluted him. "Aye, sir. You are our Chancellor's chosen leader, and we will do as you command." Rickon was the next to recite the mantra, and the other shadows soon followed, saluting and declaring their loyalty to the Chancellor's chosen captain. Darien breathed a sigh of relief. The Chancellor caught his eye and nodded his approval. Darien had passed the test. While the soldiers dispersed and returned to making camp, Valeria came to his side, sheathing her saber. "You did well killing Gertie, Captain. It was a necessary sacrifice." He should have said, "Of course, I know what I'm doing. I am your captain as well." But truth be told, he needed Valeria Sardona's affirmation to ward off the guilt and insecurity that had plagued him since he'd been made captain. What was it the Chancellor saw in him? He and Valeria had been through so much together, and if there was one person who could make him feel that he had what it would take to get the Watchers to Osha, it was Valeria. "Thank you, comrade," he said with a nod. The room filled with the smell of porridge as supper was served, but both of them stood back and watched their old regiment go about their nightly routine. The Chancellor withdrew to his own chamber, walking slowly and with a slight stagger. Darien had never seen Cyrus Morrow so weak, and it worried him. The Chancellor had always seemed so in control, but he was clearly shaken after the events of the Watchtower. Darien knew the passage between the worlds had taken its toll on him, and Medea's absence surely plagued him. The witch had always unnerved Darien, but he knew she was important to the Chancellor's plans, and he feared for her life and for the shadows who had been lost in their mad flight from the Ruloks. But in addition to all this, Darien feared there was more to the Chancellor's weakened state. They had defeated the Watchers, and yet Darien felt as though they had been conquered themselves. Monsters had returned to the world, and he feared they never should have been brought back. Darien considered talking his fears over with Valeria, but he thought better of it. It would not do to question the Chancellor in front of a subordinate. "It's strange to watch from the outside now," Valeria said, "to be something else." Darien should have said, "Nothing feels strange. We are meant to be what we are." But instead he simply nodded. Valeria grimaced and glanced about the chamber. "One more night and we'll be rid of this God's forsaken place." One more night and they would be back in Osha. The Chancellor would soon be wed to the Watcher Princess of the Ya Navi. The Watchers would no longer be a secret, nor a threat. They would not be Watchers to the New World. As the Chancellor had told him, the Watchers were a myth born from a lack of understanding of the magic in the world. Magical beings would be known as the Chancellor's servants, just like the Morphs. The Watchers who wished to live would join the Morphs to form a new army, the Sky Guard, or they would join the fate of the Gallows Girl. Tori. Darien tried to push the thought aside, but it was difficult. As much as he hated to admit it, he felt no pleasure seeing his old friend suffer. He did not let it show. He knew it was necessary, but... Valeria squeezed his wrist subtly as she walked away to set up her own tent. Again, he was filled with reassurance that he had what it took to lead. Darian surveyed his soldiers for a while longer, but his eyes wandered back to Valeria. It was nights like these he longed to be closer to her. Of course, it was improper for comrades to think of one another in such a fashion, and for some time he had managed to keep the thoughts at bay. But lately, the notions had been taking him off guard. Another thought crept up. What of Tori? Gods, what of her? She was a threat to the Empire, and besides, they had never been anything but friends. Very close friends, sure, but... He thought back to their last night together, when she'd kissed his cheek and they had fallen asleep together in Scalero's stables, and his skin had felt like it was on fire. Gods, where is Tori anyway? Throughout the march, Darian had kept his distance, but she had always been under his attentive watch. In the chaos of the Legion uprising, he had gotten distracted. Now he realized she was not chained with the other watchers, and she was not the only person who was not where they should be. Ol' Mary. A sick feeling rose up from his gut. Surely Mary was not stupid enough to... Darian was about to rush to the back reaches of the caverns to find Mary when a shrill scream filled the chamber. It was desperate and riddled Darian's body with violent chills. The legions froze where they stood, tent stakes and cookery still in their hands. There was a second scream. Someone appeared at the entrance to the chamber. It was Holland, who had been one of those chosen for the first watch. Holland tripped and fell to the ground. "We're under attack!" Holland clambered to his feet, his face distorted with fear. The front of his breeches was soaked through. His eyes were wild, skittering about the room like a madman. Darian had never seen a soldier look more terrified in his life. "Run! Run!" Holland shrieked. A creature leapt into the chamber, as though launched from a cannon in the darkness. The thing was deathly pale, its body little more than a skeleton with skin draped loose over its bones like burial cloths. It reminded Darian of the children from the fringes, their corpses. But this creature was no starving fringe rat that could barely raise its head. This creature was strong and fierce, and though it looked like death, it was very much alive. It leapt with unconscionable force, crossing a span of 15 feet from a crouch. It landed upon Holland's back. Before Holland had time to emit a dying shriek, his head had been wrenched free of his shoulders. The creature tossed the head into the middle of the room and took a ravenous bite from the expanse left behind. The creature looked up, blood dripping from its lips, and smiled, then returned to devouring Holland's body. A second creature entered, and the chamber turned into chaos. Terrified soldiers stumbled and panicked and shrieked like village children during a raid. A third creature entered. Darian had never thought the legends true. They were ghost stories, meant to keep children from wandering too far from their villages. But there could be no denying what these horrid creatures were. "Nosferati!" cried a soldier, unfortunate enough to have made camp near the chamber entrance. In a moment, he was a carcass, splayed open. More and more creatures entered and swarmed like wolves upon him. Chapter 36. The shrieks and blood of soldiers filled the air. Muskets fired madly, but lead seemed to have little effect on the Nosferati pouring into the domed chamber. Darian drew his saber not a moment too soon, decapitating one of the creatures as it leapt at his head. The attack came in waves. During the first wave, the entire force of at least 50 creatures attacked and devoured the Legion soldiers. But their mad hunger was a blessing in a way, for it gave those who survived time to retreat and form a defense before the second wave. Once their hunger was sated, the creatures picked their way through the ranks with methodical precision. They worked together, formed diversions. What little strands of humanity might remain of the beasts, their intelligence seemed fully intact. They did not decapitate and feast any longer. They wasted no time, cutting throats with razor claws and taking bites out of jugulars. The more the Nosferati slaughtered, the more creatures there were leaping and tearing apart the legion ranks. Darien realized the Nosferati were multiplying when he saw Rickon's corpse rise, his skin turned the gray of his legion uniform. The horde grew larger and larger as the legion forces dwindled. During the first wave of the attack, the morphs managed to move the Watchers to the Chancellor's corridor, and the Chancellor's armies bravely fended the creatures off. But the catacombs formed a winding labyrinth. All passages might connect somewhere in the dark. Any moment, the creatures might appear from behind, and they would all become gray cannibals. Darien slew another creature, fighting to hold his balance as he maneuvered over a floor of bodies. Another comrade rose from the dead a short distance away. Gods, it's Jujin! Jujin's skin was the color of ash, and his eyes were like little holes of night. He leapt with sudden, unfathomable strength, straight at Darien. Darien hesitated, only for a fraction of a moment, but it was enough. Jujin landed upon him, teeth bared. Darien lost his grip on his saber, and he and Jujin fell, rolling upon the ground. Darien twisted away and managed to land a kick that sent the creature flying back. Jujin leapt again with renewed rage. Darien reached for his belt. His dagger met its mark at the nape of Jujin's neck. Darien fought back tears as he shoved the boy's fully dead body away. He could barely see through the smoke of frantic musket fire. His ears rang and his head throbbed. A hand grabbed him from behind. He was about to thrust with his dagger when he heard Valeria's voice. "Thank the gods!" she cried, holding out his dropped saber to him. Without another word, the two formed up, back to back, the way they had back at Gorenel, and swung their blades in tandem, taking down 1, 2, 3 of the nightmare creatures. The Nosferati began to tear through the ranks. Several bounded through the entrance to the Chancellor's passage. "The Chancellor!" Darien cried. Together, Darien and Valeria morphed and took to the air, soaring past their comrades. They landed beyond and made for the adjoining passage where the Chancellor had made camp. At least 3 Nosferati had come down this corridor, and Darien prayed the Chancellor was already gone, that his master had heard the deathly cries and disappeared with his godstones. But the Chancellor did not flee. 3 of his royal guard lay dead. The Chancellor, in his morph form, loomed over the severed body of one of the Nosferati. Vashti knelt on the ground beside another creature. The tents were a shredded mess. Darien sprinted to his master. The Chancellor was bleeding from a wound in his shoulder and shaking. "Were you bitten?" Darien asked. "No," said the Chancellor. It was the first time Darien had ever seen his master show such visible fear. "Just a rock. I fell." "You must flee, my lord," cried Valeria, who helped the Chancellor's new queen to her feet. Vashti Buradai was shaken, but alive. A bloodied blade still clutched in her hand. "Like hell I must," said the Chancellor. "Please," said Darien, "use your stones. I will get the Watchers out." The Chancellor pulled the stones out of his cloak, eyeing them warily. Darien knew he feared to use them again. "No, I will not abandon—" "As your chosen captain," Darien interrupted, "I will not risk your life and the fate of Osha. You are too valuable. You must use the stones, my lord." Darien could not believe he was defying his master. Momentarily, he worried he had signed his own death sentence. But the Chancellor nodded to him, clasping his fingers around the stones. "I see I chose my captain wisely." Another creature came bounding down the passage from the main chamber. Darien surged forward and met it, dodging its attack and severing its head in one fluid stroke. "Go, my lord, now!" The Chancellor took hold of Vashti's hand, and the stones glowed brightly. He grimaced, but his resolve held strong. "Darien," he said,
You must get the gallows girl to Osha."
"I will, my lord."
"The fate of the New World rests upon you, Captain." Mist swirled around the Chancellor and his queen-to-be, and in a moment it was only Darien and Valeria in the chamber.
"What do we do?"
"We've only one chance," he said. Darien rushed over to the mess of tents and rummaged around frantically. It took longer than he hoped to find the explosives. From within the guard tent, Darien heaved up a sack. It was one of the Morgathian firebombs from Goranel.
"We get the Watchers, then we blow the mountain down behind us."
They had brought 2 bombs, left over after the defeat of the Morgathian rebellion. They had been intended for the destruction of the watchtower, but had proved unnecessary. However, there was only one left in the tent.
Darien tried not to let his terror show, wondering where the other bomb had gone. He could only hope it was hidden somewhere beneath the shredded canvas. Darien and Valeria rushed back through the winding passages, back toward the main chamber. At the entrance, Commander Zamel had formed the legions into 3 lines, bayonets jutting out like spears. As men in the front line were taken down, men in the second line rushed in to take their place, and those from the third line filled in behind them. The morphs were wreaking as much destruction as they could in the domed chamber, but many of them had fallen. Behind the wall of legions, 6 morphs stood guard over 30 watchers. Several had been mossed in the first wave. There were only a few in chains. Darien scanned their faces, but he already knew what he would find. Tori was not among them. He turned to Valeria. "You have to lead them out." "What about you?" "I've got to find the gallows girl." They locked eyes for a brief moment. She squeezed his hand. "Make it out alive, Redvar." Darien could not speak. He squeezed her hand back and left. He found Zamel and shouted amidst the madness. "Hold them off a few more minutes," Darien said, holding up the firebomb. "Then fall back and we'll blow them all to the abyss." Darien did not wait for an answer. He left the bomb with Zamel, transformed to his morph form, and took flight, soaring over the domed chamber, where only an hour before they had been making camp like any other night. There were 4 entrances into the chamber. Most of the Nosferati had poured through the same entrance. The creatures that had come this way had come later in the battle, and Darien thought he knew why. It was only a guess, but it was his only shot. It was the chamber farthest away from the soldier uprising before the Nosferati attacked. If Mary had wanted to try to get the gallows girl out, that would have been her window of opportunity. Darien flew through the entrance and morphed back to his human form, landing in a sprint. He raced down the corridor, counting the time before the firebomb would blow. His instinct proved true. There was a reason the Nosferati had come back from this cavern. A short distance back, Darien reached a dead end. Rubble filled the passage. There was no way past. During the chaos, he had not even felt the explosion. Mary had blown up the cave with the second firebomb. A single Nosferati knelt at the edge of the rubble. Darien held his saber out before him. The creature's eyes glowed. Its skin was dead, but to his amazement, Darien recognized the face. "Commander Scalero?" The creature rose at the name and looked at him strangely, and then it shot to its feet. Darien dropped to the ground, reaching out with his saber, but the creature that had once been Commander Scalero leapt over him and disappeared down the passage. Darien was about to leave, but he saw an arm protruding at the edge of the rubble, where Scalero had been kneeling. He rushed over, pulling away debris with mad determination. Old Mary lay buried beneath the crumbled cavern. As Darien heaved the rocks from her head, she stirred, moaning terribly. Darien forgot his anger for her treachery. He forgot his rank and even the Chancellor. He took hold of the woman's frail fingers. They were pocked with bite marks. Fighting back tears, he whispered, "It's all right, Mary. I'm here. It's Darien."
Darian? What happened? Where's Tori? Tori. It was faint, the weight of the rubble crushing her voice. Darian had to put his ear right up to her face to hear. The creatures came. Reckon I held 'em back, didn't I? Scalero? He asked, his hands running over the lacerations on her hands. How was it that his old master had appeared here in this demon form? Nah, he was trying to get me out.
Reckon he came back, didn't he?
What are you talking about?
Back from that cursed world to get his revenge on. Mary broke into a fit of violent coughs. Darian hated to see her this way. He gripped her hand, but her fingers were weak. She was fading. Mary, where's Tori?
Safe. The other side.
Her eyes drifted, as though they saw nothing. Her grip tightened on his for a moment.
I never turned dark, Darian. I kept strong.
It's all right, Mary. I'm going to get you out of here. Quit talking. You got to save your strength.
Nah,
whispered Mary.
This is it for me. Get yourself safe before.
Her voice faded, and her hand went limp in Darian's grasp. Her eyes were still open, but stared emptily. She blinked one last time.
Tori still believes in you, Darian. And so do I.
Chapter 37. It took nearly a minute after old Mary's last breath, and he knew he might not make it back before the explosion, but Darian waited until the end. Tears streaked his world like falling stars, and he waited. Waited until Mary's skin turned ash-gray and her breath returned, a horrid, frantic wheeze that made his skin prick with violent shivers. He took his dagger and thrust it deep into Mary's skull. It pained him more than anything he'd ever done, but he would not let Mary become a monster. Darian felt her second life shudder. Mary's muscles spasmed, her heart fluttered, and then she was gone. He let the blood run over his hands. It was cold. Darian had never felt anything like it. Darian made himself experience every moment, every tremor of her passing. He owed her that much. When it was finished, he retched across the floor. Then he closed Mary's dead eyes, and he ran. Darian hoped Zamel would give him enough time. How long had it been since he'd left the main chamber? All concept of time escaped Darian in battle, and he could only hope it escaped Zamel as well. Darian reached the domed chamber where so recently a camp had been set up. Now it was a mess of shredded tents and bodies, but not nearly enough bodies. The horde of gray-skinned demons was filled with dozens of Legion uniforms. Darian wished he could slay them all, spare his soldiers this wretched end. The shrieking creatures stormed madly at the wall of shadows blocking the entrance. By some miracle, Zamel's dwindling troops still managed to hold the Nosferati at bay. Darian morphed and soared on black wings over the devastation. "Ready the bomb!" Zamel shouted. Darian flew over the wall, narrowly missing the jutting teeth of the cave roof. He morphed to his human form as he descended. Vaguely, he heard Zamel cry for the legions to fall back. And then, the explosion. The force catapulted him forward. Darian landed sprawled on his face. A plume of smoke rushed through the cave like a great serpent, and Darian held his breath for fear of suffocating. The cavern shook as though it were a living thing, its seizing heart raging against an inexorable death. Darian lay still, his arms covering his head as debris cascaded around him. The entire mountain trembled as though it might give way and plunge into the depths of the world. And as he faced the end, Darien prayed. He had never believed in gods, but still the prayers sprung from him unbidden. He had faced so much death, yet never once had he cried out to the old gods. Never until now. The catacombs trembled one last time. It was the shudder of death Darien knew too well. The mountain's breath faded. The great smoke serpent slithered away through the tunnels. The air thinned, and finally, Darien could breathe. He gasped violently for several inhalations, and then he lay still, panting in the stillness. The cavern around him was utterly silent. Darien prayed again, that no Nosferati had made it through, that Zamel and the shadows had made it out alive, that Valeria had led the watchers to safety, even that Tori, wherever she was, had not been injured in the quaking of the mountains. All at once, as though at the press of a lever, the caves filled with the coughs of the living, gasping for precious breath. Somewhere a torch lit up the passage. A hand reached out and helped Darien to his feet, brushing away the chalky debris from his uniform. "Thank the gods," whispered Valeria, pulling him close, her hand touching his face. They embraced, and Darien did not care that there was a host of soldiers around him to witness the affection. They had survived a nightmare, and that was all that mattered. All told, there were 200 shadows, 11 morphs, and 4 watchers lost. Most of the slain now haunted the catacombs beneath the Crooked Teeth, save those who'd had the mercy of being eaten alive in the first wave of the horrific attack. Exhausted, wounded, and never more shaken in their harsh soldiers' lives, the legions pressed on, marching through the night. They reached the end of the catacombs by daybreak, and fell out of the opening onto late summer grass in the warm light of the rising sun. Darien had never fully appreciated the beauty of the true light of the sun, never longed more for the sting of the cool Ocean wind, and never been less pleased to see the towering white citadel plunging into the sky in the valley below. He had failed his master. The gallows girl had escaped. How had it all happened? Where had those monsters come from? They were a legend of the old world. There was no record of a true Nosferati attack in the New World, ever, just as there had never been a Rulak sighting. And Commander Scalero had been among them? It made no sense. A train of horsemen escorted the Chancellor from the city to greet them at the edge of the mountains, ready to parade his conquered watchers before the people of Osha. Darien's heart was an abandoned well in his chest. The Chancellor would not have the capstone of his parade. Tori. Valeria squeezed his hand, and Darien hobbled out to meet his master. His right leg was bruised and stiff from the explosion, but if that was his only suffering, he counted himself desperately fortunate. It was strange to think what a curse the Morgathian firebombs had seemed a short month ago in Goranel. Now they were a blessing from the gods, the only reason that any of them were still alive. The Chancellor neared, and Darien filled with dread. To his amazement, the deathly pale sorceress Medea rode at the Chancellor's side. Her wild gaze flitted about the valley. She survived the Rulak attack. Though Darien was relieved at this, he also feared the worst. He imagined himself being tortured, the way Kira had been in Viliani, for his failure. The Chancellor's smile turned sour as he rode to them, noting the absence of the gallows girl from the huddle of watcher prisoners. Nevertheless, the Chancellor dismounted and greeted the captain of his morphs. Darien knelt before him, but the Chancellor gestured for him to rise. Darien felt bile rise in his throat, but he stood tall and did not let his voice quaver as he spoke. "I am sorry, my lord. I've failed you." Cyrus Morrow paused, his eyes studying Darien, as though he were one of the priceless old-world sculptures held in the library of the White Citadel. His eyes seemed to bore through to view Darian's true self. His gaze held for an eternity. Darian readied himself for punishment, maybe even execution, right here before his comrades. Finally, the Chancellor spoke. "You have much need for sorrow, Captain Redvar, but not on my account. You brought us all through a nightmare. I am indebted to you, as are many others. Tell me, how many of our sorcerers were lost?" Darian gulped. "4, my lord. 2 who were to join the Sky Guard, a Fieti named Misha, as well as the Gallows Girl. Tori was lost in the madness. It is likely she was slain by the devils, but it is possible she escaped in the chaos." The Chancellor was silent for some time. "Only 4 lost?" he said finally. "Then I must thank you for your service, Captain. You have done very well." Darian had not expected such understanding. He had failed miserably, and yet his master was proud? The dread drifted away, and relief swept over him. The Chancellor motioned for a horse. "Ride with me, Captain, as I lead the watchers before the people. We have much to celebrate." "But, my lord, the Gallows Girl—" "Is still alive, Captain. Medea can sense it well. And once we've recovered, we will hunt Astoria down and bring her back to Osha." "My lord, how did Medea survive?" "It's a miracle." The Chancellor smiled at this. "Medea led a company of survivors through the mountains after the Ruloks left the watchtower. While we traveled underground, they traveled above. She arrived in Marl shortly before Vashti and I arrived using the stones. All is far from lost, Captain." "But, my lord, what happened? Where did those monsters come from? The Nosferati?" The Chancellor shook his head. "From where you think they came from, Captain. Somehow it seems the Gallows Girl released them from the old world. And I fear the Nosferati may not be the only ones. I expect there will be more terrors rising soon enough. The old world is colliding with our own once more." A hollow dread tugged at Darian's gut. What did this mean for him? For Osha? For the new world? How could Tori have done this? "The Gallows Girl," Darian murmured. "She is more dangerous than I ever imagined. But for now, we have cause to celebrate. The Watchers are ours, and we are alive. And if worlds are colliding, then the new world has need of our power more than ever before, and we will be the saviors they need." "We?" said Darian. "A third age is coming to our world, Darian. It is time we revealed magic to Osha once more, not as their mythical guardians sent by the gods. We will be the gods of this third world. We have many new recruits for my Sky Guard, and I am in need of a commander." "Me?" The Chancellor reached out and clasped Darian upon the shoulder, like his father once had in the mountains of Clavash so many years ago. Darian flushed with pride. "Come, Darian. Let's usher in a new world, together." Darian mounted his horse and rode tall at the Chancellor's side as they led the Watchers through the streets of Marl, all the way to the White Citadel. There was a great ceremony. Magic returned to the world with cheers. Watchers pledged their loyalty to the Empire, and Darian was raised to yet a higher station, Commander of the Sky Guard. A lowly Clavash boy, now the commander of the first magic army in the New World. But something nagged at Darian. He should have felt proud. He should have been relieved, honored by the Chancellor's promotion.
But in the deep caverns of his mind, Darien could not stop thinking of the words Mary had spoken before she died. He kept thinking of the prayers he'd muttered in the explosion. His thoughts lingered on Tori, wondering where she was, somewhere out in the crooked teeth, surviving. Was she freezing to death? Being stalked by Ruloks? Had she made it through, like Medea and the company of survivors from the watchtower? Had Tori really brought Scalero and the Nosferati back from the old world, as the Chancellor claimed? And these thoughts, these doubts, filled Darien with a gut-wrenching guilt, as though any moment now the Chancellor might see into his heart and sense the war raging inside him. That night, Darien ascended the long steps to his chambers at Commander Scalero's estate, now his own estate as the Chancellor's new commander of the Sky Guard. He lay in his old master's feather bed, but he could not sleep. Darien suspected Scalero himself had once lain in this bed, tossing sleeplessly in the nights before his great betrayal, before he freed the gallows girl, before he was cast into the abyss of the old world, only to come out the other side a monster that had helped Tori escape once more. Darien was no longer sure what he believed, nor where his true loyalties lay, and this scared him more than any terror he'd experienced in his young life. Part 13. The Fate of the Gallows Girl. From the ashes of the old world, from the depths of the new, from the great white plains of the north, she rises. Against the beasts of the old world, against the monsters of the new, against the great white shadows of the north, she rises. For the lost of the old world, for the downtrodden of the new, for the great white peoples of the north, she rises. Chapter 38. The tears would not stop flowing. Tori simply could not believe Mary was gone. One moment, they were hurrying down the winding passages of the catacombs to escape the legions unnoticed, and then horrific shrieks echoed up through the caverns, and in an instant the world changed forever. The first creature came at them like a storm from nowhere. Tori was too weak to use her conjuring power. Before she knew what was happening, Mary was shoving Tori and Misha away and leaping out with her blade. The gray creature shrieked as it flew through the air. Mary was quick with her legion skill and severed the monster's head in one swift stroke, but not before it had landed a bite on the back of her hand. Blood coated the cave floor. Shrieks rushed from the depths of the caverns beyond, the echoes building to cacophony. The terrifying sound stole Tori's breath, as though she'd been struck by an invisible force. Without a word, Mary Kierstead removed a heavy sack from her pack, the firebomb. Mary screamed for them to run. Tori was dazed with shock, but she held on to her old friend's arm. "No, Mary, come with us. We'll help you." Mary glanced at her bitten hand, a strange smile teasing her lips. The wound sent strange gray lines up her arms like veins. "Nah, this is what I've been fighting for all this time. I'm so proud of you, child." "Mary, no, don't!" Mary shoved Tori away. "Keep fighting, girl. Keep believing there's good left, in Darien and in all this world. Now, run." Those were the last words Mary said before she brought the cave down on herself, just as a wave of Nosferati bore down upon her. But before the end, Tori saw the face of the first gray-skinned creature. It was leading the horde, and it was the only one that stopped. The others shot at Mary with demonic fury, but not this one. It looked as though it had been struck still by some spell. Even in its monstrous skeletal form, Tori recognized the face. Commander Scalero? Before Tori could react, the roof fell. The caverns went dark. The tunnel was engulfed with smoke, and Tori knew Mary was gone forever. It all happened so fast, Tori could hardly make her brain comprehend the truth. Mary's dead. She died so I could live. Mary had endured unspeakable horror in the legions, killing and letting her masters believe they had changed her, but they hadn't. All along, she had been waiting for her moment. Tori just could not believe that she was the moment Mary had been waiting for. And Solero? He had been sentenced to the old world for conspiring against the Chancellor, only to come back to his own world a monster. Tori imagined her old master stumbling around that hellish nothing world, growing numb and hollow, forgetting all the beauty that made the real world worth living in, until eventually he stumbled upon some colony of old world cannibals, like the Rulocks at the gates of the necropolis, waiting for their chance to return to the real world. And it seemed he had joined them. How did the Nosferati show up at all? Tori wondered dimly as she and Misha pressed on through the catacombs. The sight of her old master, transformed into a demon, haunted her thoughts. She prayed Mary had died in the explosion, that she had not joined the ranks of the Nosferati. For hours, led by torchlight and a quickly fading hope, Tori and Misha staggered through the labyrinthine catacombs, weak from the bloodletting and the long march and all the horror they'd been put through. But none of it matters now. Mary is dead. Scalero is a monster. And the others? The tears kept flowing, and words would not come. Misha kept silent. Occasionally she brushed Tori's shoulder, but she never broke the silence weighing down upon them. It was as though Misha could feel the gravity of the loss, even though she'd never known Mary or Scalero. As though, somehow, Misha felt everything Tori felt, and knew that no words could express the sorrow plaguing her. Of course she does. She lost Zaya. The cavern stretched on and on. Tori did not have the willpower to choose their path. It was all she could do to keep going. And Misha sensed this too. As they reached divide after divide in the winding pathway beneath the crooked teeth, Misha paused, giving Tori time to find her voice if she wished, though Tori never spoke. And then Misha pointed with the torch, and they continued on. Tori was too weak and too ravaged with loss to care what happened to them next. In all likelihood, Mary was but one of many of Tori's friends who had died in the Nosferati attack. She had seen at least a dozen of the demons bounding through the chamber toward Mary, and she had heard the horrid wails of what must have been dozens more. We might be the only ones left. Vaughn and Sarah and Wren, all of them were too weak to fight, even if they weren't in chains. Tori knew they were probably dead, and if they weren't, what good was it? They were in the hands of the Chancellor. All was hopeless, and this truth enraged Tori even more. Mary died for nothing. Misha led them on and on. If she was filled with dread, she did not show it. She held on to Tori's arm and pulled her along. After hours of plodding, after Tori's legs felt like they might give out at any moment, they came to yet another divide, and this time, Misha did not choose a direction. Finally, Misha's fortitude gave out, and the tears struck her as well. I don't know where to go, Misha said. We've been here before. She pointed at the ground with her torch. Those are our prints. Tori did not know what to say. She felt as though all this was a dream, some dark effect of the bloodletting. Any second she would wake up, back in her chains, maybe back in her cell in the dungeons of the White Citadel. Perhaps she'd never left, and all this was an illusion, some trick of her mind to keep her alive. She did not care anymore. She was so weak, and all she wanted was to lie down and sleep. Suddenly, Tori was jarred from her stupor by a cold fist. She staggered back. You hit me? Wake up, Tori, Misha cried. I need your help. I don't know anything. I can't help. Misha hit her again. Shenza, quit hitting me. Tori swung back, but she missed, and her momentum carried her into the damp cave wall. She crumpled to the ground, landing on soft dirt. The ground is soft. Tori's fingers closed around fine grains of dirt. There had been no loose earth in all their march through the catacombs. It was all smooth, hard cave stone. But here, the ground was soft enough they had made footprints. Soft enough she could feel the grains between her fingers. We're near the surface, Mish, Tori said. The dirt. We could only leave prints if we were near the surface. Tori scrambled back to her feet, a surge of renewed hope rising in her. She took Misha's arm and led the way down the path they had not yet taken. There was another divide a short distance off. Tori analyzed the ground carefully. She could feel the slightest movement of air coming from the passage to the right, and she knew that was the way. It was midday when Tori and Misha tumbled from a small opening in the side of the mountain, out into the snow, somewhere in the endless passes of the Crooked Teeth. They collapsed in the light of the high sun. With the cold and the rulaks roaming free once more, sleep could mean death. But exhaustion won over, and they slept. Tori woke, shivering in the faded light, her stomach ringing with hunger. But she felt stronger. Her blood was beginning to fill her up again. Her senses were sharpening, her power making her more aware of the complexity of the world around her. But that world was nothing but snow and rock and cold for leagues in all directions. Misha did not stir beside her. Tori nudged her. Already Tori's fingers felt stiff and achy from the cold. Night had come, and it would be getting far colder. Misha moaned, but did not sit up as Tori shook her again. "Mish, we've got to move. We'll freeze to death if we don't." Tori tugged at her friend's arm, and finally she rose from the snow. "If I weren't so weak, I could make a fire," Misha stammered, flicking the flints at her wrists helplessly. A mere breath of flame flickered around her fingers and faded. Though the thought of a fire was the most glorious thing she could think of, Tori said, "Fire would just bring the rulaks straight to us anyway. Come on, we've got to move." Tori reached out her hand, and Misha managed to get to her feet. "Dying as rulak food doesn't sound all that bad anymore." Misha chuckled darkly. "We're alive, Mish. We made it out. We're not going to die." Tori did not believe it, but she had to keep Misha's spirits up. Misha smiled, though her lips trembled with shivers. "That sounds more like the Tori I know. Guess I knocked some sense into you back in that cave." They trudged into the darkening night. The sky was clear, and the stars began to creep out from their hiding places. It was true. They might be devoured by rulaks, but at least they wouldn't freeze in a blizzard. Tori fixed her gaze on the eldest, the brightest star in the northern sky. It would lead them east, out of the teeth, to the rocky plains of the gray waste, though Tori had no idea how far they would need to travel. It was nearly daylight when Misha finally dared to voice the wrenching question that had been eating away the silence between them for so long. "Do you think the others survived?" Tori trudged through the thick snow, grateful for all the hard exercises Sarah had put them through. That hard-earned stamina kept them going now, through their weakness and the cold. It had been a long night's march, but the horizon was beginning to turn gray with the coming morning, and the sharp wind was dying down. Tori had needed to focus so much on moving forward, on surviving the night, she hadn't let her mind settle long upon the thought of what the Nosferatu might have done to the others. I don't know, Mish," said Tori at last. "The Chancellor wouldn't leave them to die, right? They're too valuable to him." Nothing is as valuable to the Chancellor as his own life and power. Tori knew this all too well. A sick dread picked away at her hollow stomach.
"We can hope they're alive," said Misha. "We have to hope."
Tori nodded. She thought of all their friends in those caves, of Sarah and Vaughn, even Daja and the others who had turned. She thought of Wren. How foolish it was to think that only a few nights ago she had been stupidly worried about his attention. Now, all she wanted was to know he was alive. Tori thought of Darien, what she would give to go back to the day of the gallows. Yet Tori knew she could never take back what she'd done that day. It meant he was still alive. Even if he was a monster now, Tori could never have chosen otherwise. Mary had sworn that the real Darien was still in there, beneath the uniform and the morphing skin. And Valeria said the same thing. Tori hoped it was so, but even more, she hoped that Darien had survived the attack in the catacombs, whether still a monster or not. She hoped that the Chancellor would not take her escape out on him, or any of the others. "I feel torn about the others," said Tori after some time, "as though my heart's been ripped in two. If they all died in those catacombs, then all is lost, Mish." "All is not lost," said Misha firmly. "Mary told you as much before the end. The gallows girl is the hope of the new world. That's what she said. There are people who will help us." "But where?" said Tori. "We're all alone in the middle of the mountains. Ruloks are ravaging the world, and the others—" "Some survived," said Misha, determined. "They had to survive." "I hope they did too, Mish. But the Shadow Watch is done. They betrayed us. And—" tears began to well up in Tori's eyes. "And I don't blame them." Misha stopped and took her hand. "You did the right thing, Tori." "Our friends died because of me. Zaya died. I'm so sorry, Mish." Misha pulled her tight, and Tori sobbed into her thick cloak. Misha held her for some time before she spoke. Her voice was firm. "Zaya died because of the Chancellor. Maybe the others can't see it yet, but it is true. And don't you dare believe otherwise, because I don't." Tori nodded, and they pushed on silently toward the crest of a steep pass. Tori did not know where they were going. They were bearing east to leave the Teeth, she knew that much. But beyond that? With Osha in the west, and the Yan Avi now allied with the Chancellor, their paths were virtually blocked anywhere to the south. Perhaps the north? Tori pondered the idea. Sarah had spoken highly of the Aleuts of the Great White North, but little was truly known about them in Osha. They were a mystery. Old World savages, according to Oshan lore, supposedly the original inhabitants of the western continent before the arrival of the alien races, driven north during the ancient conquests. Tori had once seen an Aleut trader in the Triumvel when she was a young slave girl. His hair had been formed into long, thick locks, and his beard had been immense. He dressed in strange white furs and spoke of bear riders and cities of ice. Tori pushed the thoughts aside. "Once we're safe, we can figure out what to do next. First, we have to stay alive, which means we've got to get out of the Crooked Teeth as soon as possible." Her fingers felt raw, and Tori knew the cold would kill them both if they spent another night exposed to the elements. It had been a warm night for the Teeth. She doubted they would be so lucky again. Misha was quiet for some time before she voiced a painful question. "Do you think Vashti is still valuable to the Chancellor?" Her voice quavered. Tori cringed at the thought of the Yan Avi princess, especially after her betrayal of the Watchers. A dark part of her hoped Vashti had died in the catacombs, but she could not hope that, for Misha's sake. Vashti might have betrayed them all, but it was not out of spite. Tori knew that. She had sensed the pain when Vashti explained to Misha what she'd done. It was out of desperation for her people,
and even for Misha and the others, that she'd betrayed them. If she was honest, Tori wondered if Vashti had been right, that all this was truly a hopeless war. And Tori hated the princess all the more for this. Regardless, Tori felt sure Vashti was alive. Tori knew more than anyone how much the Chancellor valued her regenero ability, how much he needed her to cross between the worlds. And besides, if Vashti were dead, Tori would have to feel more guilt for still hating her so much. "I think," Tori said at last, "if there was anyone the Chancellor valued in those caves, it was Vashti. I'm sure she's still alive." Misha nodded, and Tori could tell she was holding back tears. Tori felt a kinship forming between them, something deeper than before. She gripped Misha's hand. Tori knew exactly how it felt to be betrayed by someone she loved. She knew the confusing twist of emotions that surfaced, hating them and yet praying they were alive. She'd learned first from her mum, and now Darian. "How did you—" began Tori. She was not sure how to say it. "How did I come to love someone like Vashti?" said Misha. "Someone you despise so much?" "I didn't mean it that way." "I know," said Misha. "I don't blame you for hating her, Tori, but, well, you two had a lot more in common than you were ever willing to see. You were just set against each other from the start. Vashti was different when she first came to the watchtower. She was strong and brave. We got on from the start." Misha's voice faded into memory. When she spoke, her voice croaked. "But, everyone liked her, especially Ren. He wanted to make her his queen when the Watchers rose up. He thought she'd be perfect, a phoenix rising from the ashes, the girl who came back from death. And she thought it would be best for her people," Tori finished. "She sacrificed her love for you, for the sake of her people." Misha nodded. "I couldn't hold that against her, but it hurt, like nothing I've ever felt." "But after I came, why did she hate me so much? Why couldn't you two—" "After the hope of an alliance with the Yan Avi dissolved, Ren moved on," said Misha. "But things couldn't be the same. It started as something for her people, but Vashti fell in love with Ren. She was crushed when it ended. We couldn't go back. She broke my heart. Ren broke hers. It never felt right. You saw how we were. Things were always strange between us after she decided to become Ren's queen. And now she's going to be the Chancellor's queen." "You can't choose who you love. I wish I could. I tried. I liked Zaya." Misha kept her head down as she trudged on through the deep snow. Tori could only imagine her friend's tangled web of emotions about Zaya. "All hope isn't lost for Vashti, you know." Tori could barely believe she was saying it, but she was trying to see Vashti through Misha's eyes, and she knew Misha needed hope. Tori's body was healing itself, and despite the cold, she was feeling stronger, but Misha was moving slower, growing weaker the farther they trekked. "She doesn't have to be his queen, not if we kill the Chancellor. And we're going to, Mish. We have to kill him." Misha squeezed Tori's hand. Her fingers trembled. "Maybe we should focus on surviving another day in these mountains before we plot any assassinations." That was exactly what Tori feared for Misha, though she tried not to let her concern show. They needed food, shelter, fire, but the world stretched out white and bleak before them, and Tori feared for Misha's survival. The girls spoke little as they trudged on. It was morning, but the sun still hid behind the towering mountains for several hours before they finally felt its warmth. As the sun rose over the jagged peaks, they reached the edge of a great valley. Below, the remnants of a crooked settlement lay scattered in the snow,
like branches splayed out across a meadow after a summer storm. "Oh, gods," said Misha. "They're dead. All these innocent people." Tori felt guilty, but she saw the ruined settlement for the blessing it was. There may be provisions left in the rubble. The settlement was a crushed skeleton of splinters and debris, no bodies. It seemed the inhabitants had all been devoured by Ruloks. How many did I let through? Tori wondered, a pang of heavy guilt pressing in her chest. It was more than the Ruloks.
She had been avoiding the thought ever since she had seen the first Nosferatu, but now, looking at all these ruined homes and the blood staining the snow, it overwhelmed her. Where did those creatures come from in the catacombs? Were the Nosferatu hidden all these years? Or did I let more than Ruloks through somehow? Tori's experience in the old world felt like a faded dream. She remembered the horde outside the gateway to the new world. She remembered how poor and timid the Ruloks had seemed there. She remembered them roaring back to life and stampeding when she tried to close the portal. Could she have let something else through in the madness? Tori knew that was where the Chancellor had banished Scalero. The Nosferatu must have come from the old world. But how? As she walked through the devastated settlement, Tori wondered whether the stories had gotten it all wrong. Perhaps the old world was not the paradise of magic and freedom it sounded like in all her mum's stories. Perhaps the first Chancellor had made the right decision to rid the world of magic and monsters. Tori and Misha searched through the rubble of several buildings with no luck. Finally, they found the remains of a tavern. The storehouses in the north were always underground, and after some effort, they cleared away the trap door. A ladder led down to a vast storeroom. With hope reviving her strength, Misha managed to tease a flame and let it hover in front of them, lighting their way. The room was stocked with shelves of potatoes and unleavened bread, and jars of preserves, and, best of them all, barrels of water. "Thank the gods!" Misha cried, lapping it up from cupped hands. Tori had been so cold she hadn't realized how thirsty she was, and she too drank greedily. When they'd drunk their fill, they began stuffing their mouths with bread and preserves. Misha found a lantern and jars filled with oil, and shadows soon flickered on the walls from the soft flames. "We can build a fire and cook some potatoes before it gets dark," Tori thought ecstatically. "Maybe even find some salted venison for a stew." They could sleep down in the storeroom, protected from the elements and the monsters, and Misha could regain her strength for a day or two before they pressed on. Consumed by the joy of the treasure they'd found, Tori did not stop to consider that they might not be the only ones seeking shelter. Tori did not notice how quiet it became in the storeroom as she filled herself with glorious sustenance. She did not realize anything was amiss until she turned to search for some meat on a shelf by the entrance. As she turned, horror shot through her. Standing at the base of the ladder, a young man with olive skin and long black hair towered over Misha. A massive hand covered her mouth, and the other held a blade at her throat. Tori reached out with her mind, grasping for her powers, but nothing happened. The young man's dark gaze shot through her. "Your powers have no place in the north, Darkling." Tori felt as though her chest had collapsed. She could not breathe. The Aleut man pressed his jagged shank into Misha's skin, and Tori was completely helpless to save her. A trickle of blood eased down Misha's neck as he pressed the blade harder. The Aleut man blocked the only way to the outside world and escape. And Tori's magic was gone. It was unfathomable, but somehow her powers had vanished. Tori felt no awareness of the intricacies beyond the visible world. Her line to magic had been severed. She felt nothing. Tori felt entirely ordinary and entirely helpless. "Don't move, Darkling," the Aleut man instructed, and Tori obeyed. He guided Misha forward with a shove. "I've been waiting for you, ever since you set those monsters loose." How could he know that? "You returned our world to the abyss, and now you will—" But the young man's threat was cut off. Misha trembled in the man's grasp, but that did not stop her from one last attempt at resistance. She bit deep into the man's hand, and he roared in pain, his hand jerking away from her mouth. The blade fell away, clattering on the ground. Misha arched her body back. The man lost his balance, stumbling over something on the dark storeroom floor. Shelves of provisions collapsed on him. "Run, Tori, run!" Misha screamed. Misha hurled herself at the man. She was sacrificing herself for Tori, just as old Mary had. Tori hesitated. Could she really flee and leave Misha to the whims of this Northman? "No, I've already lost too many. I will not lose Misha too." Tori spun back to help, but she had paused too long. The Aleut man recovered himself. He leapt to his feet, hurtling Misha into one of the barrels of water. As Tori launched herself at him, the man's hand flew to his belt. Tori never reached him. His blade lodged itself at the base of her neck. A perfect throw. Ren would have been proud, Tori thought strangely. Misha screamed, but her voice was stretched thin. Blood rushed from Tori's body like a fountain. She slumped to the floor, and already she could feel it. Her body was not healing itself. The blade had struck an artery, and life was gushing from her wound, and she knew she was dying. A calm acceptance washed over her. "No! Oh, gods!" Misha hurled herself at the man, and they fought in a blur. But Tori was fading away. Sound felt as though it was drifting from leagues away, from far mountain passes, from another world. The blurs morphed into little more than shadows against a bright light. Tori envisioned her mum at the end. Her warm face and bright green eyes shone in the sunset light upon the step. Her smile was filled with warmth. Her hands reached for her. It felt like a glorious reunion. "I'm coming back to you, Mum." The light grew brighter, washing out her mum's beautiful features. And then there was nothing. Chapter 39. Thank the gods. It was Misha's voice, slipping through the fog of Tori's consciousness as she stirred from death. By some miracle, Tori was alive. She sensed the warmth of a fire nearby. Slowly, the fog cleared away, and she found herself still in the storeroom beneath the ruined, crooked village. Misha clutched her hand, smiling down as Tori squinted against the light. "It's still daylight, and I'm alive. But how?" A bandage coated Tori's neck. It was wet to the touch, and Tori knew she had lost much blood. She had known the instant the blade lodged in her throat that she was going to die. Yet here she was. A fire crackled near the base of the ladder, set so the smoke would escape through the open hatch. A shadow passed in front of the flames, and Tori shot up. It was the Aleut man. Tori jumped to her feet and had a blade to the man's neck in an instant. It was too easy. The Aleut man chuckled. "If your reflexes had been so swift earlier, I might never have had the devastating realization that I nearly killed the gallows girl." Tori raised an eyebrow but did not remove the blade from the man's throat. He did not resist her, and he was still smiling. "What do you want with us?" Tori demanded. Misha was at her side, touching her arm softly. The man was still not resisting. And then
The lightheadedness caught up with Tori, and she slumped forward. The Aleut man caught her, and he and Misha helped her lie back down beside the fire. "You've healed," said the man, "but you are weak. You should rest." "What happened?" Tori's head hurt, and her vision was foggy. "It's all right, Tori," said Misha. "He's not our enemy. He saved you." "Saved me? He nearly killed me." "Thought you were darklings," said the man, or boy, rather. Up close, Tori realized he could be a little older than she or Misha. "I can't tell you how truly sorry I am. As soon as I realized who you were, I withdrew my barrier from your magic."
And not a moment too soon. You were near death, but your body healed remarkably. Still, Tori regarded him with suspicion. But if he meant us harm, surely there could be no purpose in sparing my life. "What are darklings?" Tori asked. "Darklings. That's what we call the Chancellor's servants up here in the north." "The morphs?" said Tori. The Aleut man nodded. "I've felt many darklings in the Crooked Teeth this past week." You felt them?" said Tori. "Who are you? What did you mean about lifting a barrier from my magic?" "My name is Alec Dul Baruch, a shaman of the Aleuts of the Great White North. We have learned to render magic useless when we must. I was sent as the lone spirit protector for a party of my kinsmen. We were trading with the crooked villages before the Darklings unleashed hell upon the north once more. Thank the All-Mother, we managed to rescue many survivors after the annihilation the Ruloks left in their wake." "You were with a party of traders?" said Tori. Alec gazed at her for a long moment. Tori's suspicion began to wane, and as her vision cleared, she took stock of the young man. The hood of his fur-lined parka was down, revealing dark, straight hair pulled back behind his head. The ring of his face was darker than the rest of his olive skin, likely from when his hood was drawn tight. His jaw was muscular and smooth. His deep brown eyes invited her to hold his gaze, and he smiled broadly, which annoyed Tori. "What are you looking at me like that for?" she said. "It's just, well, I never believed my grandmother, that you might actually be alive." Your grandmother?" "Mala Dul Baruch, the high shaman of the north. She has been praying vigilantly that the rumors would prove true, that the gallows girl was still alive. And here you are. I cannot wait for her to meet you." "Meet me?" said Tori. "The rest of my company is holed up in a cavern a short distance from here. We raided these same stores last night." "As morning came, I felt you coming. So I sent the others away and remained to kill you. Little did I know the darkling that I sensed was the gallows girl, the saint of the north." Tori did not like where this was going. "I'm no saint. It will be far better for your people if I remain as far from them as possible. The Chancellor will be hunting for me." "Let him come. We will be ready." "What do you mean?" "While you were unconscious, Misha told me what you both endured in the catacombs. You feel shame for the people you've lost. I sense that clearly. But you don't understand, Astoria. Their deaths were not in vain. You have brought hope to a desolate world where there has been little hope. Even in the Great White North we have heard of you. My people were driven to the Icelands by the kingdoms of the Old World. We have survived a harsh and cruel existence for hundreds of years, waiting for our time to reclaim the land of our ancestors, to reclaim Osha. Many years ago, my grandmother received a vision from the All-Mother, a vision of the day of our restoration. On that day, she saw a winter lily breaking through the thaw. It was the day when Osha fell, when the world was made right. I believe that lily was you, Astoria Borodai. My grandmother believes a third age of our world is approaching, an age of peace for the oppressed. You must come north to meet the High Shaman and see the army in the north. "Army?" said Tori. A note of fear resounded through her. Alec Dul-Baruch stood tall as he spoke. "Ever since you resisted the Chancellor on the day of the gallows, there has been unrest building across the New World. And now, here you are, right before my eyes. My grandmother was right. The day of our restoration is near."
I can't be,"
Tori began, fumbling for words. This young man might be amiable, but he was a fool, just like Wren and the Watchers and the lowborns of Osha who put hope in the gallows girl. All of them had thought she was going to come to their aid, but she had failed them all. "Look, I'm not some saint," Tori said. "I wasn't even trying to resist the Chancellor on the day of the gallows. I was just trying to save my friend. And now he's one of the Chancellor's servants, one of your darklings. And all my other friends are probably dead. That's what happens when I save people. I can't be what your people long for. That's what got all my friends killed. I can't do that again." Alec was silent for a long time, but his smile never wavered. His olive Aleut skin glowed in the firelight, and his eyes glistened. Tori had to look away. Why is he always smiling? "You long for revenge," he said finally. "I can sense it in you. I can see it in the way your fists tremble when you speak of them, the way your eyes darken at what happened to those you love. You long to see the Chancellor dead. You long to see the fall of the White Citadel, like we all do." Tori sighed. "I do, but my revenge is not what your people need." "My people need justice, Astoria. For centuries we have prayed for it. A war is coming to the New World, but we in the North are few and inexperienced. We're hunters, not soldiers. We cannot win restoration alone, and neither could your Watchers. But together, with the gallows girl—" "No," said Tori. "You don't get it. The gallows girl is only a myth." Alec remained irritatingly calm. "Perhaps she is, but perhaps that is okay. Perhaps what you really are is not the point." "It's the only point!" Tori's throat throbbed with pain. She leaned back and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the young shaman was still smiling. "You don't know the hope you bring others because you haven't seen them. There are thousands who will join you in the North. We may still be little match for the Chancellor's legions, it is true, but there are others. This witch queen in the Southern Isles is gathering followers. For the first time in centuries, many of the Isles are uniting under one banner. What does that have to do with your restoration? This queen does not come from a high-born family, and rumors suggest she has her eyes set on the mainland, on Osha, just as we do. The refugees fleeing the Teeth are coming north for refuge, and with the destruction of their homeland, they long for revenge. And ever since your escape from the White Citadel, slaves are stirring all across Osha. There have been several major uprisings. The time is ripe for change. And who better to unite them all than the gallows girl? She knew her friend's mind was already made up. What if he's lying? What if there is no resistance? What if he's dangerous? Misha crossed her arms over her chest. You didn't see him when he realized who you were. I did. I trust him. And I think we should go. Besides, what other choice do we have? To wander the Teeth until the Rulocks find us? Or worse, the Chancellor? We need Alec's help. As much as Tori hated it, she knew Misha was right, at least about that. Deep inside, as much as her mind told her to flee from anyone interested in the hope of the gallows girl, Tori felt they were supposed to go with Alec Dul-Baruch. She could not explain it, and part of her screamed to resist it. But something in her heart told her it was the right path forward. Tori sighed. "All right, we'll go. But the moment something seems wrong, we leave." "Deal," said Misha. "But it won't go wrong." "Won't it?" Misha gripped her hand. "You feel it too. I can tell." "Feel what?" "Hope." When darkness came, they set out from the ruined, crooked settlement. The rest of Alec's party was camped a league away in a small cavern. Tori remained wary throughout the journey. She did not like the idea of trekking alone with a man who could incapacitate her powers. Although, if he'd wanted me dead, he could have just let me die already. Which means he wants me alive because he's trustworthy, or because he is up to something. The cavern opening was small enough they had to crawl through, and it consisted of only one large chamber, which did not seem to connect to any deeper passages. Still, going underground again immediately brought back nightmarish images of the Nosferati leaping upon Ol Mary and Commander Scalero's twisted face. Tori shuddered at the memories. Within the chamber, a host of about 50 people sat huddled around small fires. When Alec led the girls in, the entire place hushed to complete silence. There were about a dozen Aleut men and women, dressed in coats with fur-lined hoods encircling their faces. The rest were crooked folk, evident by their weathered, high-altitude skin, survivors of the Rulok attack that Tori had made possible. Everyone in the chamber rose as Tori and Misha entered. Their eyes grew wide. The silence transformed to faint murmurs. Alec raised his hands at the center of the chamber, and all fell silent. "My friends," he said, grinning and gesturing to Tori, "this is Astoria Borodai, the saint of Osha, the hope of the North, the gallows girl." Every eye was fixed upon her. Wordless mouths hung open, and Tori did not know what to say or do. Were they glad to see her? Angry? Did they know she was the one who had brought the Ruloks upon them? Had Alec tricked her? Brought her here only to let this group of refugees slaughter her out of revenge? And truth be told, Tori felt she would deserve it. The North was in ruins, and she had caused it. She had not been strong enough to fight the Chancellor, and she had not even thought what the greater effects of her resistance might be. All these refugees are fleeing the teeth because of me. The chamber remained silent. Tori looked to Alec. He took hold of her hand and raised it, and the room erupted in cheers. Misha took Tori's other hand, and the cheers grew louder. Without thinking, Tori released their hands and let herself rise from the ground by magic. A young mother at the front of the crowd dropped to her knees, and the others followed suit. Soon, the entire room knelt before Tori, as though she were royalty, as though she were a god. The room fell silent. A young girl clutched her little brother's hand. Both had seen fewer than 12 summers. The little boy's face was streaked with happy tears. All eyes remained expectantly fixed upon Tori as she returned to the ground, but still the kneeling crowd was silent. Alec leaned close and whispered in Tori's ear, "You are the hope of the gods to these people. They are waiting for you to speak." Then Alec knelt as well, and Misha followed his lead. Tori was the only one left standing in the chamber. She felt uncomfortable. She wished she could escape her own skin and disappear. These people were fools to put their hope in her. Tori could do nothing for them. She was the one who needed their help to survive, to escape the teeth. Finally, she found words. "Thank you, good people of the North, for letting me join you here in the safety of these caverns. I am honored." "It is we who are honored," said Alec, "that she who was sent by the gods would grace us with her presence." And it was then Tori realized how much bigger than her all this was. This band of northern refugees had lost everything. But at the sight of the gallows girl, they were smiling, hopeful. She had heard it said so many times from Wren, from the Chancellor, but she had never understood. Not until she saw their wide, hopeful eyes. The gallows girl was a symbol of hope for these people. Their livelihoods had been stripped away from them, casualties in a war they never asked for. The Aleuts and the Crooked Folk had all fled the Oshan Empire, turning to harsh, secluded environments for the semblance of freedom. But they were not free. And for hundreds of years, they had possessed little to put their hope in. Tori understood now. She was not just a girl who could wield magic. To these people, she was the hope of restoration, sent by the gods. The gallows girl was an idea that transcended the bounds of reality. She was larger than life. Perhaps in the same way the old gods had been. Maybe the gods had symbolized that same hope all those years ago. The same hope that the gallows girl gave these people now. Maybe the gods had merely been people like her. Ordinary people with extraordinary destinies. Tears filled Tori's eyes.
Looking out at the wide, hopeful faces before her, she could not help but be filled with an overwhelming sense of awe and duty. She felt a responsibility to these people to become the hope they needed, even if she did not believe in it herself. They needed her. The surviving Watchers needed her. Darien needed her. This was why she had felt led to the north. She knew it now. This was her path. Whether it was a destiny set by the gods or not, she knew it was what she was meant to do. Finally, Tori found words. As she spoke, it was all she could do to keep her voice from cracking. She raised her hands high, the way the gods did in all her mum's old stories. She wondered if her mum had known, if that was why she had abandoned her all those years ago, so that one day she would be here. Good people of the north, I will journey with you to the Icelands. You have been trodden upon, left alone in this world for too long, but your prayers have been heard. The time of the Chancellor is drawing to an end. The age of the restoration of the North is now. The words were not her own, Tori felt sure. They seemed to come from outside her, from some other person, from the gallows girl. The refugees of the North cheered and rose to their feet, as Alec led her through the crowd, hands stretched out, just to touch her and know she was not an illusion, that the gallows girl was real. They swarmed around her, offering her food and water, which she took eagerly, though she tried not to let her frailty show. To the people of the North, she was a god, invincible. They did not know that her neck was still sore, still healing in the place where Alec's blade had nearly taken her life. Tori was not invincible. She gave these people hope, but in reality, they were the very source of the hope welling inside her own heart. The hope that things might still become better, that her friends might still be alive, that they might be set free, that the Chancellor's vicious reign might truly come to an end. And with the help of the North, and anywhere else where hope remained, they would rise up against the Chancellor's empire of cruelty and injustice. The company of Aleut traders and crooked refugees rested for 2 days in the chamber, and then Tori marched alongside Misha and Alec Dul-Baruch into the northern night. A procession of hope-filled followers streamed through the snow behind them. Together, they left the Crooked Teeth and set out across the expanse of the gray waste toward the snowy plains of the Icelands. The sisters shone down like twin torches from the gods to light their way. Their 1,000 daughters twirled their night-long dance across the sky, an intricate choreography that led Tori and her followers on to the great white north.